everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Starting from Prototype to Immortality, Chapter 101 to 150, Chapter 102, Cleaning Up 1174 words Chapter 102, Cleaning Up. Chong Wei pressed his hand against Sarah's forehead. Unforgivable. Heinkel fired at Chong Wei. Not just her, the fatty major also opened fire. But his aim was so terrible that even at close range, he emptied an entire magazine without hitting a target just a few meters away. It was as if he were cursed. Chong Wei wasn't going to indulge them. The moment Heinkel's bullet touched his body, he forcefully altered its trajectory, deflecting it within milliseconds. The bullet veered off course and struck Heinkel's sniper scope, piercing straight through her skull. That meant that 30 years from now, the Vatican's ace wouldn't exist. In the original timeline, Heinkel hadn't undergone reconstructive surgery to restore her appearance. Fueled by hatred, she had become the new ace of Iscariot, much like Sarah's had. That was no longer a possibility. Still, the Vatican existed in a world with true higher beings. It might weaken for a time, but with its deep foundations, it wouldn't collapse so easily. Like a centipede that doesn't die even when cut, or a rotting ship that still has nails holding it together. That was them. As for the fatty major, Chong Wei didn't even bother moving. It wasn't as if the moon could hit him anyway. Sure enough, the fatty major himself knew his shooting was random at best. He was merely hoping that Chong Wei would kill him, but to his frustration, Chong Wei ignored him completely. From the very start. From the very beginning, Chong Wei had never spoken to him, never even looked at him. Even after snatching victory from his grasp, he had said nothing. He had treated him as if he didn't exist. For the fatty major, this was a devastating blow. First, Chong Wei had absorbed Schrödinger and remained unaffected. Then, he had killed Alucard. But more than anything, it was Chong Wei's attitude. This wasn't just contempt. No, it was something even worse. He had been completely disregarded. The fatty major prided himself on his charisma and his unyielding will. But precisely because of that, he was prone to obsession. Chong Wei understood his fixation. And by targeting that weakness, he made sure the fatty major suffered the most. Still not breaking down. His willpower truly was formidable. But the stronger he was, the more unbearable this situation would be. Ignoring the fatty major entirely, Chong Wei grabbed Sarah's and the werewolf captain, preparing to leave. But just as he was about to depart, he looked up and saw a small glowing point in the sky. So decisive. Chong Wei hadn't expected this. In the original timeline, it had been mentioned that the Queen of Great Britain had given the order if Helsing failed, they were to use their ultimate weapon against the enemy. But with both the Air Force and Navy already fallen, where had this nuke come from? If Britain's military hadn't been completely compromised, the Vatican wouldn't have dared to carry out a mass purge of heretics and non-believers in London. Chong Wei, what is that? Sarah stared at the growing point of light. A nuclear bomb. Considering Sarah's level of education, Chong Wei kept it simple. Ayaha. Sarah's eyes widened in horror as she clutched her head. What do we do? We have to run. She shouted in panic. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a nuke. Even you could handle it. Chong Wei reassured her. That's impossible. Sarah shook her head violently. Don't underestimate yourself. You're my progeny. A nuclear bomb is nothing. Chong Wei smirked. Thanks to the enhancements from the blacklight virus, handling nuclear radiation wasn't an issue. The virus could absorb it, after all. As long as they didn't stand directly at ground zero, they would survive even if they were in the same city as the blast. To boost Sarah's confidence, Chong Wei decided not to dodge. The werewolf captain obviously wouldn't survive a nuclear explosion under normal circumstances, but he also stood still, showing no fear. Sarah wanted to run, but she was too afraid to do so. And then, she saw the sun bloom on Earth's surface. Ayaha! My eyes! In an instant, her eyes were scorched away. The terrifying radiation seared her retinas, making her experience firsthand what it was like to stare directly into the sun. But then, as if triggered by the extreme conditions, the blacklight virus within her surged into action, rapidly regenerating her eyes. Still in the middle of her agonized screams, Sarah suddenly realized she could see again. She blinked in disbelief, looking around. Then, the shockwave and thermal radiation arrived. Waha! She screamed as the blast wave sent her flying. Her body was hurled who knows how far away. What a lively one! Chong Wei commented with amusement. As for the werewolf captain, he remained perfectly fine under the protection of Chong Wei's telekinesis. Once the nuclear strike had passed, the fatty major was dead, well and truly dead. Sarah's got back up, realizing that not only was she unharmed, but she felt more powerful than ever. Chong Wei, I feel better than I ever have before. Sarah's rushed over, eyes wide with excitement. Of course. You are my progeny, after all. Also, stop calling me Mr. Chong Wei. From now on, call me Master. Chong Wei said. Sarah's face flushed red. That was such a humiliating title. Why would he make her call him that? You are my progeny. Naturally, you should call me Master. Chong Wei flicked her forehead. Sarah's clutched her forehead, feeling as if her skull had nearly cracked open. Faced with the overwhelming difference in power, Sarah's quickly surrendered. Master, we should leave this place as soon as possible. After all, they had just devoured all of London. She had no idea where all that mass had gone or why her master could eat so much, but regardless, London was the capital of Britain. They were definitely going to face repercussions for this. No need to worry. Britain won't recover from this. Chong Wei said calmly. He wasn't sure how the original story had managed to maintain some sort of fantasy peace afterward, but that was no longer possible. He had shattered the balance. The complete erasure of London was enough to make the world take notice and fear. Not to mention, they had walked out of a nuclear blast unscathed. With that kind of reputation, Sarah's and the werewolf captain would be just fine even after he left. And the next time he returned, he'd be storming the gates of heaven itself if heaven even existed. The events in Britain sent shockwaves around the world. Publicly, the British government claimed that a miscalculation by one of their nuclear submarines had resulted in a nuclear strike wiping out London. That was the official explanation for the masses. But even so, the global public was gripped with fear. Demands surged across nations for the inspection of their own nuclear arsenals. Chapter 102, Chapter 103, Searching for Mythology 1225 words Chapter 103, Searching for Mythology. And that concludes the entire incident. At the Global Secret Summit, Britain disclosed the truth to the other major powers. I never expected something of this scale to happen. All the nations were shocked. They had initially wondered why Britain had launched a nuclear missile onto its own territory, its capital, no less. Now they finally understood. By the time the missile was fired, there was nothing left there except monsters. Yet, the creature that endured a nuclear strike emerged completely unharmed and even went sightseeing, sending chills down their spines. Among the documents presented, there was a photo of Chong Wei, marked with bold red warning text, along with a preliminary profile. However, the accuracy of the report was questionable. After all, Britain had fallen. All intelligence agencies had lost contact at that point, and even if Integra and her people had wanted to relay information, they wouldn't have been able to. After London was obliterated, the British Queen had wanted to launch a nuclear strike immediately. However, the order was delayed until the moment Chong Wei and his group were preparing to leave, which spoke volumes about how difficult command and communication had become by then. A Vatican representative was also present. Unlike in the real world, where the Holy See was merely the sovereign of a small city-state, in this world, the Vatican wielded significant influence second only to 5 other unnamed superpowers. They confirmed that Father Anderson had used a holy relic in battle, yet he still wasn't a match for Chang Wei. Since the Vatican had maintained communication longer than others, their intelligence was at least 50% complete. However, after Section 13 was completely wiped out, no further information was obtained. Meanwhile, photographs of Sarah's and the werewolf captain were also displayed. Sarah's had been identified as one of Chang Wei's descendants. As for Chang Wei himself, his identity, and the nature of the creature, he had become everyone turned their eyes toward the representatives of Yan dynasty. The problem was that even the people of Yan were baffled. Their mythology was vast, filled with countless legendary creatures. Who could say for sure what Chang Wei really was? Setting aside everything else, just the beasts recorded in the Shanhai Jing, or rather, its extensive menu, were already overwhelming. Then there were the four major categories of demons, ghosts, and monsters, as well as divine, spiritual, and celestial beasts. It was even possible that he originated from some obscure Chu-era mythology. We have no way to confirm. The Yen representative responded calmly. Identifying supernatural beings from foreign mythologies was easy. The most classic cases were vampires and werewolves, whose characteristics were obvious. However, we will search for his identity and background. Failing to find any records of Chang Wei was unsurprising. Who knew how many years this ancient monster had lived? He might have existed since that time, making the lack of personal records completely understandable. Such were the troubles of a vast land with a rich history, and an abundance of extraordinary figures. Chang Wei paid no mind to their discussion. He didn't care about the countless eyes monitoring him, nor did he react to the worldwide alarm he had caused. Accompanied by Sarah's and the werewolf captain, he continued traveling not for leisure, but to see if he could uncover remnants of other mythologies. Of course, he wasn't aimlessly sightseeing. A man as purposeful as Chang Wei would never waste time on something so meaningless. His reasoning was simple: monotheistic faiths were not to be trifled with, but perhaps the remnants of fading mythologies still held valuable relics for him. To his great disappointment, however, neither Norse nor Greek nor Celtic mythology seemed to have left anything behind. The so-called fragments of King Arthur's armor and Merlin's staff he found were devoid of any mystical power. He even ventured to the supposed location of Mount Olympus, only to find it utterly barren. Perhaps it existed in a different dimensional space. Chang Wei had also wanted to visit the Yan dynasty of this world, but he was stopped at customs. He had no identity or passport. Not wanting to stir up trouble, he let it go. If he didn't dare provoke the monotheistic religions, he certainly wouldn't dare to provoke the Yan dynasty either. I'll be leaving soon. You two take care of yourselves. One day, Chang Wei suddenly spoke to Sarah's and the werewolf captain. Werewolf captain, Sigma, surprised face. Sarah's, Sigma, master, where are you going? Sarah's initially thought he was just stepping out for a bit. I'm going somewhere far, far away. I don't know when I'll return. It could be an instant, a year, or even 100 years or longer. Chang Wei explained. He had never revisited the worlds he had previously been to, so he had no idea how time flowed between different dimensions. Was it faster over there? Or did every world operate on its own timeline? It was at this moment that Sarah's and the werewolf captain finally grasped what he meant. Master, are you abandoning me? Sarah's wasn't technically homeless at the very least, she was a stateless person now. The werewolf captain was in a similar predicament. That's right. You're too weak. Chang Wei nodded. The werewolf captain stared at him. What are you looking at? I'm saying it plainly, all of you here are trash. The werewolf captain hesitated. He wanted to argue that he was strong, but compared to Chang Wei, he really wasn't. Chang Wei had strolled through a nuclear explosion unscathed. Without Chang Wei's protection, he would have been reduced to nothing but ashes. Was he not strong enough to be of help to Chang Wei? He didn't know what Chang Wei intended to do, and having never been apart from him for so many years, the sudden separation made him uneasy. You've grown up. It's time to find someone, settle down, and start a family. Chong Wei, hearing his thoughts, spoke with a smirk. The werewolf captain gazed at him. Will you come back? He finally asked. Not necessarily. Chong Wei hesitated before answering truthfully. He didn't want to make empty promises, only to forget them, and have people come looking for him decades later. A person who did that would be nothing but a scumbag, a heartless bastard. Chong Wei had no intention of being that kind of person, so he refused to give Sarah's or the werewolf captain any false hope. Maybe he'd become so powerful that he'd no longer care about such trivial matters. With the boundless multiverse before him, such things were perfectly normal. It wasn't a big deal. The werewolf captain fell silent. I can't take you with me. Chong Wei shook his head. He was used to traveling alone. Unless he encountered the women he truly cared about, he couldn't guarantee he'd take responsibility for others. He had briefly considered undoing the memory modifications he had placed on the werewolf captain, but ultimately abandoned the idea. If he restored his memories, the captain might choose to either take his own life or attack Chong Wei, forcing him to kill him. It was better to let him live on with these pleasant memories. With someone as simple-minded as Sarah's around, maybe the werewolf captain would eventually become a sarcastic comic relief character. Well then. Chapter 103, Chapter 104, A New World, A New Virus. 1093 words. Chapter 104, A New World, A New Virus. Would you like to spend 1 billion genetic points to traverse worlds? Chong Wei was relieved that while running around searching for myths, he hadn't been idle. He had created a batch of divine light virus organisms for devouring, or else he wouldn't have accumulated so many genetic points. Just supporting the evolution of the black light virus G into the divine light virus had nearly drained his stockpile. Thankfully, divine light virus organisms yielded a lot of genetic points, or he wouldn't have been able to recoup his investment so quickly. 1 billion genetic points consumed. Traversing worlds. World traversal successful. Would you like to anchor to the Helsing universe, Helsing/Imperial Protestant Knights? Anchoring to the Helsing universe requires 20 billion genetic points. Once anchored, you can spend 20 billion genetic points to return. Chong Wei's eyes widened at the staggering number. What the hell? 20 billion genetic points. System, are you insane? It's just a world with a bit of a supernatural side, yet it costs way more than something as vast as Aliens vs. But then again, this also implied that this world might truly have beings that could be called gods. Otherwise, how could it possibly be on par with a universe teeming with top-tier alien civilizations? Even the aliens, predators, and creators, engineers, combined only cost 10 billion genetic points, yet Helsing was 20 billion. Either the beings here had incredibly tricky abilities, or they were godlike entities strong enough to rival entire extraterrestrial civilizations. Damn, good thing I stored some genetic points as insurance, or I wouldn't have enough to cover this. Chong Wei was incredibly tempted. A world with such powerful targets would make excellent enhancement materials for himself. Giving up on it now would be a waste. He really was running low on funds. After all, Africa didn't have that many people or creatures. Screw it, yes. Anchoring successful. In the next moment, Chong Wei felt the world spinning. Unlike his first traversal, where he blinked and suddenly arrived, this time he distinctly felt the turbulence of the process. Then, as he entered the new world, he instantly lost consciousness. By the time he opened his eyes, he was already in an unfamiliar place. The first thing he did was activate his telepathic abilities for a global scan. Countless pieces of information flooded his mind, which his superhuman brain rapidly processed and analyzed. Within moments, he extracted the key terms. By cross-referencing these keywords with his memory, he could determine whether this was a world he knew or a completely foreign one. Hammond users, pillar men, vampires. Interesting. So, it's this world. Chong Wei's eyes snapped open, and he immediately burst into laughter. You've got to be kidding me, it's JoJo. As a fake but somewhat dedicated JoJo fan, He had at least watched the anime, though he never found the time to read the manga or play the games. But that didn't matter. Everyone knew that the most important thing in JoJo was. Ever since Hirohiko Araki introduced stand users, concepts like Hammon, Ripple Energy, the ultimate life form, and the Pillar Men had all been thrown to the wayside. Everyone just wanted to see stands, at least, most people did. As for the origin of stand users, it actually stemmed from an extraterrestrial virus carried by a meteorite. The stand evolution theory, viral mutation in Greenland, at a place called Cape York where only the Inuit lived, there existed a very famous meteorite crater. This meteorite was said to have crashed to Earth tens of thousands of years ago. In 1978, during a mineral survey in the crater, 2 investigators mysteriously fell ill and died. One of them even emitted sparks from his fingers before dying like a built-in electric baton. Further research revealed that a virus had been dormant on this meteorite for thousands of years. In the original JoJo storyline, the arrows that granted stand abilities were made from the same material as this meteorite. Centuries ago, those seeking godlike powers learned of the meteorite's existence and forged these arrows. This virus functioned as a form of evolutionary selection, survival of the fittest. Most infected individuals would die, but those who survived would receive a reward from the virus gaining supernatural abilities. That's what stands were. Chong Wei didn't care how mystical it sounded as long as it was a virus that meant it could become his. Hell, he might even be able to evolve Requiem stands or develop a virus that could induce stand evolution. The special property of the Requiem arrow likely stemmed from a unique strain of the virus. As for Kira Yoshikige's unique arrow, which could selectively grant stand abilities, it was probably a variant of the virus as well. If he could get his hands on all the stand arrows and devour the viruses within them, he might be able to gain every stand ability, unlock Requiem transformations, and even push stand evolution beyond its limits. Of course, aside from the stand arrow method, there were actually 7 known ways to acquire a stand. Born with a stand, some people naturally inherit a stand through genetics or personal awakening, like a bloodline limit, Sharingan or Byakugan. Those without this potential typically cannot develop a stand. Example, Muhammad Avdal, Noriaki Kakyoin, inheriting a stand from a stand user relative. A person might develop a stand due to a direct bloodline connection to another stand user. Even if they're separated by great distances, they can still awaken a stand. Example, Joseph Joestar, Jotaro Kujo both awakened theirs due to Dio taking Jonathan Joestar's body. Example, Weather Report awakened due to his brother, Enrico Pucci. Achieving mastery in a craft by mastering a particular skill, one might unknowingly develop a stand that complements it. Example, Antonio Trussardi's Pearl Jam, Aya Suji's Cinderella. Chong Wei personally believed this method should also fall under the born with a stand category. If you lacked the potential, you simply wouldn't develop one. Being struck by a stand arrow, the most common and widely known method. People pierced by an arrow might awaken a stand. This was the primary stand acquisition method throughout the first 5 parts of JoJo. TN, hello everyone, thank you for your support, and I apologize for any inconvenience caused. Public releases will continue at a rate of 1 chapter per day. Love you all. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Free readers, please consider sending Power Stones to show your support. Chapter 104, Chapter 105, You Are All My Food. 1168 words. Chapter 105, You Are All My Food. This method can be referenced in the previously mentioned virus evolution theory. Chong Wei still couldn't understand why the meteorite had to be made into an arrow to shoot people. Wouldn't it be more discreet and practical to turn it into a dagger, short sword, or steel needle? And why go through all the trouble of carving a bug sculpture or intricate patterns on it? Father Pucci's discs. A new method introduced in Stone Ocean, Part 6, where Father Pucci's stand, Whitesnake, can extract stand abilities from stand users and convert them into discs. By inserting a disc into a target, the recipient can acquire the stand ability stored within it. Most of the characters in Part 6 gained their stand abilities through this method. However, not just anyone can receive a stand disc. When Jolin tried inserting Star Platinum's disc, it was instantly ejected. Father Pucci, I don't produce discs, I'm merely a distributor. The Devil's Palm. A new method from Steel Ball Run, Part 7. In the Arizona desert, there is a quicksand region known as the Devil's Palm, named by the local Native Americans. Anyone who comes near or passes through this area may gain a stand ability. According to Native American legends, the Devil's Palm is the remnant of a crater left by an extraterrestrial meteorite, possessing mysterious powers. Its location and appearance are unpredictable. The 7th generation JoJo obtained his stand this way. Chong Wei figured that there might be a stand virus here as well. Given how long it has remained active, its resilience must be incredible. Implanting the corpse. Another method introduced in Steel Ball Run. The so-called corpse refers to the remains of an unidentified saint from the 1st century, discovered in the Americas. The corpse is also the primary cause behind the Devil's Palm phenomenon. Anyone who implants a part of the corpse into themselves must have compatibility, otherwise, they won't gain a stand. Even those who do obtain a stand will lose it once the corpse is removed. However, if someone is inherently capable of becoming a stand user, removing the corpse won't take away their stand. It's yet another efficient way to mass-produce stand users. From the information I just received, it looks like the young Joseph Joestar is still just. Seriously. After confirming the current timeline, Chong Wei locked onto his first target. The SPW Foundation had hired the Ripple warrior, Strizo. But the moment Strizo saw a wall filled with stone masks, he immediately killed his companions on the spot. Ever since he encountered the vampire Dio 50 years ago, he had been obsessed with the idea of immortality. Now that so many stone masks were in front of him, he was determined to fulfill his desire. This world's vampires are more like a genetic variant rather than the mythical ones from Hellsing. Chong Wei quickly located Strizo. Naturally, he was very interested in this ready-made vampire. He also planned to find the weakest of the Pillar Men for some research. What the hell are you? Strizo stared at Chong Wei in utter disbelief. He had just transformed into a vampire, a so-called perfect being. Though he had lost the ability to use Ripple, he had gained immense power. And yet, this mysterious man had appeared out of nowhere and easily subdued him. The strength he had been so proud of now felt as feeble as that of a child. Joseph Joestar, who had been fighting Strizo with his Thompson Ripple Overdrive, was just as shocked. Moments ago, he had unloaded a Thompson submachine gun at Strizo, turning him into a bloody mess. Yet, the vampire had casually regenerated as if nothing had happened. But now, in just a few minutes, this newcomer had completely consumed Strizo. Don't be ridiculous. I'm no monster. Chong Wei chuckled. A blood mist erupted from his hand, instantly devouring Strizo. Joseph was horrified. Grabbing Smokey, the black kid, he bolted. Are you kidding me? That guy still says he's not a monster. Joseph had thought Strizo was already the most terrifying creature, impervious to bullets, surviving grenades, but this new guy had devoured Strizo in mere minutes. A monster among monsters. Chong Wei ignored Joseph. He had no reason to cozy up to him, especially when Joseph was still just a street punk. Instead, he focused on experiencing Strizo's newfound abilities. Humans or other beings transformed by the stone mask gain near immortality. Superhuman strength and body control, allowing for extreme manipulation of one's physique. The ability to absorb life energy and convert it into personal power. Most importantly, JoJo vampires aren't undead, they are simply humans whose potential has been unlocked. This means their offspring won't inherit vampiric traits, or become half-vampires. Not bad, but nothing special. Chong Wei was a little disappointed. The genetic points he gained from absorbing Strizo were only half of what he got from a hunter in Prototype. Perhaps it was because Strizo hadn't absorbed enough life energy yet. If that's the case, then the Pillar Men probably aren't that impressive either. Not even the ultimate life form seems worth much. Chang Wei was slightly let down. He might be a hard counter to the ultimate life form. But after thinking it through, it actually made sense. He was just too powerful. Of course, no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be reckless. Jojo's world had many hidden dangers, like that street you could never turn back on. Who knew how many terrifying things lurked in this world? Still, it wouldn't hurt to get a little reckless when dealing with known entities. Let me think. The weakest of the Pillar Men seemed to be in a cave somewhere in Mexico. That name, Santana, was something we just randomly gave him. If I find something purely annoying, I might as well just kill them all. Stretching lazily, Chang Wei vanished into thin air, instantly arriving at his destination. By now, he could move at supersonic speeds without making a sound. It was simple. By refining his telekinesis to the molecular level, he could essentially mimic a Kryptonian's biofield, breaking physics however he pleased. At this level, his speed was indistinguishable from teleportation. To an observer, he might as well have just blinked into existence. In 1938, the Speedwagon Foundation discovered a cave in Mexico where Santana was sleeping. Speedwagon observed that Santana was embedded in a stone pillar. Judging from the murals, he deduced that the Pillar Men needed to sleep for 2,000 years to maintain eternal youth, though they were vulnerable to sunlight. Santana still had a faint body temperature and pulse. Around him, numerous stone masks were scattered. To destroy Santana, Speedwagon had brought Ripple warrior Strizo to the cave. But Strizo, desiring the stone mask's power, killed his team, and attacked Speedwagon. However, Speedwagon survived. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send your power stones. Chapter 105, Chapter 106, Infiltration 1200 words. Chapter 106, Infiltration. Chang Wei arrived at his destination and found himself facing a military base. After discovering the Pillar Men's ruins here, the German army conducted inhumane experiments, slaughtering countless residents from nearby towns to use their blood in an attempt to awaken the Pillar Men. Because of this, Chang Wei had no moral qualms about his actions, though, to be fair, morality wasn't something he possessed in the first place. A feast awaits you. Chang Wei created 2 hunters using the Divine Light virus. These hunters possessed the abilities of the vampire Strizo, allowing them to store a vast amount of life energy. Though their storage method wasn't as advanced as the Divine Light virus, it provided valuable insight that could help the virus evolve into a more efficient form. As for the power of these 2 vampire hunters, that went without saying. The German soldiers soon noticed the approaching creatures. What the hell are those things? Anyone seeing the vampire hunters for the first time would be terrified. Of course, once they stared long enough, they'd eventually get used to it. Still, just from their appearance, it was clear these creatures weren't something one could communicate with. More importantly, these were German soldiers, not the kind of idiots in movies who wasted time shouting warnings. At this point in history, every last one of them was a fanatical berserker, and the moment they saw the monsters, they opened fire without hesitation. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The deafening roar of mounted machine guns erupted from armored vehicles. While World War II-era weaponry wasn't necessarily inferior to modern arms, full-power cartridges packed a serious punch. In times of peace, nations favored intermediate cartridges, but right now, sheer firepower was all that mattered. Yet, to the soldiers' shock, their bullets had no effect. The 2 monsters didn't even flinch, let alone stagger or retreat. Instead, upon spotting their attackers, they grew excited. With a single leap, they covered hundreds of meters, landing right in the middle of the German forces. The human nervous system simply couldn't keep up with the vampire hunters' speed. By the time bodies were sliced apart, the victims hadn't even registered what had happened. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere only to be instantly devoured by the hunters. Keep firing. Keep firing. Despite the slaughter, the German soldiers at a distance didn't collapse into panic. Instead, they screamed commands and continued shooting. Their sheer willpower impressed Chang Wei. A military force armed with faith and ideology was truly different. If this were any ordinary army, they would have been paralyzed with fear by now. But it wasn't just life energy that the vampire hunters consumed, they also devoured souls. After all, Chong Wei had specifically modified them with traits from Helsing's vampires. By fusing these two vampire types with the divine light virus, he had created the perfect disposable minions. Where are the tanks? Deploy the tanks. Germany is invincible. Destroy the monsters. Do not fear. Tanks rumbled onto the battlefield only to be torn apart like tofu by the vampire hunters, who then dragged the screaming operators from inside. You damn monster. One of the tank drivers yanked the pin on a grenade strapped to his waist. The explosion sent shrapnel flying, but it did nothing to harm the vampire hunters. Bullets, shells, nothing could so much as slow them down. The German soldiers were on the verge of total mental collapse. Not that they had time to break down before being slaughtered. An entire tank battalion, an artillery unit, and an infantry company were wiped out to the last man. Surveying the devastated battlefield, with smoke still lingering in the air but not a single corpse or drop of blood to be found, Chong Wei nodded in satisfaction. Now this was efficiency. Reabsorbing the two vampire hunters, he gained a massive amount of genetic points and soul energy. A wave of satisfaction washed over him as his soul was nourished and strengthened. This sensation was even more fulfilling than his past ability to convert pain into pleasure. However, it wasn't an overwhelming ecstasy that clouded judgment, it was something more profound, an indescribable sense of completeness. By comparison, the life energy he had gathered felt insignificant. Next to the nuclear energy within his own cells, it was utterly trivial. Meanwhile, inside the research facility, the staff had started to notice something was wrong. The commotion outside seemed unusually loud. Still, Major Rudolf von Stroheim paid no heed. In his mind, Germany was invincible, and nothing mattered more than the Pillar Men. Everything else could be dealt with later. Why isn't it activating? Stroheim stared at the prison, a massive structure made of bulletproof glass and reinforced alloy, within which stood a lifelike stone statue embedded in a pillar. This facility had originally been a fallout shelter. The 50-centimeter thick steel plating was strong enough to withstand tank shells. If it weren't for the way the statue absorbed spilled blood, no one would have believed it was alive. After capturing Robert E. Speedwagon, Stroheim had used truth serum to extract information about the vampires and the Pillar Men. He had then transported the Pillar Men here for research, slaughtering countless civilians to drench it in blood. But now, something was wrong. The Pillar Men suddenly vomited out the freshly absorbed blood, causing a crimson torrent to pour from its form. What's happening? Why is the statue cracking? Stroheim's eyes widened in shock. Then, before his very eyes, the statue came to life. Its composition. It's changing from stone to flesh. What the hell is going on? Had that classic JoJo-style dramatic reaction and commentary. A voice interrupted. Somehow, an unknown figure had appeared inside the lab, casually chiming in. Who's there? Stroheim's instincts immediately honed in on the intruder. Where are the guards? The remaining soldiers snapped their guns toward Chong Wei. Ignoring them, Chong Wei instead focused on the newly awakened Santana, now crouched on the ground. The weakest of the Pillar Men, huh? The ability to shift between organic and inorganic matter, now that's interesting. The Pillar Men's most unique trait was their ability to alternate between stone and flesh. Their cells held immense research value, possibly even achieving true omnipotence at the cellular level, perhaps even beyond that. You bastard! A German soldier rushed forward, aiming to smash Chong Wei with his rifle, but only to let out a sudden, agonized scream. Ayaha! Something had entered his body. Moments later, he began to change. In the blink of an eye, the soldier transformed into a vampire. At that same moment, Santana, still crouched low, lifted his head to stare at Chong Wei. Pretty sharp, aren't you? Chang Wei had just released a minuscule amount of life energy and vampire tissue, forcibly turning the soldier into a vampire. The newly turned vampire, driven by insatiable hunger, lunged at his former comrades. That's a vampire. Speedwagon, seated in a wheelchair, stared in utter disbelief at the unfolding horror. How about this? You turn prisoners into vampires? Now it's your turn to experience it firsthand. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send your power stones. Chapter 106, Chapter 107, The Pillarman is my bread. 1062 words. Chapter 107, The Pillarman is my bread. It's a vampire. What's going on? Open fire. That man. Could he be a pillarman? He actually turned someone into a vampire. The German soldiers were thrown into chaos. They had dealt with vampires before, but here, they were completely unprepared. Even if he were a pillarman, he would still need a stone mask to turn a human into a vampire. Speedwagon trembled, his face drenched in sweat as he spoke. At that moment, he was still fixated on Santana. Meanwhile, Chang Wei, who completely ignored them, filled Speedwagon with terror. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Stroheim's eyes widened. One of the turned soldiers sank his teeth into a fellow soldier's neck, frenziedly draining his blood. Others rushed in to separate them, only to have their limbs twisted and broken with ease. Gunfire erupted, tearing the vampire apart, sending flesh and blood flying, but even in such a state, he clung to his victim, refusing to let go. The next moment, the vampire completely drained the soldier dry, rapidly regenerating his body before lunging at another German soldier. Stroheim gritted his teeth, and instinctively reached for the self-destruction switch. He wasn't sure what was happening outside, but now, someone capable of creating vampires had breached the facility. No matter how much he refused to believe it, he had to assume the worst. Then, they saw Chang Wei wave his hand. The massive bulletproof glass shattered instantly. Santana immediately leaped forward, entering the room. Santana has broken in. That guy, the one creating vampires, he's after Santana. As expected, he's a pillarman too. Stroheim was utterly shocked, and Speedwagon was no better. The two were filled with horror. Moreover, since Chang Wei had reached them in an instant, it was likely that Jojo hadn't even arrived yet. As for why Santana had awakened early, Chang Wei speculated that his massacre of the German soldiers had stirred him from his slumber. Santana landed right in front of Chang Wei. Hearing Santana say his name made Stroheim even more astonished. He actually spoke my name? Impossible. He shouldn't be able to hear us from inside there. But Santana ignored everyone else and walked straight toward the vampire. Having just awakened from his deep slumber, he needed to replenish his life energy. And right now, the most energy-rich source present was the vampire. I don't have time for your little show. Chang Wei grabbed Santana by the throat and lifted him into the air. Santana's pupils contracted. The others were just as dumbfounded. Are they fighting each other? Stroheim was stunned. Speedwagon's eyes widened. Santana had never expected someone to grab him without suffering any consequences. His entire body constantly secreted a highly potent digestive fluid capable of dissolving almost any organism, essentially an ability to assimilate and absorb others. Yet somehow, this man remained completely unaffected. I'll just eat you first. Chang Wei's hand suddenly sank into Santana's neck. In the next instant, his head and body separated. Ayaha! Santana let out a piercing scream. He felt it. The terror of being hunted down and devoured. The parts of him touched by Chang Wei had already lost all sensation. Santana is afraid. Stroheim immediately realized this. What the hell? Why is he screaming like livestock being slaughtered? It's like the desperate cries of a wildebeest caught by a lion. Masaka. Speedwagon followed up with his usual dramatic narration. Santana encountered a predator. Is this man a monster that preys on pillar men? Just as vampires are like bread for pillar men, could it be that pillar men are his bread? Seriously? Chong Wei hadn't expected these two to keep narrating even in this situation, their speech somehow keeping pace with his every action. Not only that, but they had already analyzed so much in mere seconds. Shouldn't normal people be running for their lives at this point? Besides these two and a single vampire, everyone else was already dead. Why weren't they escaping? Meanwhile, Santana abandoned his body, his severed head lunging toward the vampire. Then he burrowed into it. So you sensed danger and fled. Chong Wei finished absorbing the remains and watched as the vampire was swiftly taken over by Santana. Immediately, Santana tried to escape through the nearby ventilation duct. But the next moment he froze. He couldn't move. What happened? Why isn't he moving? Stroheim and the others saw Santana attempt to flee, only to suddenly become motionless. Is he playing dead to fool that guy? It's just like how sheep freeze in fear. This is an instinctive paralysis caused by the presence of a superior predator. This man is truly the predator of the pillar men. Otherwise, he wouldn't have triggered Santana's genetic survival instincts. Speedwagon's eyes widened as he explained. Chong Wei leisurely walked up to Santana, placed a hand on his head and devoured him completely. As expected. These cells are even more advanced than mine in some ways. They even possess a rudimentary form of consciousness. Chong Wei observed the changes in his body with mild surprise. It was similar to how each part of the Shinra Bansho had its specialized cells. Teeth had teeth cells, eyes had eye cells, all forming a vast collective. However, pillar men cells were not fixed in function, they could adapt and replace each other. Once reduced to 1 cubic centimeter in size, they lose their vitality. Not quite omnipotent yet, just close. Chong Wei shook his head. Of course, some argued that only Santana would die if cut apart like that, whereas Kars and the other Moonlight brothers wouldn't suffer the same fate. But really, the only difference between Santana and Kars' group was that Santana didn't possess the Ripple gene. Although Kars called him a watchdog and an immature child, the gap between them couldn't be that vast. Santana had never even encountered the Ripple before, nor had he ever fought a Ripple user, so his resistance to it was weak. Then, Chong Wei turned his gaze to Stroheim. I should kill you now. Though he respected Stroheim's human spirit, that didn't mean he intended to spare him. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send your power stones. Chapter 107, Chapter 108, The Apex Predator of the Food Chain. 1158 words. Chapter 108, The Apex Predator of the Food Chain. Stroheim's eyes widened as he watched Chong Wei's hand pierce into his chest. Stroheim struggled. My body won't move. Chong Wei was attempting to transform Stroheim into a pillarman. Theoretically, once he absorbed a life form, he could instantly become that life form and assimilate it, as long as the target wasn't something too troublesome. Thus, Stroheim was turned into a pillarman. What's happening? My body. It's out of control. Stroheim felt a surge of power filling his body, yet he couldn't control it. How interesting. Stroheim, aren't you devoted to your beloved will and your beloved nation? In that case, I'll leave the task of destroying your nation to you. Bring me back all their genetic essence and souls. Chong Wei never considered himself a good person. He had wiped out multiple worlds already, but he didn't see himself as an evil person either. He simply acted according to his own desires. And Stroheim? He was just another plaything. By turning him into a pillarman and making him hunt down his own comrades while fully conscious, Chong Wei found amusement in the irony. Nantado. Stroheim broke into a cold sweat upon hearing Chong Wei's words. Destroy his own country. Impossible. I've already turned you into a pillarman and enhanced your survival abilities. Even exposure to ultraviolet rays or sunlight won't render you immobile. Your consciousness is still yours, but your actions will follow my will. At that moment, Chong Wei's smile appeared nothing short of demonic in the eyes of the two present. So it was true, he wasn't just a pillar man. He was a predator of pillar men, a being who could create them. Stroheim soon realized that his body was already moving. Step by step, he ascended the staircase with unwavering determination. This can't be happening. Inside, Stroheim fought desperately, convinced that his willpower could break free from the control. But reality was cruel. Even in terms of consciousness and spirit, Chong Wei utterly crushed him. As for how Stroheim would identify his targets, that was simple. Chong Wei had linked Stroheim's subconscious and memories to his body's instincts. The intelligent cells within him would automatically recognize enemies and objectives based on his memories. And Stroheim was a major, someone independently responsible for military research on the Pillar Men. His memories surely contained the identities of many key figures within his nation. Stroheim. Speedwagon watched in horror as Stroheim left without even looking back, leaving behind only himself, a room full of corpses, and Chong Wei. So terrifying. This is too terrifying, Jojo. Speedwagon trembled. He was just an ordinary old man, lacking the golden spirit of the Joestar lineage. Don't worry. I have no ill intentions toward you. You're the leader of the SPW Foundation, aren't you? Chong Wei smiled at Speedwagon. What do you want? Speedwagon wasn't stupid. Hearing Chong Wei specifically mention his identity, he immediately realized that the men needed him for something. I want you to send people to a certain place to find arrows. Chong Wei stated. Speedwagon was baffled. What kind of arrows? Had he misheard? Chong Wei assured him that he had not. The year was 1938. In the original timeline, Diavolo excavated the arrows in Egypt in 1986. Which meant that, right now, those stand arrows were still lying dormant somewhere in Egypt. The 6 arrows seen in the story were merely the ones that had been dug up. There was no telling how many more might exist. However, Chong Wei didn't intend to devour the entire country of Egypt. Even though, realistically, he absolutely could. If you manage to find them, I can grant you the body of a pillar man. You would be able to live for a very, very long time, and even regain your youth. Chong Wei offered. Speedwagon hesitated for a moment before firmly declining. For a brief instant, he had been tempted. But he quickly suppressed that thought. My offer stands indefinitely. You can always change your mind when you're on the verge of death. Chong Wei didn't mind. He smiled. Speedwagon swallowed hard. The temptation was a brutal test of his resolve. Exactly are you? He tried to probe for information, hoping to use the SPW Foundation's resources to uncover Chong Wei's identity. I'm no mere human. I am the apex predator of this planet's food chain, the natural enemy of all life. The vampires you fear. The Pillar Men. They are nothing more than my food. Chong Wei saw through Speedwagon's thoughts and answered accordingly. The apex predator of the food chain, the natural enemy of all life. Speedwagon was deeply shaken. Given the existence of terrifying beings like the Pillar Men and vampires, he didn't doubt Chong Wei's words, he only became even more afraid. Soon after, Chong Wei took Speedwagon with him, leaving Mexico and returning to America. At the same time, Joseph Joestar had been planning to find Speedwagon, only to discover that he had safely returned. This made Joseph very happy. Jojo, I'm sending you somewhere else. However, Speedwagon was drenched in cold sweat. He hastily found an excuse to send Joseph away. Otherwise, with Joseph Joestar's knack for getting into trouble, Speedwagon genuinely feared he would end up dead at Chong Wei's hands. Joseph was reluctant, but Speedwagon would rather have him causing trouble elsewhere than staying at home. Joseph, sensing his grandfather's nervousness, said nothing and left only to sneak back midway. Grandpa was acting way too nervous. Something's definitely up. Despite his carefree and unreliable demeanor, Joseph Joestar had sharp instincts. From inside the building, Chong Wei's gaze pierced through the walls, landing on the spying Joseph. Joseph Joestar, huh? If he was here, then that meant Jotaro Kujo would no longer inherit any Pillarman blood. There's a theory that Jotaro has traces of Pillarman blood since he's Joseph's grandson, and Suzy Q, Joseph's wife, was briefly possessed by the Pillarman Acidici. Technically, that could have given Jotaro a tiny bit of their genetic influence. Joseph's eyes widened in horror the moment he saw Chong Wei. That monster. The one who had killed the vampire Strizo. What was he doing here? Was this why Grandpa had been so desperate to get him away? Had he been targeted by this creature? He had to make that monster pay and rescue Grandpa. You sure have a lot of inner monologues. Chong Wei chuckled. Just then, Speedwagon returned. Chong Wei, I've made the arrangements. Speedwagon informed him. He had dispatched an entire team of 10,000 people to search every inch of Egypt. After all, Chong Wei had only provided a general location somewhere among Egypt's ruins. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send your power stones. Chapter 108, Chapter 109, Searching for Food. 1056 words. Chapter 109, Searching for food. There was nothing else he could do. This was all the information Chong Wei had for now. Besides, while searching for the arrow, he also planned to explore the meteorite craters and other locations. He was looking forward to seeing what his first stand would be like. Your grandson is back, Chong Wei said to Speedwagon. Speedwagon immediately realized that Jojo must have sneaked back, which made him furious. Why was this kid so disobedient? It doesn't matter, I'm not interested in him. Let's go. There's another Pillarman somewhere else. There are other Pillarmen? Speedwagon was shocked. Since Stroheim hadn't told Jojo about it, he naturally had no idea there was a second Pillarman. There are quite a few, actually 3 in total, Chong Wei said with a smile. Speedwagon's pupils contracted. 3 more Pillarmen? No, wait, if he counted Stroheim, that made 4. Speedwagon hadn't just been organizing excavation teams in Egypt, he had also investigated Stroheim. But in the end, he realized there was no need for an investigation because on that very day, Stroheim had attacked another German military base, resulting in the mysterious disappearance of over 1,000 German soldiers. It was considered a mysterious disappearance because there were no survivors, no corpses, and not a single drop of blood left at the scene. The next day, Stroheim arrived at the German war zone. This time, he directly wiped out an entire battalion. Any soldiers who tried to escape were effortlessly hunted down, and in full view of the others, he casually devoured them. As a result, Stroheim's transformation into a monster became a topic of international concern. War correspondents, unafraid of death, discovered that Stroheim only attacked Germans. So they frantically followed him, reporting his actions. And then they witnessed what a true monster was. Against German artillery fire, Stroheim dodged with eerie speed and reflexes. Even top-tier snipers who predicted his movements and fired ahead of him failed to penetrate his skin. This was because Chong Wei had slightly modified Stroheim's cells. His body could now transform directly into the hardest alloys. Ordinary firearms were completely ineffective against him. Moreover, his body had a special structure that dispersed force upon impact, allowing him to withstand tremendous pressure. Under these circumstances, even a direct hit from a cannon shell would be deflected off course in a bizarre manner. The shockwave and impact force would be completely dissipated. To Chong Wei, the most valuable aspect of the Pillar Men was their unique cellular properties, capable of converting inorganic materials like stone into their own bodies. Turning into stone wasn't useful, but transforming into various alloys. That was the best option. If he ever ended up in a world like Marvel, maybe he could even turn himself into living vibranium or adamantium. Reporters claimed that Germany was being punished by God, with a demon dragging them to hell. It did seem demonic. Every victim of Stroheim's attacks left no body, no blood, nothing at all. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Believing they were dragged to hell made perfect sense. This kind of fear spread among German soldiers. If not for their extreme loyalty and devotion to their Führer, they might have already collapsed. Even so, whenever Stroheim appeared, they couldn't help but waver. That's really Major Stroheim. Impossible. How could the Major betray our country? It's the Pillar Men. Major Stroheim was in charge of researching them. Was he controlled by one of them? The German forces were visibly shaken. According to rough estimates, Stroheim had already caused over 15,000 German military casualties. The Führer was furious but helpless. This monster, this demon, feared no attack. Their proud military and weapons were nothing but paper tigers before Stroheim, utterly useless. The German army even tried to exploit the fact that Stroheim didn't attack soldiers from other countries, hoping to convince the Allies to take him down. But the Allies all refused. Are you kidding? What if attacking him made the demon target them instead? No thanks, you can deal with him yourselves. Speedwagon didn't want to see more Pillar Men in the world. Just one Stroheim had already pushed Germany into retreat and chaos. If the other nations weren't hesitating due to uncertainty about Stroheim's stance, they might have already marched into Berlin. In short, Stroheim had shown Speedwagon just how terrifying the Pillar Men truly were. Speedwagon was about to arrange for a plane to take them to their destination, but before he could, Chong Wei grabbed him, and in the blink of an eye they were there. Where is this? Speedwagon looked around in disbelief. The ancient Roman Colosseum. Chong Wei smiled. But his words only made Speedwagon even more terrified. This ability to arrive instantly at a destination, how was it even possible? Then, Chong Wei casually punched the Bocca della Verita, shattering it and revealing the passage behind it. And as Chong Wei unleashed his aura without restraint, 3 sleeping Pillar Men were jolted awake. What's going on? This feeling. It's horrifying. My body is actually trembling. Something's here, something terrifying, something monstrous. Before the stationed German soldiers could even react, the 3 Pillar Men broke free from their seals and devoured them. They normally wouldn't bother eating such low-level creatures. But they had no choice, something terrifying was coming. They needed to replenish the energy lost during their slumber. Considering that Pillar Men lured prey with diamonds and other materials to absorb nutrients, it was clear they also required energy to sustain themselves. Santana, however, probably lacked this method of nourishment. Then, the 3 Pillar Men saw Chong Wei and the trembling Speedwagon following behind him. Who are you? Kars stared at Chong Wei, certain that he was the source of the threat. Chong Wei's gaze shifted to Acidicai. The next second Acidicai let out a miserable scream, as his body was torn apart, transforming into streaks of light that flowed into Chong Wei's body. Oh, so Pillar Men do taste good. Chong Wei mused. He hadn't expected Acidicai's genetic value to be so much higher than Santana's. If Santana was comparable to a hunter, then Acidicai was practically an ultimate hunter. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send your power stones. Chapter 109, Chapter 110, Daily Exploration of a New Look. 1125 words. Chapter 110, Daily Exploration of a New Look. Acidicai. Kar's eyes widened in shock. Lord Acidicai. Wamu's pupils contracted as well, his face filled with disbelief at the scene before him. What had they just witnessed? Acidicai, one of the Pillar Men, had been devoured in an instant by their opponent. Yes, because they themselves were Pillar Men, they could clearly perceive what had just happened. Acidicide had been consumed before their very eyes by some unknown method. And his presence had vanished completely, ruling out the possibility that he was merely playing dead. They couldn't comprehend what had just transpired, or perhaps they simply refused to believe it. This left them frozen in place, unable to react. In front of him, even the terrifying pillar men are nothing more than food, like cattle and sheep, mighty yet still at the mercy of humans for slaughter. Speedwagon shook his head at the sight of the two pillar men, whose instincts had triggered a playing dead response in the face of terror. Chong Wei was curious about how many genetic points the ultimate life form would have, so he began walking toward Wamu and Kars. Lord Kars. Wamu snapped out of his daze the moment he saw Chong Wei move, immediately stepping in front of Kars. Faced with Chong Wei's overwhelming aura and terrifying pressure, he could no longer afford to worry about Kars stepping on his shadow. Rather, just standing before Chong Wei already demanded every ounce of his strength, leaving him no room to be concerned with anything else. Kars, too, was shaken. Wamu, we don't know what we're dealing with. Retreat for now. Kars immediately made a decision. He was wary of the attack that had just disintegrated Acidicide. He hadn't even seen how it worked, nor did he understand its effects. If they were also eliminated in an instant, what then? They still had to find the red stone of Aya. But Lord Kars, against such a powerful foe. Wamu, as a warrior, had his pride ignited. His eyes burned with a deep yearning as he looked at Chong Wei. This was the first time he had encountered an opponent who made him tremble uncontrollably with fear. The sheer terror of how Chong Wei had devoured Acidicide in an instant only fueled his battle lust. He had no human emotions and couldn't truly comprehend fear. But was this what the Ripple clan had felt when they stood against him time and time again? Wait until we become ultimate life forms. Right now, fighting is just meaningless sacrifice. Kars remained on guard, eyes locked onto Chong Wei. Kars was always cautious and calculating. He wouldn't act unless he was confident of victory. Understood, Lord Kars. Wamu hesitated for a moment before ultimately yielding. Because it was Lord Kars' command. Fortunately for them, Chong Wei did not stop their retreat. Next, I should go find the red stone of Aya. Chong Wei let them flee, allowing fear to spread further before delivering them true despair. He had already pinpointed Lisa's location. After all, no one could hide from his telepathic abilities unless they abandoned all thought entirely. Initially, he could have made Lisa come to him and hand over the red stone of Aya herself, but whether out of neglect or disinterest in mental control, he chose otherwise. Instead, Speedwagon once again experienced the feeling of instant teleportation. And before them stood Lisa, clad in a flowing white dress. Who are you people? Lisa's pupils shrank. In the next moment, Chong Wei's fingertip touched her forehead. Ripple energy acquired. Chong Wei instantly mastered ripple energy, quickly refining it to surpass all previous practitioners. To him, learning ripple energy was just another checkbox on a list. He didn't expect it to be of much use. Still, upon deeper analysis, he found certain aspects of it quite valuable. After all, being able to block bullets with one's hair was an absurd ability. Not to mention the exaggerated feat of manipulating leaves through ripple energy. It even allowed for walking on water using its elasticity. Lisa obediently handed over the red stone of Aya. Chong Wei picked up the gemstone. It was one of his main objectives. Its structure was absolutely fascinating. Aya stones were rare and stunning gemstones, reflecting light billions of times within, amplifying it before emitting it in a concentrated beam, a miraculous power born from nature. The red stone of Aya, in particular, was a flawless version without a single impurity. It was an unparalleled amplifier of ripple and sunlight, capable of focusing sunlight into a beam powerful enough to pierce concrete in an instant. When used with ripple, it could multiply its power thousands if not millions of times. What intrigued Chong Wei most was its unique structure. If structural mechanics could analyze and enhance its properties, he could theoretically develop superhuman heat vision, and with even greater potency. A single blast could potentially annihilate the Earth. That was why he had scared off Kars and Wamuu to buy time to study the red stone of Aya before eventually letting them evolve into ultimate life forms. My eyes need some adjustments. At the very least, I need to replicate this structure within my retinas. Though, I should be careful not to accidentally vaporize my own head if I ever look up at the sun. With microscopic vision down to the molecular level, Chang Wei could easily observe the red stone of Aya's intricate internal structure while simultaneously modifying his own eyes. Of course, he didn't necessarily have to use his eyes, he was just doing this for fun, trying to mimic heat vision. In reality, he could also develop something akin to Guyver's bioblaster or solar storm attacks. If he really wanted, he could even modify it into a chest-mounted particle cannon. Or if I wanted to go for a more divine aesthetic, I could just put a third eye on my forehead. Chang Wei touched his forehead, and a thin line of blood formed. The line then split open, revealing a vertical pupil. This vertical eye had a crystalline, ruby-like appearance. Unlike normal human eyes, it didn't look grotesque or horrifying. Instead, it gave off an artistic flair, much like the iconic third eye of Erlangchen as portrayed by Vincent Chow. Looks pretty good. Chang Wei admired himself in the mirror and realized this had potential. Moreover, he didn't need to keep the eye open all the time, he could just leave the thin bloodline across his forehead. Like Li Ronghao's eyes, the slit would still allow light to pass through, meaning the power wouldn't be diminished. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send your power stones. Chapter 110, Chapter 111, The Birth of the Perfect Being. 1127 words. Chapter 111, The Birth of the Perfect Being. If I changed the red to silver, it would be the spitting image of focused Erlangchen played by Vincent Chow. Chang Wei spent a long time experimenting with different designs, before finally diving into analyzing the internal structure of the red stone of Aya. This research took 5 or 6 days. At last, Chang Wei successfully deciphered the internal structure of the red stone of Aya, and applied its properties to himself. Earth is truly the best teacher. Every time I think I've surpassed it, it slaps me awake again. Chang Wei sighed. Now his eyes were as sharp as ever, shining like the legendary fiery golden eyes. In fact, he had officially named them fiery golden eyes. The crystalline structure inside the red stone of Aya could reflect light billions of times. After fully analyzing its complex structure, Chang Wei modified and enhanced it, pushing the reflection count into the tens of billions. As for its power, he tested amplifying it with his Ripple Chi Kung Fu, and casually fired a beam from his eyes, vaporizing an entire mountain with ease. In the current world, where nuclear weapons no longer existed, Speedwagon was left speechless at the sight. This monster, no, this god. Only a god could possess such an ability to effortlessly reshape landscapes, and completely erase a mountain from existence. If that wasn't divine power, then what was? Chang Wei was quite satisfied. From now on, his most powerful attack was no longer his fully charged radiant heat line. That move lacked technical depth. Even though he understood the Bunsen burner principle and applied it, the most it could do was blast a continent into the sky just slightly stronger than a continental shelf oscillator. But now, if his fiery golden eyes were fired at full power, he had a feeling they could pierce through the Earth's core and destroy the entire planet. Of course, that was just a feeling, he hadn't actually tested it. He wouldn't be so reckless as to waste Earth on an experiment. As for trying it on other planets in the solar system, did people really think tampering with the solar system's mass wouldn't affect it? That could throw the entire solar system's gravity off balance and lead to the sun swallowing all its planets before going supernova. Ultimate life form, you've been waiting long enough. Stretching lazily, Chang Wei couldn't even be bothered to search for Kars and Wamuu. Instead, he directly telekinetically seized their bodies and pulled them over. Kars and Wamuu looked completely stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening until they saw Chang Wei. The stone mask. The perfect stone mask, this is it, right? Chang Wei casually bent the sunlight to prevent the two from turning to stone. The perfect stone mask Kars carried then floated uncontrollably into Chang Wei's hands. Chang Wei curiously examined its molecular structure, ensuring he could replicate it perfectly if needed. He wasn't sure if it would have any effect on him, but it might be worth trying in the future. For now he embedded the red stone of Aya into the perfect stone mask's groove. The groove automatically fused with the stone. Kars' eyes widened. The red stone of Aya, something he had pursued for so long, was now right in front of him, successfully mounted onto the mask. What was this man planning? All right then, let's mass-produce perfect stone masks. Chang Wei raised his other hand. A second identical perfect stone mask, also embedded with a red stone of Aya, appeared. Then, he simultaneously placed the two masks onto Kars and Wamu's faces. As his telekinesis faded, the fierce midday sunlight poured onto their bodies. Kars and Wamu didn't hesitate. They lifted their heads to embrace the sunlight. Ayahawa. The red stone of Aya on the perfect stone mask flared to life, transforming into a dazzling, multicolored radiance. But alongside that light came an agonizing pain. The sunlight was carbonizing their flesh. Yet they resisted their instinct to turn to stone, for they could feel that their bodies were evolving. Not just pain, a brand new sensation surged within them. This transformation was far more intense than the one Kars had undergone in the original story using ultraviolet lamps. Their entire bodies glowed with radiant hues, their skeletons visibly shining through their flesh. Then the perfect stone masks shattered, revealing their transformed bodies. Power. Wamu's pupils contracted as he felt it, a surging power coursing through his entire being. Kars, however, remained silent, staring at his own hand in deep thought. Moments later, his hand began to morph into blooming flowers, animals, insects. This was the ability of the ultimate life form, the perfect being. To possess every ability of every living creature, freely altering bones and muscle cells at will. He could regenerate instantly, grow wings, transform his hand into a squirrel, a butterfly, or a flower, turn his wing feathers into hard shells and shoot them like projectiles, then morph them into piranhas, and even survive in magma by forming hollow armor around himself. Of course, these abilities weren't too special. Even the blacklight virus could do that, and arguably better. What truly interested Chang Wei was the other abilities of the ultimate life form. In the official spin-off novel George Joestar, Kars not only possessed immense combat power and intelligence, but also displayed unparalleled persuasion skills, convincing Killer Queen to abandon its user, Kira, and join him. The ability to attack spiritual and intangible entities. Immunity to mind control, mental attacks, and soul destruction. His body contained 37 souls and countless disc abilities. Immunity to mind manipulation, spirit attacks, and soul destruction, plus the ability to strike intangible entities. That was what Chang Wei truly wanted. Through mimicry, he could acquire and enhance other stand users' abilities, creating ultimate versions of the massive submarine equipped with missiles. Control over sand, forming 200 x 300 meter rock pillars stronger than multiple buildings. All of Killer Queen's abilities. His third bomb could be set on himself for infinite time loops. All of D4C's abilities. All of Whitesnake's abilities. He could freely grant others stands and adjust their parameters. All of Sea Moon's abilities. All of Made in Heaven's abilities, with the precision to accelerate only himself while aging his enemy's body parts. Looks like I really can't control them now. Chang Wei's telepathy and mind control no longer worked on Kars and Wamu. But rather than being displeased, he was satisfied. If they weren't immune, then devouring the perfect life form would only be a minor upgrade for him. What exactly are you after? Now overflowing with confidence, Kars fixed his gaze on Chang Wei and demanded an answer. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send your power stones. Chapter 111, Chapter 112, The Wisdom of Humanity. 1091 words. Chapter 112, The Wisdom of Humanity. Chang Wei ignored Kars and Wamu's words. In an instant, his terrifying telekinesis took hold of them. The composed expressions on Kars and Wama's faces immediately collapsed. They could feel a crushing pressure beyond imagination. Chang Wei's telekinesis had been strengthened multiple times. While the T-virus hadn't surpassed the black light virus like the divine light virus had, it was still a part of his body. Over time, it had been subtly enhanced alongside his evolution. This had elevated Chang Wei's telekinesis to an entirely new level. He wasn't sure how he compared to the so-called strongest telekinetic master in the universe, that octopus, nor whether he could crush Hell Tornado. But against Kars and Wamu, there was no issue at all. They might be able to resist mind reading and mental control, but Chang Wei's sheer strength was too overwhelming. Even at full power, they couldn't break free from his grasp. Kars and Wama struggled frantically, their bodies beginning to transform. They hardened into shells only for those shells to be instantly crushed by the immense pressure. Aha! The two ultimate beings felt true terror and the looming threat of death. They howled instinctively, unable to understand what was happening. This fear was beyond their comprehension, yet it was an undeniable biological instinct. Kars, realizing this, was in utter disbelief. Losing composure out of fear. What a disgrace! Did he still look like an ultimate being? But now wasn't the time for such thoughts. Kars had no energy to spare for pride. His only thought was survive. Survive. Chang Wei maintained steady pressure, curious if Kars and Wama could surprise him. Unfortunately, even as they were compressed into two tiny, peanut-sized particles, they never managed to break free. I might be too strong. After casually flexing in a humble brag, Chang Wei absorbed the two particles. In this state, the ultimate beings had lost consciousness. Their vitality had surpassed that of the Pillar Men, yet it was still useless against him. Chang Wei took a moment to sense the changes in his body. He could now freely transform into any life form on Earth. This was significant although he had already absorbed the genetic data of multiple Earths across different worlds. JoJo's world contained many unique species. The stone people alone were already absurd. For Chang Wei, this was essentially an upgrade to his genetic database. More importantly, he had acquired resistance to mind reading and mental control, as well as the ability to attack spiritual entities. He already possessed similar abilities, but he never minded adding more options to his arsenal. Excellent! With his absorption complete, it was time to collect the other valuable elements of JoJo's world. The supernatural beings in this world were vast and diverse. First and foremost was a terrifying truth, one that was clear yet deeply unsettling souls. Upon death, sentient beings in this world became spirits. Most ascended into the sky, their destination unknown. To the people of JoJo's world, this was a mundane fact. But to an outsider like Chang Wei, it felt profoundly unnatural. Where the hell did all these souls go? Then there was the Ghost Girls Alley in Morio Town, a nexus between this world and the afterlife. Any soul that turned back within the alley would be dragged into hell. Apparently, according to Araki's rules, as long as you couldn't see it, you'd be fine. A blind person might wander through without a care. And then there were the possibly real, possibly fake aliens, though they seemed more like stand users. Other bizarre phenomena included assassination feng shui, a combination of Chinese geomancy and the stand dragon's dream, determining a person's fortune based on their position. Standing in an auspicious spot meant being protected by fate, while standing in an unlucky spot led to a chain of misfortunes. Skyfish, a transitional species between vertebrates and invertebrates from 300 to 400 million years ago. They feed on heat, absorbing warmth through specialized cells beneath their skin. Targeted areas of the body suffer extreme heat loss, leading to illness. Their flight speed reaches 200 kilometers per hour. The mountain god, a deity in Japan's millionaire village. Any breach of etiquette within the village results in divine punishment, each violation causing the death of a close relative. Rokakaka demon, a creature from Japan's Rokakaka, existing solely to reproduce. After leaving offspring, it dies in front of its beloved, its body remaining in a death-like state while circulating blood. This situation often makes it seem like its beloved personally killed it, though it was actually an accident. The ultimate scumbag of supernatural creatures. Moon rabbit, a deity worshipped by a Japanese family. Anyone who leaves their home on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival is killed. Four-dimensional beings. The cursed jar. The symmetrical demon. The cursed painting sealed beneath the Louvre, which nearly got Rohan Kishibe killed. JoJo's world was packed with eerie mysteries. It was hard to say if its supernatural elements were on par with Hellsing, but they were certainly in the same league. Meanwhile, Speedwagon had witnessed the entire scene of Chong Wei consuming the two ultimate beings. However, not knowing the difference between an ultimate being and a Pillarman, he was shocked but not utterly horrified. Chong Wei had deliberately refrained from letting the ultimate beings show off their abilities. No need to terrify the old man too much. Chong Wei, we've found the arrow you were looking for. 10 days later, Speedwagon stood before him, delivering the news. You found it. Chong Wei immediately got up. Lately, his only source of entertainment had been watching Stroheim lead Germany to its doom. In this pre-nuclear era, Stroheim was nearly invincible until he fell victim to human ingenuity. Tricked into a trap, his body was destroyed. Even though Chong Wei had modified the Pillar Men's abilities, one individual could never outmatch an entire team of researchers. Especially when, at this point in history, some of humanity's brightest scientific minds were concentrated in Germany. So it was no surprise that Stroheim was taken down. The remnants of his bio-enhanced body were recovered by Germany for study, in hopes of discovering its weaknesses. His final rampage left 28,127 dead, including 137 officers. Countless tanks and military equipment were lost, inflicting massive wartime damage on an already struggling Germany. The worst part? The losses had no strategic meaning or value. It was a complete waste. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send your power stones. Chapter 112, Chapter 113, My Stand. 1144 words. Chapter 113, My Stand. Germany was now too preoccupied with its own troubles, and countries like the United States and Britain had begun launching fierce attacks against the already weakened Nazi regime. The generals in charge were even boasting that they would reach Berlin within a month and capture Hitler alive. Meanwhile, Chong Wei was considering when to create the second Pillarman. Oh wait, now that he had the ultimate life form template, he could directly create an ultimate life form instead. However, now that he had received news of the stand arrows, he no longer cared about that matter. Chong Wei brought Speedwagon with him, and arrived in Egypt in what seemed like an instant. Then, he saw 6 arrows and a bow placed inside a glass cabinet. Have you conducted any research on them? Staring at the stand arrows inside the cabinet, Chong Wei asked without even turning his head. We have researched them. Speedwagon quickly replied. Of course, they had to study them at the very least. They needed to figure out why a godlike being such as Chong Wei was so interested in these arrows. Chong Wei didn't care much. He simply reached out and ate the glass cabinet along with the bow and arrows inside it. At that moment, one of the uniquely shaped arrows pierced his body. No, it didn't actually pierce him. With his flesh's level of durability, the arrow had no chance of penetrating. It was merely an illusion, a sensory deception. Chong Wei was slightly surprised. Unknown virus detected. Activating supervirus system. Virus analysis complete. Based on host's knowledge, identified as stand virus. Chong Wei felt a moment of disorientation. The next instant, a shadow behind him began to materialize. This is... Turning around, Chong Wei saw the shadowy figure of his stand. Strangely, he immediately understood his stand's abilities, as well as a system-generated interface based on them. A small panel appeared under the Stand Virus section, displaying information about his stand. Stand name, Made in China. Destructive power. Precision. Durability. Potential. Ability, Made in China can replicate and create any object, stand, creature, or thing. The replicas/creations cannot be destroyed. If given to someone other than the user, they will disappear after 10 hours. Additionally, it can also grant copied stands to others. What the hell? What kind of joke was this Made in China? If it evolves into a Requiem stand, won't it be Made in China, Requiem? And if it surpasses heaven, it'll be Made in China, over heaven. That actually sounds kinda cool. Chong Wei mused over this. As for all the question marks on the panel, it wasn't surprising his stats likely exceeded the A rank limit, but hadn't quite reached an infinite level, hence the ambiguous readings. Still, this ability seemed very interesting. There were a lot of ways to make use of it. At first glance, his stand resembled Silver Chariot Requiem, but in reality, its form was quite different. While Silver Chariot Requiem had a cowboy-like design, Made in China constantly shifted between the forms of a demon, a human, and a monster. Did this symbolize Chong Wei's ever-changing abilities and thoughts? To replicate or create something, Made in China had to make physical contact with the target. The more complex the object, the longer it took to copy, and the longer contact had to be maintained. Fortunately, Made in China came with a backup function. Once something was copied once, it could be recreated freely without needing to be copied again. The stand virus had already been fully analyzed by the system, and its evolution path had only one route, stand evolution. Whether it was Requiem, over heaven, or heaven's creation, all of them were simply stand evolutions. If Made in China evolved into a Requiem stand, what would it become? Considering that Gold Experience Requiem and Silver Chariot Requiem had abilities completely unrelated to their original forms, Chong Wei suspected that Made in China, Requiem would also gain an entirely new power. More importantly, he wondered if it would develop self-awareness, like how Gold Experience Requiem killed King Crimson without its user even knowing. He already knew the conditions for reaching over heaven, but his system could bypass those requirements. As long as he had enough gene points, he could evolve Made in China into Made in China, over heaven. Chong Wei pondered for a moment. If his stand could develop an ability to travel through parallel worlds, that would be great. After all, the JoJo universe had an incredibly vast multiverse, with all sorts of possibilities. Forget it. For now. I'll put this matter aside. Chong Wei was always cautious. Stand abilities could be ridiculously broken. For example, heaven's creation could accelerate not just the world, but the entire universe, a truly incomprehensible concept. He disliked situations that were beyond his control, and detested anything that exceeded his understanding. He definitely wasn't like Father Pucci, who had the guts to speed up the whole universe. Still, I could go find Dio and Father Pucci now, let them contract the stand virus, and acquire the world and Whitesnake. Chong Wei decided on his next move. With Divine Light Virus and the Ultimate Life Form, he could already obtain other people's stands, even upgraded versions. And now, with Made in China, he had yet another way to do so. As for Whitesnake, he simply wanted its ability. Of course, Father Pucci didn't exist yet, so he had plenty of time to wait. Unless he could acquire a stand that could accelerate time. After testing Made in China's abilities, he became particularly interested in its indestructible feature. If it was truly unbreakable, he'd never have to worry about defense again. However, after conducting actual experiments, Chong Wei shook his head. The creations and replicas of Made in China weren't fundamentally different from normal objects. The so-called indestructibility didn't exist, it was just that their durability was ridiculously high. He suspected that this durability was linked to himself. Curious, he copied his own stand Made in China, and gave it to Speedwagon, letting him test its replication ability. The results were clear. Items created by Chong Wei's Made in China were at least nuclear explosion resistant, practically indestructible. However, Speedwagon's version of Made in China was much weaker. When he tried to test its durability, the object broke apart with a single touch. Maybe it's because foreigners don't truly understand the power of Made in China. Chang Wei briefly entertained the thought, but dismissed it as too ridiculous. As for searching the Atlantic for Dio, he didn't bother asking the SPW Foundation for help. Instead, he took matters into his own hands, swiftly locating Dio himself. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send your power stones. Chapter 113, Chapter 114, Your Turn, Dio. 1210 words. Chapter 114, Your Turn, Dio. Dio had been lost in the Atlantic for quite some time, making Chang Wei go through a lot of trouble to find him. But in the end, Chang Wei still managed to track him down. After salvaging Dio from the depths, Chang Wei opened the coffin only to be ambushed by Dio, who had been lying inside for ages. Now fully awakened, Dio felt an overwhelming hunger. Conveniently, a loaf of bread was standing right in front of him. And judging by appearance alone, Chang Wei wasn't too bad looking either. At the very least, Dio thought that this particular meal seemed rather appetizing. You've got quite a bit of energy, huh? Just as Dio registered those words, his mind went blank. Chang Wei had used his psychic abilities to knock him out cold. Vampires were generally tricky to subdue, but that didn't apply to Chang Wei. Without much hassle, Chang Wei brought Dio back to the SPW Foundation headquarters. There he had Speedwagon arrange a private room for him before tossing Dio inside. By the time Dio regained consciousness, the way he looked at Chang Wei had already changed. He had believed that becoming a vampire made him invincible. Yet, he had encountered Chang Wei, a man who knocked him unconscious in an instant. Dio despised that feeling. Until he figured out what had happened, he wouldn't act recklessly. You've learned your lesson, huh? At least that means you've got a brain. Chang Wei smiled as he stepped into the room. What exactly are you? A Ripple user from the Ripple clan? Or a member of the Joestar family? Dio asked calmly, keeping his eyes fixed on Chang Wei. I have no obligation to answer that. Now then, I've prepared a dog kennel for you. Get in, Dio. Chang Wei's tone shifted to that of someone calling for a pet dog. As if to accompany his words, a kennel actually materialized beside him. Judging by its size, Dio would have no choice but to crawl if he wanted to fit inside. You bastard! Are you mocking me? Dio roared. You're a villain, Dio. Chang Wei suddenly spoke in a quiet yet chilling tone. A truly repulsive villain. And while I'm certainly no saint, the way I was raised makes it impossible for me to resist tormenting someone like you. Some might call that hypocrisy, believing that only I am allowed to commit evil, while others are not. But I prefer to call it something else. I simply do as I please. Good and evil. They mean nothing compared to my desires. Dio was momentarily stunned. This guy was a far greater monster than he had expected. That tone, that expression, and unrestrained madness laid bare for all to see. Dio could tell that Chang Wei wasn't posturing. He wasn't some street thug trying to act tough. This was genuine, raw insanity. Now make your choice, Dio. Chang Wei continued. Either I rewrite your memories, turning you into a real dog to be kept as my pet, or you crawl in yourself, preserving what little remains of your so-called dignity. Oh, I almost forgot you consider yourself a noble vampire, don't you? Very well, then. The choice is yours, be a dog, or remain as Dio, with your own thoughts intact. Dio stared at Chang Wei, his mind racing. Then he stood up. The moment Chang Wei uttered that word, Dio's body collapsed against his will. Honoree. Kono Dioga. Dio's entire body tensed, but he had no control over it. I never gave permission for a dog to stand up and walk like a human. Chang Wei chuckled. Dio struggled for a moment before finally gritting his teeth and crawling forward. He already knew there was no point in resisting Chang Wei. And he wasn't about to bet on whether Chang Wei could truly alter his memories. Besides, as a vampire, even killing himself wasn't an easy feat, but Dio's patience was far beyond ordinary. A bit of humiliation. If he ever got the chance, he would make Chang Wei pay. And so he crawled into the kennel. This kennel wasn't just any regular cage. It had been formed by Chang Wei's stand, made in China, by replicating the properties of the ultimate life form. Since the ultimate life form could transform into anything, turning into an indestructible cage was a simple task. This way, Dio wouldn't be able to pull any tricks or rely on the bizarre supernatural forces of the JoJo universe to escape. Chang Wei found his stand quite handy. It could even replicate the ultimate life form. If only it could duplicate himself, then he could have all sorts of fun, even if his only ability was made in China. This stand had the potential to be a true final boss. The possibilities were endless. It could replicate firearms and ammunition, making Speedwagon's black market deals practically effortless. The only downside was the heavy strain on stamina and mental energy, definitely not something an old man like Speedwagon could handle. It could even create highly toxic chemical compounds for assassinations that left no trace. And most terrifying of all, it could copy living beings. Animals, humans. The potential for chaos was limitless. Inside the kennel, Dio was on the verge of snapping. This humiliation was far worse than what he had initially imagined. But even if he exploded with rage, there was nothing he could do to escape the kennel's grasp. Chang Wei pulled out a stand arrow, another creation of Made in China. The original had long since been absorbed by him. Looking at Dio, he hesitated for a moment. The main problem was figuring out where to stab Dio to ensure he awakened the world. If he got it wrong, he might lose the ability to stop time. That wouldn't do. Jotaro's Star Platinum was still years away from fully developing, and it wasn't technically a time-stop ability, but rather extreme physical acceleration. Dio's body belonged to Jonathan Joestar, with only his head remaining his own. More importantly, in the original story, Dio hadn't fully adapted to Jonathan's body, yet his left side was still weak. By bringing Dio back so many years earlier, Chang Wei wondered, had he fully merged with Jonathan's body? Would the world still have its scuba gear phase? In the end, he decided to just go for it. He stabbed Dio with the stand arrow. Dio immediately felt something change within him. He had no idea what Chang Wei had just done or why he had been pierced with a golden arrow. But this feeling was absolutely excruciating. In reality, his spirit and soul were being consumed, condensed into the form of a stand. Now, all Chang Wei had to do was wait. And he would personally stand guard. He didn't need sleep. He didn't need food or water. And to prevent any of the JoJo universe's supernatural forces from interfering, he figured it was best to keep watch himself. If Dio couldn't endure the process, if something unexpected happened, Chang Wei would be there to handle it immediately. The process lasted for several days and nights. And then Chang Wei finally saw Dio's stand manifest. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send your power stones. Chapter 114, Chapter 115, Whitesnake of the World. 1136 words. Chapter 115, Whitesnake of the World. Seeing the world's appearance, Chang Wei relaxed a little. It looked just like in the original storyline. But he couldn't let his guard down completely just yet. He instructed Made in China to make contact with the world. When Made in China replicates someone else's stand, it turns the stand into a card before implanting it in another person. This works similarly to stand discs. Whoever receives the card gains a stand, and the card even includes the stand's stats and ability panel. Chang Wei wasn't sure if Made in China created this ability based on his subconscious desires and understanding. Fortunately, the world's stats didn't differ much from the original story. The reason Chang Wei sighed in relief wasn't just because the world's appearance remained unchanged, it was because this confirmed that his approach was correct. This meant he could use this method to obtain all the overpowered stands from the original series. But with my current strength, I can already destroy planets. Most destructive stands don't mean much to me unless they have special properties, like Bohemian Rhapsody or Underworld. But I absolutely can't miss out on Killer Queen. That pink cat is just too cool. Among all stands, Killer Queen was Chang Wei's favorite, not for its design, though. He was a dog person, not a cat person. What he liked was its ability, silent explosions, and that ultra-stylish button-pressing motion. Araki truly had a talent for choreographing stand abilities. It was Killer Queen that first drew him into JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and from there, he caught up on the rest of the series. He also found Hanged Man's ability pretty awesome, high-speed movement via reflections. Too bad its precision wasn't on par with Silver Chariot. If it were, it could have single-handedly wiped out Jotaro and his team. King Crimson was a bit of a letdown in terms of colors and design. Star Platinum and the World were fine, while Golden Experience and Crazy Diamond were also solid. Dio, come out. Striking a classic JoJo pose, Chang Wei pointed straight at Dio. Dio had no time for theatrics. He focused on controlling his newfound power, though after only a few days, he had barely figured out how to use it, and had yet to discover time stop. As soon as the world manifested, it attacked Chang Wei on sight. Dio had already tried using his own strength to break free from this cage, but to no avail. Not knowing whether this strange being could do it either, he decided not to take any chances, and went straight for the kill. You think you can sneak attack me when I can already see your stand? Behind Chang Wei, Made in China instantly took shape. Its design resembled Silver Chariot Requiem, but with a six-armed Azura form. Aura, 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 aura. With a roar, Made in China punched the air, and the world fearlessly met its blows, trading furious punches. Bang, 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 bang. The deafening impact sent shockwaves that even made Dio cough up blood. But strangely, the surrounding walls, the cage, and even Chang Wei remained completely untouched. Of course, this was due to Chang Wei's psychic force shielding everything around him. Even a nuclear explosion wouldn't leave a scratch. The world was completely overwhelmed by Made in China's attacks. It simply couldn't match its speed. Dio felt the pain of every blow throughout his body. He coughed up mouthfuls of blood, his body breaking apart, shattering like glass as if the force beating down on the world was tearing him apart as well. Realizing it couldn't withstand Made in China's barrage, the world raised both arms in a defensive stance like a shield. It was useless. Made in China had 6 arms, and its strength and speed outclassed the world's completely. Unlike the world, whose power and speed were capped at A rank, Made in China only had an A because the stat panel didn't go any higher. More importantly, Made in China was far larger than the world, almost the size of the classic Star Platinum from the old JoJo anime. This was because Chang Wei's immense psychic and physical strength resulted in his stand also being extraordinarily large, towering over him. Under the relentless beating, the world was pummeled beyond recognition. The extreme pressure forced it to awaken its time-stop ability. In an instant, everything froze in place. Unlike the original storyline, where Dio slowly discovered time stop, this time, he had a clear reference: Chang Wei. Seeing both Chang Wei and his massive stand completely motionless, and noting that everything around him had frozen, Dio's sharp mind immediately deduced that he had stopped time. So this is my new power. Dio was ecstatic. Previously, this mysterious powerhouse had appeared out of nowhere, his abilities bizarre and terrifying. Even as a vampire, Dio had found himself utterly powerless, unable to come up with any countermeasure. It had been infuriating. He couldn't see any way to turn the situation around. His opponent was simply too overwhelmingly strong. Resistance was futile. But now, everything had changed. An immortal body, eternal life, and now. Ha ha ha. Even that so-called unstoppable force was at his mercy. 1 second passed. Time resumed its normal flow. Dio had no idea that time stop had a fixed duration, and before he could react, Made in China's fist slammed into the world's head. The impact left the world dazed and Dio blacked out for a brief moment. So you've finally awakened, time stop. Chang Wei had been holding back the entire time. If he wanted, Made in China could have obliterated the world instantly. But he had restrained himself, wanting to give Dio enough pressure to trigger his stand's full potential. Now, even though time stop only lasted a second, Chang Wei's superhuman perception detected the molecular discontinuities and fragmentation in the air. His entire surroundings were covered in his psychic field, allowing him to perceive even molecular-level changes. It was impossible to hide. Even if time stopped, any action left traces, minute shifts in molecular structures and material exchange. Since time stop had fully awakened, there was no need to hold back anymore. Chang Wei activated ultimate life form absorption on Dio. Dio struggled in hatred and frustration. Time stop was still too short, just 1 second wasn't enough for a vampire to turn the tables. Chang Wei didn't choose to kill Dio using the world's own abilities, fearing that doing so might prevent him from acquiring the world as a stand. He absorbed Dio completely, then spat out his intact skeleton. He was curious, could Green Baby be born from Dio's remains? Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send your power stones. Chapter 115, Chapter 116, Made in China, the World. 1148 words. Chapter 116, Made in China, the World. Some say that the green baby born from a pile of corpses is actually a substitute for Jonathan Joestar, otherwise, it wouldn't be so friendly toward Jolene and her group. However, it's important to note that the green baby is not a stand. This thing is an unknown entity. In fact, whether it even qualifies as a living being is uncertain. It is neither Jonathan nor Dio, but rather the fusion of 36 sinners' souls. Dio's toe bone, after being awakened by Sports Max's stand, Limp Bizkit, gained self-awareness. Within the Special Punishment Isolation Ward, it transformed 36 prisoners into plants and absorbed their souls, ultimately giving birth to the green baby. It bears the distinct Joestar family birthmark. At first, upon encountering Jolene and Anna Sui approaching it, the green baby perceived them as threats and manifested its stand, green grass of home, shrinking them with its ability. This marked the beginning of its capacity for thought, and its ability to manipulate its stand in combat. This leads to a contradiction since the green baby has its own stand, green grass of home. Theoretically, it shouldn't be a stand itself. The ability of green grass of home is both simple and powerful. Everything within the green baby's vicinity continuously shrinks. Its power is inspired by Zeno's paradox in physics. Starting from an unknown distance from the green baby, anything, whether objects or people, shrinks in proportion to the distance they cover. For example, if one moves halfway toward it, their height and the remaining distance also shrink by half. In its default state, green grass of home is very small and non-aggressive. However, in contrast to its shrinking victims, as it gets closer to its target, its form grows larger. If it senses anyone trying to approach the green baby, it instinctively attacks, eliminating any would-be intruders. Thus, no one can make physical contact with the green baby. Much like its user, green grass of home has the intelligence and personality of a newborn. However, as the green baby begins to develop cognition and understanding, its stand's attacks become more vicious and cunning, such as using strong winds to hurl small stones at Jolene and Anna Sui at twice their original velocity, attempting to crush them. If one leaves the green baby's vicinity or piques its interest, they return to normal size. Chang Wei intended to replicate the conditions that gave birth to the green baby. He didn't need to find Limp Bizkit to awaken souls, he could do that himself. As for sinners' souls, Chang Wei had none, as most of the souls his divine light virus absorbed had already been used to strengthen his own. But that wasn't a problem. If he retrieved Stroheim, he could acquire the souls of sinners. Compared to sheer purity, those 36 wicked souls were nothing. Countless horrific human experiments had been conducted under Stroheim's supervision. Perhaps he could even take a trip to Japan. There would surely be plenty of sinful souls there. For now, he put the green baby aside. The most important thing at this moment was the world. Chang Wei attempted to summon the world. The golden world had just manifested behind him when, unexpectedly, Made in China suddenly sprang to life. Without warning, it wrapped around the world, catching it completely off guard. The world, hashtag, Chang Wei had no idea why Made in China was acting this way. After all, even other stand users with multiple stands had never experienced something like this. It seemed that Made in China had its own consciousness, though it wasn't as active as Whitesnake. It was silent and reserved. Chang Wei had never even heard it speak. Its sudden action left him baffled. The world resisted for a moment but was quickly devoured by Made in China. Then, Chang Wei saw that Made in China's status panel had changed. Made in China, the world, it still had a 6A rating, and its first ability remained unchanged, but now it had gained a second ability. Made in China, the world effect, stops time for up to 10 seconds. This isn't an evolution, it just gained a new ability. Chang Wei pondered. Did this mean that every stand he obtained would be devoured by Made in China? If that were the case, his dream of having an army of stands to gang up on enemies would be gone. Still, this also highlighted the terrifying potential of Made in China. It had just acquired the world's ability, and could already stop time for 10 seconds, surpassing Dio's final limit in the original story. And this 10 seconds might not even be its upper limit, as its growth status wasn't marked as complete. I am truly the greatest genius. Chang Wei burst into laughter. Made in China. He immediately tested the ability. Instantly, Made in China manifested as a dark-colored version of the world, and everything in Chang Wei's perception came to a halt. Molecules have stopped moving, yet I can still see and act. This means it's not a time stop in the sense of physics. I recall that the world's time stop works by wedging itself into the current world's time gears. 1 second has passed. For Chang Wei, a single second was enough to wipe out an entire city's population. 10 seconds. In another world, who knew how long he could halt time? Even if it only worked for a second, that was enough time for him to charge up a devastating attack and unleash it at point-blank range. 2 seconds have passed. Chang Wei aimed to experience the full 10 seconds. Soon enough, he reached the limit. He felt a tearing sensation across his body, subtle but noticeable. He could endure it. At the same time, his soul and mental energy felt a pulling force, but he ignored it. The 11th second. Made in China suddenly shattered, and Chang Wei's entire body cracked open, blood gushing out. The moment his blood appeared, it nearly vaporized the entire city. Fortunately, he contained and recovered it with telekinesis. After exceeding the 11-second limit, Chang Wei felt an earth-shattering pressure. Made in China instantly collapsed. But he had adapted. He had evolved. And in doing so, Made in China had evolved as well. Now its panel displayed that it could stop time for 11 seconds. So that was the pressure of the time gears. Made in China is still too weak, it couldn't withstand it, and I ended up getting hurt too. Chang Wei muttered to himself. It had been a long time since he last suffered an injury. It was a rare experience. I suppose I could keep pushing it further, but there's no real need. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send your power stones. Chapter 116, Chapter 117, Green Baby 1180 words. Chapter 117, Green Baby for the Fatherland. Schutzstaffel's Stroheim corpse had been ordered by the mustached men to be studied. To prevent any interference from hostile forces, security at this military base was exceptionally tight. But what did that matter when Chang Wei had the ultimate life form template now? He didn't even need to split himself or find others to create ultimate lifeforms. His stand could make them for him. Let's start with 10 ultimate lifeforms. I want to see how long it takes for them to destroy a military base. Chang Wei spoke calmly. Made in China obeyed his command, and 10 identical Wama clones appeared before him. Even their memories had been perfectly copied, and at this moment, they all looked at Chang Wei with deep reverence. Lord Chang Wei. 1 through number 10 spoke in unison. Kill everyone in the base. Chang Wei ordered. The 10 Wama clones simultaneously activated Holy Sandstorm. Unlike Kars, who played with flashy techniques, Wama had always relied on wind-based abilities. Back in the Pillar Men era, Holy Sandstorm had been powerful but not overwhelming. Now, however, it had reached the level of a moving tornado, packing more destructive energy than a nuclear bomb. This might be too much. Chang Wei watched as 10 mobile tornadoes surged toward the base. Before they even got close, the entire base was uprooted, along with its soldiers, who screamed in agony as they were shredded into a bloody pulp by the violent winds. When everything settled, Chang Wei scratched his head. This wasn't what he wanted to see. If he wanted this level of destruction, he might as well have used infrasound waves to kill them. I should just use vampires and pillar men instead. Chang Wei recalled the 10 Wama clones, as well as Schutzstaffel himself. A massive amount of souls and life energy poured into his body. The minuscule amount of life energy was absorbed by an infinitesimal fraction of his cells, but that was it, nothing more. As for the souls, Chang Wei tossed all of them into the river of the dead, then sifted through their memories to pick out 36 souls steeped in extreme sin. Without even awakening Dio's remains, he directly injected these 36 souls into them. And so the long observation began. On the first day, nothing changed. To prevent Dio from reviving or any unexpected occurrences, the remains he kept were the toe bone from the original story. He wasn't sure which exact part of the toe it was, but that didn't really matter. It wasn't until the 10th day that the toe bone finally showed signs of change. Chang Wei immediately perked up. He had no intention of staying in the JoJo world long enough to wait for future bug-tier stands. Decades of waiting could mess with his sanity. So his plan was simple: get every stand he could at this stage, then leave this world. If he had a chance to return in the future, he could go for the rest. Then again, by that time, he might not even need those broken stands anymore. Like Jonathan Joestar, Chang Wei had stabbed him just to see if he'd awaken a different stand this time. But nope, it was still Hermit Purple. That old fool was useless. Chang Wei had thought that his younger mindset might lead to a different stand awakening, but it was exactly the same as before. No change. A full month passed, and the toe bone successfully gave birth to a bizarre-looking green baby. Beside it was an even stranger stand. This was Chang Wei's target. And he had no intention of testing Green Baby's ability on himself. Zawarudo. Time stopped. With complete safety ensured, Chang Wei casually walked up to the Green Baby. Rule-based abilities will never compare to time-based abilities. No wonder so many people love Time Stop. He extended his hand and absorbed Green Baby. And with it, he obtained its stand Green Homecoming. An ability that infinitely shrinks its target, and another one that enlarges them. Chang Wei was already thinking of some fun applications. It was time to leave. Though he still wanted Wonder of You, getting it was too difficult. In the original timeline, Toru had been over 70 years old. Theoretically, that meant he should be around the same age as those other old fools right now. But tracking him down, that was a different story. Who knew if Toru had already awakened Wonder of You at this point? So Chang Wei gave up. Meanwhile, Speedwagon was on the verge of death. Not from old age, but from the overwhelming stress he'd endured lately. His aging body couldn't handle it anymore, and he had fallen gravely ill. Joseph Joestar was in tears. Chang Wei had no idea how Joseph reacted to Speedwagon's death in the original story, but right now, he was witnessing it firsthand. This scene of mortality stirred something in him. Oh, not out of empathy. How could he feel empathy when he was already an immortal, indestructible being? Speedwagon, do you want to live? Chong Wei leaned against the wall, arms crossed, and asked. You can save my grandpa. Joseph's eyes lit up. He had already learned everything from Speedwagon, fully aware of how terrifying Chong Wei was. And thanks to Chong Wei, he had even obtained a unique power of his own, though Chong Wei had dismissed his stand as completely useless. But Joseph didn't see it that way. Speedwagon, meanwhile, stared blankly at the ceiling. His consciousness was already fading, unable to register Chong Wei's words. He's already slipping away. Chong Wei shook his head and stepped forward. In truth, he hadn't needed to ask Speedwagon for permission. He did whatever he wanted. What Speedwagon chose to do with this new power, whether he used it to protect Joseph, or threw it away, was none of Chong Wei's concern. Unless it was something particularly interesting, he never cared what happened to the things he bestowed upon others. His fingers pierced into Speedwagon's brain. Joseph was panicked but didn't dare protest. After all, Der Vaterland Stroheim had been annihilated by this man. Every single person in the organization was dead. Rumor had it that this demon had even gone to Japan afterward. What happened there was still unknown, since Speedwagon had been rushed into emergency care shortly after. Speedwagon's eyes suddenly widened. His vision refocused. And the first thing he saw was Chong Wei, with fingers still lodged in his skull. But a moment later, Chong Wei withdrew his hand. You're now a perfect being, Speedwagon. Chong Wei turned his back to him. Perfect being? Speedwagon had never felt better. Even in his youth, he hadn't experienced such vitality. Not only had his body been restored to its prime, but it was also overflowing with strength. I'm young again. Does that mean I can't call you Grandpa anymore? Joseph was ecstatic. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send your power stones. Chapter 117, Chapter 118, A Warm Welcome Ceremony. 1169 words. Chapter 118, A Warm Welcome Ceremony. Speedwagon didn't go through any existential crisis, nor did he suddenly lose the will to live. He simply couldn't resist the allure of regaining his youth. Without having experienced the sheer terror of death, it was hard for him to claim he could reject such an opportunity. Chong Wei didn't find this version of Speedwagon contemptible either. The instinct to survive was a fundamental trait of all living beings. While humans and animals occasionally exhibited baffling behaviors like suicide or love-driven sacrifices, survival instinct still dominated in most cases. All preparations are complete. It's time to leave. He had annihilated Germany to recover genetic points, an increasingly scarce resource. Given the vast number of supernatural elements in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, he estimated that even a conservative budget should be based on the pricing standards of Hellsing Ultimate. Thus, Chong Wei had been particularly meticulous in Germany. He first spread the Divine Light virus, infecting and transforming the entire German population into ultimate life forms. The sheer number of these newly created ultimate life forms pushed his genetic points to astronomical levels. If he had allowed them to hunt vampires, the genetic points gained might have been even greater. However, he still had his sights set on acquiring more stand users, so he refrained from excessive harvesting. In Japan, he had simply planted a few ultimate life forms, ensuring they became stand users. Their purpose was to track down and capture any future stand users. Since he wasn't sure when he'd return, he couldn't risk missing out on potential acquisitions. Now, with 10 ultimate life forms at his disposal and having granted them his own memories, they would automatically target stand users, capturing and preserving everything about them until his return. By becoming stand users themselves, they would be able to perceive other stand users' stands. According to Chong Wei's memories, they were programmed to activate at specific times to seek out their targets. As for Father Pucci, who no longer had Dio's arrow, and the group of stand users under Enya the Hag, as well as individuals like Yoshikage Kira, there was no need for concern. These ultimate life forms could secrete stand viruses and, at the right time, attack their targets to infect them. This ensured that Chang Wei wouldn't miss out on a single stand user. I wonder if ultimate life forms can capture Toru. He pondered the question. Wonder of You was a rather broken stand ability. While he himself had nothing to fear, the ultimate life forms might genuinely be at risk. It was best not to have them attempt that capture. Similarly, President Funny Valentine was also a dangerous target. The erasure law of parallel worlds might be capable of eliminating his ultimate life forms, so they were instructed to observe, and only strike if an opportunity presented itself. Well then, it's time for me to leave. With everything arranged, Chang Wei could finally depart in peace. Would you like to pay 1 billion genetic points to travel between worlds? 1 billion genetic points consumed. World travel in progress. World travel successful. Would you like to anchor the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure World? Anchoring JoJo's Bizarre Adventure World will cost 20 billion genetic points. Once anchored, you may return for the same cost. Another 20 billion genetic points. Chang Wei couldn't help but grumble, though at least it wasn't absurdly expensive due to stands like Made in Heaven. He had estimated an initial cost ranging between 20 billion and 100 billion points. Anchor it. Anchor set. Initiating travel. The next moment, Chang Wei vanished into thin air. At the same time, the 10 ultimate life forms sensed his departure. However, they did nothing beyond silently monitoring the future lover of Joseph Joestar, ensuring that nothing happened to her that might prevent the birth of Jotaro Kujo's mother. If she failed to conceive, then Jotaro would never be born. Given the drastic changes to the world such as the complete eradication of Germany, it was hard to say what ripple effects might occur. For instance, Chang Wei had already accepted that stand users like Giorno Giovanna and Dio's children were likely out of his reach. Then again, perhaps the world's correction force, what some might call fate, would still bring them into existence. A new world. After arriving in the new world, Chang Wei experienced intense dizziness that lasted for quite some time. The stronger he became, the more he could perceive. But this also meant that the sheer vastness of the multiversal forces involved in world travel overwhelmed him. The sheer amount of information flooding his senses made it impossible to withstand, leading to his current state. Damn my head. This power of world travel, no matter how strong I become in the multiverse, I doubt I'll ever be able to fully handle this information load. He rubbed his temples out of habit, though his dizziness wasn't physical, it was conceptual. Even a solid rock would get dizzy under such conditions. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful energy blast struck the area where Chang Wei stood. In an instant, he disappeared, while several city blocks were completely obliterated. A massive, bowl-shaped sphere of light was left imprinted on the ground. As the energy dissipated, Chang Wei reappeared, his body covered in smoke but otherwise unharmed. His clothes and hairstyle remained perfectly intact. What the hell? Is this world's welcome ceremony always this enthusiastic? The sheer intensity of the attack was the strongest he had ever encountered. It far surpassed nuclear weapons by countless orders of magnitude. The energy levels involved were leagues beyond natural disasters like tornadoes, yet he couldn't be bothered to dodge because it simply couldn't break through his defenses. And it wasn't over. Chang Wei suddenly looked up, his eyes locking onto several more identical energy blasts streaking toward him from an unfathomable distance. Upon impact, each explosion obliterated an area equivalent to the size of a city. Of course, Chang Wei wasn't just going to stand there and take it. As the spheres of light crashed down, he had already appeared before his attacker. Through telepathy, psychic control, and telekinesis, he immediately locked onto a high-energy life form floating in the air. The moment he saw the being's true form, his pupils contracted. Holy shit! King Piccolo. The appearance was so iconic that Chang Wei recognized it instantly, without even needing to search his memories for related keywords. His first instinct was to step back. Even though King Piccolo wasn't as strong as his later reincarnation, Piccolo Jr., he was still a nation-destroying force. More importantly, Dragon Ball as a universe had ridiculous scaling. Even if Chang Wei's current strength allowed him to penetrate the Earth's core and destroy planets, Dragon Ball characters could casually obliterate entire planets, solar systems, galaxies, and even universes. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send your power stones. New fanfic, everyone, players descend, good thing I have a traversal simulator. Read 100 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Chapter 118, Chapter 119, Intense Battle 1138 words Chapter 119, Intense Battle. But soon, Chang Wei felt that something was off. Why was this Piccolo Daimao? And he wasn't even wearing the classic outfit of the old Demon King, he was completely naked. Setting aside the possibility that Piccolo Daimao had turned purple due to photosynthesis from sun exposure, and disregarding the idea that this was some flute-playing demon child, Chang Wei quickly searched his memory and found the corresponding reference. Oh, so it was borrowed, no, inspired by the dragon-level monster Vaccine Man from One Punch Man. Vaccine Man, also known as Purple-Skinned Piccolo Daimao, was a supervillain created by Earth's will to punish humanity. As for Vaccine Man's strength, we can evaluate it from several perspectives. First, there's an online theory that claims Vaccine Man was the strongest monster before Boros and his crew arrived. While this statement is often dismissed as an internet rumor similar to claims about Saitama's Super Saiyan 2 level power, this particular one isn't entirely baseless. In One Punch Man's first popularity ranking, one drew a commemorative manga that included some reader comments. The main ones were, "This guy might actually be unbelievably strong. I think there's a case for Vaccine Man being the strongest. The very first opponent was already the highest level threat. I don't think Genos could beat this guy." Although these were just reader opinions, the fact that one chose to include them, along with Vaccine Man responding in character with, "You humans really understand, huh?" suggests that one himself acknowledged them. In the main manga, Vaccine Man was one-shot by Saitama, making it hard to gauge his true strength. However, in a side story, his battle was described in more detail. Even with 4 S-class heroes Atomic Samurai, Pig God, Metal Bat, and Tank Top Master going after him, the Hero Association still considered the situation very bad. Phoenix Moon once mentioned that the Hero Association had 4 strongest heroes. Besides the missing Blast and the yet-to-be-recognized King, both Metal Knight and Tatsumaki were urgently summoned to fight Vaccine Man. More importantly, King's entire reputation started with defeating Vaccine Man. That's probably King's most valuable kill. Even someone as arrogant as Tatsumaki acknowledged him after that. She believed that if King could defeat Vaccine Man, then even she might not be able to beat him. From the reader's perspective, Vaccine Man was taken down in just a few pages. But from the Hero Association's point of view, he had already devastated an entire city. Dozens of A-class heroes and multiple S-class heroes were defeated by him. And because King accidentally tripped and landed in Vaccine Man's blood, the Hero Association mistakenly believed that he had killed him. Their reaction? If someone like him turned against us, we'd be in big trouble. Even considering the Monster Association arc, Vaccine Man was likely among the top 5 dragon-level threats. If we exclude the 2 above dragon threats, Boros and Gara, the strongest dragon-level monsters were Elder Centipede and the unknown Tier Orochi, who was heavily hyped in the remake. Anyone who could surpass Tatsumaki's psychokinesis was at least above dragon. Tatsumaki was considered the gatekeeper of the dragon-level tier, and one himself confirmed that her powers were ineffective against above-dragon threats. So, if a monster could defeat her, it was likely in the above-dragon range. Some people argue that Elder Centipede defeated Tatsumaki, but one clarified that she wasn't at full strength in that fight. At full power, she would have won. Of course, if we go by the remake, none of this matters since it introduced ridiculous power-ups like Platinum Sperm. Who are you? Vaccine Man spotted Chong Wei approaching. Since Chong Wei was flying, Vaccine Man couldn't sense a human aura from him. Instead, his presence felt chaotic, incredibly chaotic. Probably a hero. Normal punch. Chong Wei grinned and threw a punch. Vaccine Man's pupils contracted as he crossed his arms to block the attack. But that was just an illusion. By the time Vaccine Man saw the punch, it had already landed. His attempt to block was futile. His chest caved in, and he spat out a mouthful of green blood before being blasted away, crashing through a mountain. Couldn't react in time. Looks like your reflexes aren't that much faster than a human's. Chong Wei flicked his wrist. He had held back. He didn't want to accidentally kill Vaccine Man with one hit. That punch was merely at 100 times the speed of sound. Thanks to his telekinetic field dampening the effects, there was no sonic boom or heat shock. Then, he saw dozens of massive energy spheres flying toward him. Vaccine Man had recovered and was launching a counterattack. These things won't work on me. Chong Wei's hands blurred as he struck each energy sphere at hundreds of times the speed of sound. The spheres were pure energy, so their reactions couldn't keep up with his strikes. They were sent flying before their energy output could even adjust. It was like dipping your fingers in fire. If you moved fast enough, you wouldn't get burned. The same principle applied here. Fortunately, the city had already been destroyed by Vaccine Man. Even though these blasts wiped out an area dozens of times the city's original size, there were no casualties. After all, in the One Punch Man world, there were only about 20 cities. The rest of the planet was uninhabited. Seeing this, Vaccine Man realized that none of his attacks would work. He never expected there to be such a powerful being among humans, yet Chong Wei's presence was so chaotic, he barely even felt human. His body swelled rapidly. I was born from the will of the earth to purge humanity as Vaccine Man. In his second transformation, Vaccine Man grew into a monstrous, grotesque form. His fangs jutted out from his massive jaws. Now that's what I'm looking forward to. Chong Wei hadn't gone for the kill immediately. He wanted to see if Vaccine Man could entertain him for a bit. It had been a long time since he had fought at full strength. Vaccine Man swung his massive palm down at him. Chong Wei raised his hand, instantly reinforcing the ground beneath him with telekinetic energy. The earth cracked apart. Chong Wei's body bent slightly under the force, then rebounded instantly, sending Vaccine Man staggering backward. Not bad strength. Chong Wei's voice echoed next to Vaccine Man's ear. Vaccine Man turned his head only to see a massive fist coming at him. A thunderous explosion erupted. Vaccine Man's skull cracked open. The sheer force of the punch radiated downward, shattering the earth below them. The land split apart, forming a massive rift, as if an East African rift valley had just been created. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send your power stones. Chapter 119, Chapter 120, it ended before the warm 1194 words. Chapter 120, it ended before the warm-up even began. If the two of them were fighting on the ground instead of high in the sky, their attacks might have shaken the entire continent. After all, battles at the dragon level and beyond were catastrophic, capable of toppling mountains, shattering continents, and even scouring the earth. In a remastered version, they'd be outright planet-busting. You're too slow. Chong Wei smiled as he spoke to Vaccine Man. Enraged, Vaccine Man's gruesome head wound healed instantly. What are you so smug about, human? It opened its mouth wide, so wide that its entire face seemed to split apart. A massive energy sphere rapidly formed inside. What terrifying energy! Chong Wei clicked his tongue, but then a flash of silver light gleamed between his brows. A beam of rainbow energy shot out, instantly vaporizing Vaccine Man's head. The terrifying beam then streaked into the sky, vanishing tens of thousands of miles away. I have that too, but I don't even need to charge up. Chong Wei continued casually. Yet, despite losing its head, Vaccine Man regenerated it once more. I was born from the will of the earth to exterminate you humans. You can't possibly kill me. Vaccine Man roared, its body suddenly riddled with holes. From each opening, terrifying energy beams erupted, piercing through both the sky and the ground. Wherever they struck, bottomless craters were left behind. This kind of unscientific energy output. Chang Wei weaved effortlessly through the beams like a butterfly dancing among flowers. His speed was simply too fast. Even though he was moving at what seemed like a leisurely stroll, none of the energy blasts could touch him. They were near light-speed energy streams, but unfortunately, the one controlling them didn't have near light-speed reaction time. Consecutive supersonic punches. Chang Wei struck with one hand, unleashing hundreds of punches in an instant, pulverizing Vaccine Man's entire body. Vaccine Man's body shattered completely, racked with agony. But in the next moment, it reformed, this time in a smaller, more condensed form. A third phase? Are you kidding me? Chang Wei muttered in disbelief. Through molecular observation, he could tell that Vaccine Man's physical strength had instantly ascended to a new level. Was this some kind of boss battle with multiple phases? But wasn't this a bit too ridiculous? Could it really evolve even further? Meanwhile, at the Hero Association, Vaccine Man's battle with Chang Wei had not gone unnoticed. It was no surprise that Saitama remained undetected after all. He had a passive stealth ability bestowed by the Great Cosmic Will itself. Bad news, Chairman. The monster has grown even stronger. A staff member urgently reported to Sitch. Even stronger. Cold sweat dripped down Sitch's forehead. The previously recorded power levels were already terrifying, and now it had gotten stronger. It looks like someone is fighting it. Smiling Mask and the others were already defeated, and Tornado is still on her way. Is it another S-class hero? Sitch asked incredulously. Soon, the Hero Association's advanced satellites transmitted a live feed of the battle. Sitch saw Chang Wei clashing with Vaccine Man. We have no records on this person. He's not affiliated with the Hero Association, and there's no available identity data. The staff quickly pulled up all relevant information and reported back. A powerful wanderer. Sitch was getting excited now. Vaccine Man had already defeated several A-class heroes. Yet here was someone capable of holding their own against it, and from the looks of things, Vaccine Man had even powered up. Could this person have S-class level strength? Then, Vaccine Man launched an energy blast in anger. Previously, its ability to fire these beams was the reason the association classified it as a dragon-level threat. The destruction was simply too immense. But now, it seemed even more powerful. Could this be its true strength? As Sitch observed the latest developments, he felt his scalp tingle. This was the greatest disaster humanity had ever faced. I've been noticed. Chang Wei could sense that he was being observed, whether by machines or living beings. Their gaze would always trigger his instincts. But he didn't care. His focus remained on Vaccine Man. I shattered you into pieces, and yet you're still alive. How did Saitama deal with you? Did he just punch you out of existence, erasing your concept and will? Chang Wei mused. After all, his consecutive supersonic punches had reduced Vaccine Man to particles visible to the naked eye, an even finer destruction than Saitama's punch. Yet, it still managed to regenerate. Compression equals power. The previously gigantic Vaccine Man had now condensed itself into a more compact form. Though it was still much larger than first form Demon King Piccolo, it had a commanding stature akin to a high-ranking general. More importantly, its strength had surged, and its speed had increased dramatically. It was as if it had evolved specifically to counter Chang Wei. In the next instant, Vaccine Man vanished from its position. The resulting sonic boom shattered the surrounding city ruins into dust. Simultaneously, the extreme heat from the thermal shockwave melted everything. Chang Wei met its punch head-on, grabbing Vaccine Man's fist with one hand. Beneath them, the ground turned to molten lava in an instant. Such was the result of high-speed, high-mass collisions. Vaccine Man's speed had now surpassed the level Chang Wei had previously displayed. Impressive. With one hand in his pocket, Chang Wei firmly grasped Vaccine Man's fist with the other, his face showing a look of mild surprise. Vaccine Man felt utterly mocked. What infuriated it the most was that Chang Wei's clothes remained spotless, and, immediately after, he unleashed an even greater surge of strength and speed. His fists moved so fast they seemed to vanish, relentlessly tearing Vaccine Man apart. Each punch turned the atmosphere, shattered the clouds, and generated shockwaves strong enough to pulverize mountains. The deafening clang of each impact rang out like thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. Can you evolve again? After all, he hadn't even activated his warm-up state yet. In his base form, he was already crushing Vaccine Man effortlessly. Vaccine Man was utterly dumbfounded. Where am I? Why am I still getting beaten up after being strengthened so many times by the Earth's will? Where the hell did this human even come from? Damn you, human! Vaccine Man roared in fury. But its body could no longer keep up with the rate at which Chang Wei was tearing it apart. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send your power stones. Chapter 120, Chapter 121, The Harvest Target List 1114 words. Chapter 121, The Harvest Target List impossible. The Vaccine Man panicked upon realizing the situation. The will of the earth was invincible. How could humans possibly surpass it? Is this all you've got? Chang Wei noticed the problem even earlier than the Vaccine Man. He felt a bit disappointed. He had expected the Vaccine Man to evolve into a fourth stage. The third stage was already terrifying. Every punch Chang Wei threw could shake entire continental plates. His strikes weren't much weaker than Saitama's punches, which could wipe out entire mountains. By this point, the Vaccine Man likely possessed dragon-level peak strength, possibly even beyond that. Unfortunately, this was its limit. Through molecular information analysis, Chang Wei observed that some of the Vaccine Man's cells were beginning to lose vitality and could no longer regenerate. He didn't hesitate. If the Vaccine Man died completely, his gains would be significantly reduced. Made in China. Zawarudo. Behind Chang Wei, a pitch-black version of the world emerged. Instantly, everything froze in place. Then, his divine light virus invisible killer devoured the Vaccine Man. You have gained 1 million genetic points. 1 million? Chang Wei was surprised. Even an ultimate life form would only provide a few thousand genetic points. Yet, the Vaccine Man had given him 1 million. Was it due to sheer power, or was its genetic material uniquely rare and valuable? The term genetic points was hard to define. If it had been labeled life points or energy points, it would have made more sense. If that's the case, this world is a treasure trove for me. Setting aside his speculations, Chang Wei grew excited. In One Punch Man, monsters appeared one after another without any logic. Someone could transform into a crab monster just from eating too many crabs, or an arcade player could turn into an electric monster after raging at a game. There were also ways to mass-produce monsters, such as Dr. Genus's human modifications in the House of Evolution, or the Monster Association's monster cells. With all these factors in mind, Chang Wei realized that even without destroying the world, he could accumulate an immense amount of genetic points. Only 1 second of stop time. His stand returned to normal as Zawarudo ended, confirming Chang Wei's earlier speculation. Each world had different time stop limits. Fortunately, through adaptive evolution, he could make his stand stronger, eventually extending the time stop duration. Sitch watched the screen, where the Vaccine Man had suddenly vanished, leaving Chang Wei standing high in the sky. Is it over? At that moment, the S-Class heroes finally arrived on the scene. However, what remained was only a sea of molten lava. Both the monster and Chang Wei were gone. Find him. We must find him. He is humanity's hope. Sitch was a bit disappointed that Chang Wei had already left, but he quickly composed himself and gave orders. The vaccine man's appearance had made it clear, humanity was in greater danger than ever. They needed more powerful heroes. A monster so strong that even Tatsumaki wasn't confident in defeating it had been obliterated by Chang Wei. Sich was overjoyed and determined Chang Wei had to be found. Meanwhile, Chang Wei was walking down a city street, still feeling exhilarated after his fight. However, after absorbing the vaccine man, he began to sense something a god's gaze. It was a humanoid figure, surrounded by swirling air currents. If Chang Wei didn't already know the story, he wouldn't have recognized what this entity was. Get lost. He impatiently snapped at the figure. I will reclaim, the figure spoke. I said get lost. Chang Wei unleashed his soul, mental energy, and a host of other abilities combined with the ultimate life form's innate power to attack intangible and conceptual beings. God-slaying strike. With a single blow, the godly apparition vanished. Of course, Chang Wei knew that it wasn't truly dead. The divine power extracted from the vaccine man turned out to be perfect nourishment for the divine light virus. In terms of energy levels, it even surpassed Chang Wei's nuclear fusion power. This was the first time he had encountered energy superior to nuclear fusion. And unlike nuclear fusion, which required cooldown periods, this divine power had no such constraints. If not for the existence of that godly being, Chang Wei might have already begun converting this divine power into his own. Breathing techniques. The One Punch Man world's breathing techniques seem worth learning. Given the divine light virus's learning ability, he could master them in an instant. Chang Wei had decided on his next destination. Both the original and remake versions of the story emphasize the potential of breathing techniques. Garu, after becoming a monster, focused heavily on them and developed what was considered the strongest breathing technique. Since Chang Wei already had a foundation in ripple energy, he figured it wouldn't be too difficult. He quickly inquired about the Silver Fang's location, then used supersonic movement to reach Bang's dojo. Bang was always eager to take on students. In the original story, he even tried to recruit Saitama, hoping to interest him in water stream rock smashing fist, though Saitama had no interest. Likewise, Chang Wei had no intention of becoming anyone's disciple. With a mere time stop, he took a genetic sample from Silver Fang before the old man could react. His ultimate life form and divine light virus then replicated Bang's physical state, allowing him to instantly master the breathing technique of water stream rock smashing fist. It can enhance me even at my level. To his surprise, his base strength increased by 10% just from applying the breathing technique. A mere 10% might not sound like much, but considering his current power level, it was equivalent to gaining the strength of a third-stage vaccine man. Still, it wasn't enough. Chang Wei was now deeply interested in breathing techniques. Would combining Whirlwind Iron Cutting Fist, Exploding Heart Release Fist, and Water Dragon's Underworld Body Fist allow him to develop a perfect breathing technique, just like Garu? It's different from Ripple Energy, though. After analyzing the two, he set the thought aside. He would need more samples to study properly. And in the meantime, should he go fight Saitama? After careful consideration, he decided to fight Boros first. He still wasn't absolutely certain about defeating Saitama. Or maybe he should transform into a cat and stealthily obtain a sample of Saitama's limiter breaker genes. If Saitama's miracle could be replicated, it would be one of the most valuable assets in this world. Genus's brain is a must-have. And Metal Knight. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send your power stones. Chapter 121, Chapter 122, The House of Evolution 1179 words. Chapter 122, The House of Evolution. Chang Wei spent 2 days learning every martial art practiced by the martial artists from the original story, including Water Dragon, Bakuzan, Hero, and Lin Lin. He even sought out Atomic Samurai, Harajurai, and the minor swordmasters from the Sword Saint Association. Then, in an instant, Chang Wei mastered and fused all of them together so effortlessly that he could hardly believe it himself. He knew he was strong, but wasn't this a bit too much? More importantly, he analyzed the flaws and weaknesses in these breathing techniques and optimized them, creating his own ultimate breathing technique, the one most suited to him. Humans probably wouldn't be able to use this ultimate breathing technique. Even monsters would struggle. After all, Chang Wei could modify his body's state and structure at will, allowing his martial arts and combat skills to surpass every martial art in the One Punch Man world. Humans couldn't do it, monsters couldn't do it, but he could, and that meant he could transcend them all. Take foresight, for example, by observing an opponent's posture, line of sight, movements, center of gravity, and breathing, he could predict their attacks and counters, grasping their next move in advance. Because he dodged before the attack even began, he could evade even light-speed strikes. To outsiders, it looked supernatural, but Chang Wei could do even better. By reading molecular information, he could construct an opponent's data model in greater detail, eliminating the need to observe posture, movements, or breathing. This microscopic level of analysis was nearly equivalent to foreseeing the future. However, since molecular information was influenced by molecular motion, even Chang Wei could only grasp an individual's molecular data, not the broader regional molecular changes. But that was enough. Take the water stream rock smashing fist. For example, the principle behind it allowed one to deflect and neutralize attacks with bizarre force redirection. A strike that would normally cause serious injury or death could be rendered ineffective. Its footwork was akin to teleportation, utilizing unpredictable body movements to deliver precise strikes to vital points. Its attacks flowed like water, continuous and uninterrupted, while still possessing immense destructive power. Chang Wei had studied many martial arts theories and understood the concept of formlessness, which could be both hard and soft. Water stream rock smashing fist seemed to mimic the flow of water itself. Breathing techniques really are incredible. I've grown so much stronger because of them. Because he wasn't purely human, the effects of these breathing techniques were amplified for him. It was like comparing a car engine to a fighter jet engine. They were both engines, but their power levels were worlds apart. Considering that breathing techniques even had an effect on awakened Garou, it was clear that their potential ceiling was ridiculously high. And Chang Wei had even merged ripple energy with these breathing techniques. This world truly had a lot of good things to offer. Chang Wei deliberately avoided contact with the Hero Association. He didn't need their intelligence network to locate monsters, and as for money and fame, those were just a waste of time in his eyes, not worth bothering with. Based on his recent hunts, wolf-level monsters typically yielded around 10 gene points, with some even lower. He started calling them dog-level monsters. Tiger-level monsters ranged from 50 to over 100 gene points, comparable to prototype universe hunters. In terms of raw destructive power, the difference between them wasn't that big. Some tiger-level monsters could solo a hunter, while others would be crushed by one. So far, he had encountered only one demon-level monster, with a baseline of 1,000 gene points. But with so little data, he couldn't make proper comparisons yet. Besides, that demon-level monster wasn't particularly strong. If it weren't for the different stats, Chang Wei wouldn't have even realized it was a demon-level threat. He hadn't encountered a dragon-level monster yet. At the start of the story, Saitama frequently ran into demon and dragon-level threats, but that was just his luck. Chang Wei had roamed around for 2 days and hadn't seen a single one. He was even considering storming Z City and dragging out the Monster Association. However, thinking about Garou's growth, he held back. He was very interested in Garou and Boras, the only 2 characters in the original story who reached a level beyond dragon. If it weren't for Saitama's presence, they could have been god-level threats or even god-level monsters. But since Saitama existed, true god-level disasters didn't really happen, so they were only classified as above dragon level. The House of Evolution isn't in the same category, though. Ashura Kabuto's gene points might be quite high. Chang Wei planned to leave the Monster Association alone so Garou could use it as a training ground. But the House of Evolution? That wasn't necessary. Since he didn't need rest or entertainment, his mobility was incredibly high. The moment he perfected his ultimate breathing technique, and turned it into an innate instinct, he set off for the House of Evolution. Thanks to his perfect recall of the original story's details, he easily pinpointed its location. Another failure. In the underground laboratory, a man in a black suit Dr. Genus stared at the experiment before him. With a disappointed sigh, he muttered, combining human and animal genes to achieve perfect evolution. Behind the glass stood a humanoid female, except her appearance was downright terrifying. She had a well-shaped lower body, but above her perky hips was a black and white striped mosquito-like blood sac. Her limbs weren't human either, resembling the segmented appendages of an insect. Her head featured a mosquito proboscis, and on her back were thin, translucent wings. "Master, we have an intruder." Suddenly, a man in a white sterilized lab suit approached. A closer look revealed that he was identical to Dr. Not a twin. This was one of Dr. Genus's clones. Since he believed no one else was intelligent enough to assist him, he had cloned himself to serve as his own subordinates. An intruder. Genus's interest was piqued. He had placed numerous failed experiments in the building above, using them as guards. While he considered them garbage, their combat abilities were equivalent to wolf and even tiger-level monsters by Hero Association standards. He's already reached the underground lab. The failures in the building didn't stop him. Clone number 22 hurriedly reported. Genus grew even more excited. Did he just find a new, superior test subject? Where are Beast King and Armored Gorilla? Eagerly, Dr. Genus pulled up the surveillance footage, eager to see his new specimen. They've already engaged the intruder, clone number 22 replied. On the monitor, Beast King and Armored Gorilla appeared before Chong Wei. As for Crystal Mantis and Ground Dragon, Chong Wei had already eliminated them earlier. The House of Evolution's two demon-level monsters, Beast King and Armored Gorilla. At this point, he wasn't sure if Mosquito Girl had emerged yet. Pre-bloodsucking, she was mid-demon level. Post-bloodsucking, she was high demon level. Support me and read additional chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send your power stones. Chapter 122, Chapter 123, The Gap Between Dragon. 1193 words. Chapter 123, The Gap Between Dragon-Level Beings. However, Genus and clone number 22 did not see the scene they had expected. Beast King and Armored Gorilla were instantly obliterated by Chong Wei and absorbed by him. What? What is this? Genus's eyes widened in disbelief. His experimental creations had been wiped out just like that. Even though Beast King and Armored Gorilla were still far from the perfect specimens he envisioned, they were already leagues ahead of his other creations. And yet, they were eliminated so cleanly and effortlessly. Is the gap really this huge? Genus wasn't the only one thinking this. Chong Wei himself was also puzzled. Armored Gorilla had over 3,000 genetic points, while Beast King had a staggering 12,000. What was going on? Was the gap within the demon level tier just that vast, or had Beast King already reached the threshold of dragon level? But Vaccine Man's third stage had 1,000,000 genetic points, at least dragon peak level. 1,000,000 points. If dragon level beings had that many, then above dragon level could easily be in the millions, tens of millions, or even beyond 1,000,000,000. I just need to check how many points Ashura Kabuto has to be sure. Chong Wei thought back. Ashura Kabuto had initially been hyped up to dragon level, but was later utterly dominated by Superalloy Darkshine for 15 minutes in the audio drama. So at most, he should be a mid-tier dragon level. Stop him. No, capture him. Genus, seeing a glimmer of hope beyond Ashura Kabuto, was so excited that he could barely form coherent sentences. The original body. 22 trembled. As a clone, even though he didn't possess Genus's intelligence at 100%, he could still grasp what his creator was thinking. Was he planning to release Ashura Kabuto? Wouldn't that mean some of the clones would have to die for this? But on second thought, it wasn't surprising. Genus never showed any mercy toward his clones. They were disposable at any time. Besides, Genus's research capabilities weren't lacking. In fact, the true strength of the House of Evolution was actually quite formidable. In the original story, when Zombieman sought out Genus to unlock his limiter, Genus had led him to an underground lab filled with clones of Ashura Kabuto. Even if those clones weren't as strong as the original Ashura Kabuto, they should all be dragon level, right? Mass-produced dragon level monsters, just the thought was terrifying. Chong Wei continued moving forward, giving Genus enough time to activate Ashura Kabuto. But just then, he heard an unusual buzzing sound, like the hum of a mosquito. A mosquito. Realizing something, Chong Wei turned his gaze, and saw a mosquito girl appearing before him. Mosquito Girl's eyes lit up. She had finally escaped from that terrifying laboratory, but she was also starving. The moment she saw Chong Wei, her instinct screamed at her to feed. Using her to buy time. Chong Wei saw through Genus's plan in an instant. The next moment, Mosquito Girl let out a miserable scream. Most of her body had disappeared before she even realized what had happened. Only when the pain registered in her brain did she become aware of it. Otherwise, she might not have even noticed before being completely devoured. She instinctively tried to flee, but just as she turned around, she found that her torso was already gone. A moment later, her head vanished too. 3,500 points. About the same as Armored Gorilla. Chong Wei mused. By this time, he could hear the thunderous rumbling from ahead. A massive yellowish-brown rhinoceros beetle was charging toward him, swinging a fist aimed at his face. The next moment, Chong Wei's fist punched straight through its body. In the blink of an eye, Ashura Kabuto visibly shrank, as though it were shrinking down to nothing. Over 90,000. Chong Wei was astonished. Ashura Kabuto had over 90,000 genetic points. So that meant anything beyond 10,000 genetic points was already dragon level. He couldn't help but wonder how many genetic points did Elder Centipede have. Genus stared in shock as Ashura Kabuto disappeared, unable to believe what had just happened. He had considered the possibility of Ashura Kabuto being defeated. After all, a scientist could never claim anything to be absolute. Even mathematics had its irrational numbers. But he hadn't expected it to be such a one-sided slaughter. "It's your turn now," Dr. Chong Wei turned to him. He didn't need to completely absorb Genus, only his memory would suffice. As long as he obtained part of Genus's genetic data, that would be enough. Moments later, Chong Wei had grasped the method, or rather, the technology to mass-produce Ashura Kabuto. Surprisingly, it didn't require too many resources, just artificial synthesis and modifications. At most, the biggest expense would be nutrients for incubation. After some thought, Chong Wei used his psychic control to manipulate Genus, making him mass-produce Ashura Kabuto clones. For test subjects, his clones would do just fine. Not long after, Chong Wei came across the infinite big octopus, the infamous source of infinite takoyaki. With just this octopus alone, he could achieve financial freedom. Unfortunately, the infinite big octopus was only demon level. "You had so many incredible things, and yet you just kept them hidden away." Looking through Genus's memories, Chong Wei saw that after the failure of Ashura Kabuto's rampage, Genus had abandoned all experiments aimed at surpassing him. He patted Genus's shoulder. Those experiments were uncontrollable. Too dangerous. Genus trembled as he spoke. "It's fine. From now on, I'll be in charge. I wonder if we can create beast-eyes soldiers or beast god generals." Chong Wei chuckled. "What's that?" Genus's curiosity momentarily overcame his fear of Chong Wei. By now, after merging martial arts into his being, Chong Wei had learned to restrain his aura. Ordinary people wouldn't notice anything unusual about him, only someone as sharp as Genus could perceive that something was off. But their bodies instinctively understood the reality before them. It's a highly advanced technology. Or should I say primitive? After all, it comes from the dinosaur era. Chong Wei paused for a moment, then explained the concept of beast-eyes soldiers to Genus. He was curious whether Genus could develop beastization technology with his intelligence. This was just a little pastime for him. Afterward, Chong Wei resumed tracking and monitoring every monster that appeared according to the original timeline, ensuring none slipped through the cracks. He even started using his invisible killer ability again. Covering all human cities at once wasn't too difficult for him. He disappeared without a word again. The Hero Association was feeling more and more frustrated. They had been desperately trying to track down that mysterious figure, but every time they arrived at a scene, they were always too late. All that remained were sites that looked as if they had been bombarded by heavy artillery along with witnesses who had seen everything firsthand. But by then, the moon was already gone. As a result, after all this time, they still hadn't been able to invite him to join the Hero Association. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 123, Chapter 124, Ultimate Steroid 1106 words. Chapter 124, Ultimate Steroid. During his last battle with Vaccine Man, Chong Wei belatedly realized that he hadn't seen the bald Demon King nearby. In the original story, Saitama should have been in the vicinity. But considering that Saitama had flown in midway to fight Vaccine Man, there was probably still some distance between them. Still, it was strange that Saitama hadn't shown up to join the commotion. Deep in thought, Chong Wei had spent the past month under Genus guidance, learning the thought processes of researchers in an attempt to spark his own inspiration. This way of thinking largely determined whether someone was a scientist or just an intelligent layman. Though he possessed the memories of many researchers, simply absorbing those memories wouldn't make him a true scientist or a genius. His progress had been mediocre at best, but Genus had successfully developed beastized soldiers. However, they weren't the same beastized soldiers Chong Wei knew. Instead, Genus had merely fused Earth creature genes to create transforming beast warriors. That made sense. The technology to enhance beastized soldiers came from the Zoolords, who themselves originated from alien invaders. There was no way Genus could have created it from nothing. Then again, maybe when Boros and his crew arrive, things will change. I could even take a trip into space to check things out, Chong Wei mused. Just then, his gaze shifted into the distance. An extremely powerful life form had appeared. A few minutes earlier, in the outskirts of City D, at a remote research facility. A young man with a buzz cut and a muscular physique was training. Dressed in a white tank top, he repeatedly pushed his body to its limits. The strongest. I must become the strongest. I will be the world's strongest man. His name was Marigori, an unremarkable fitness enthusiast. However, compared to fully transformed martial artists and heroes like Tank Top Master, Marigori had no real talents. No matter how hard he trained, he remained just an ordinary human. My years of dedicated research have finally borne fruit. The ultimate assimilation biceps brachii king steroid is complete. Next to Marigori's gym was the laboratory of his older brother, Fukeo. Unlike Marigori, who sought strength through physical training, Fukeo firmly believed that intelligence was the key to true power. He dedicated his life to the pursuit of knowledge and the most effective ways to enhance human muscle growth. His ultimate goal was to possess both the smartest mind and the strongest body. After years of painstaking research, he had finally succeeded creating the perfect muscle-enhancing steroid. Now, with this ultimate steroid formula, my muscle-obsessed fool of a brother can finally achieve his dream. Fukeo understood his brother's dream, but he never believed that inefficient training alone could make Marigori the strongest man in the world. This way, I can fulfill my brother's wish while also realizing my own dream of world domination. He will be the world's strongest man, and I will be the king of the world. Fukeo was ecstatic. Clutching a vial filled with a shimmering, rainbow-colored liquid that looked borderline toxic, he eagerly went to find his brother. "Brother, what brings you here?" Marigori looked at his brother curiously. Stop wasting your time with that inefficient training, Marigori. Marigori was stunned by Fukeo's unusual excitement. Brother, don't you have experiments to run today? Fukeo rarely left his lab, handling everything from eating to relieving himself inside. It was strange for him to come out now. I'm here to help you achieve your dream of becoming the strongest. Take this Super Biceps King. Drink it, and you'll gain the strength you desire. Fukeo held out the vial. Drink this. Marigori eyed the rainbow-colored liquid hesitantly. It didn't look safe to consume. Don't worry, it doesn't taste bad. I even made it your favorite strawberry-flavored. Fukeo urged him on. Touched by his brother's thoughtfulness, Marigori didn't hesitate. He downed the ultimate steroid in one gulp. And so the giant was born. In the manga, his height was 270 meters. In the anime, inconsistencies made his exact height unclear. Back to the present, Chang Wei had already identified the high-energy life form through his invisible killer ability. It was the giant brother. A demon-level monster that could treat Elder Centipede like a jump rope and snack on it like a piece of dried meat. Judging by how a single swing of his arm wiped out half a city, this demon classification was a severe understatement. Conservatively, he was at least a high-tier dragon-level threat, especially since his mere fall later on would flatten an entire city. Chang Wei wasn't particularly interested in a dragon-level monster. To him, it was just another source of gene points. However, Fukeo, the man who had created the ultimate steroid, was much more intriguing. He wanted to know if this formula was something he could absorb. After all, it seemed absurdly powerful, and ordinary men had gained dragon-level strength just by drinking it. So, a whole city was wiped out. Tens of thousands of people are dead. How wonderful, brother. The giant had just swung his massive hand, generating a wind pressure stronger than a Category 6 hurricane, obliterating everything in its path. Rather than being horrified, Fukeo was exhilarated. This was the power of science. This is the power of invincibility. I've finally obtained it. Marigori's reaction was a bit sluggish. Perhaps his nerves couldn't transmit signals fast enough now that he was so massive. That's right, Marigori. My intellect combined with your muscle, the ultimate fusion of brains and brawn. Together we can conquer everything on this planet. We will stand above all life and become rulers of the world. Just as Fukeo finished his declaration, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. The rulers of the world, huh? You really dream big for a villain. Chang Wei's face appeared beside Fukeo. Fukeo jumped in shock. How had someone gotten onto his brother's shoulder? By the way, you must be in great shape to handle this altitude. No signs of altitude sickness at all. Chang Wei clicked his tongue in amusement. Fukeo tried to break free from the grip on his shoulder but found that he couldn't budge an inch. Who the hell are you? Fukeo didn't dare call for his brother's help. Given how massive Marigori was now, there was a 99% chance he'd end up getting swatted to death alongside Chang Wei. So that's the formula for the ultimate steroid. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 124, Chapter 125, A Business Rival Appears. 1110 words. Chapter 125, A Business Rival Appears. Chang Wei immediately analyzed the ultimate steroid and discovered that many of its ingredients were unique to the One Punch Man world. In particular, a significant portion of the formula consisted of extracts from monster biological tissues. He had long heard that monster corpses were sold on the black market. Many researchers were deeply interested in these remains, and were willing to purchase them in bulk. However, he hadn't expected Fukeo to bankrupt himself over this. That single bottle of ultimate steroid was synthesized from the essence of hundreds of tiger-level, and even a dozen demon-level monsters. It was essentially a shortcut, and a gamble. No wonder it had created a massive monstrosity. But Chang Wei had already gotten what he wanted. Without hesitation, he thrust his hand through the giant younger brother's skull. The monster let out a miserable scream, feeling as if something was being forcibly taken from him. "That's mine. That's my power. The world's strongest." The giant younger brother howled, but his body rapidly shrank until he was fully absorbed by Chang Wei. As for Fukeo, with the giant younger brother vanishing into thin air and Chang Wei showing no intention of saving him, he screamed as he plummeted from a great height. In that brief moment, his life flashed before his eyes like a reel of memories. In the end, he hit the ground and was reduced to pulp. Did he regret it in his final moments? Probably not. Hero Association Headquarters, City A. The moment the giant appeared, the Hero Association Headquarters quickly received the report and began monitoring the situation. "Minister Shichi, City D has been destroyed. The giant is now stepping into City B, City D has been destroyed. How long has it even been since the giant appeared? Half a minute. And the entire city is already gone." Shichi was in disbelief. Just what level of disaster could instantly obliterate an entire city? A dragon-level threat. "Minister, based on the data from City D, the city has indeed been completely wiped out. Keep monitoring the giant, issue an emergency evacuation alert for City B, determine the threat level as soon as possible, and deploy nearby heroes to eliminate the monster." "Yes, Minister." Maria and the others quickly began analyzing the giant. "Minister, initial assessment indicates that the giant is a demon-level threat." "Understood. Announce the disaster level for City B immediately." "Minister, if the giant is at the demon level, we must deploy the top 5 A-rank heroes or an S-rank hero. Based on the latest hero activity reports, the nearest S-rank heroes are Silver Fong Bang from City Z and Child Emperor from City Y." "Bang and Child Emperor. All right, notify them immediately and have them head to City B to eliminate the giant." Shichi quickly issued the order. 2 S-class heroes should be enough to deal with a demon-level monster, right? But at that moment, new information came in. "Minister Shichi, the giant has disappeared." Shichi's eyes widened in shock. Disappeared? Based on the scene reports, the giant suddenly vanished without a trace. Even the Hero Association's technicians were baffled by this unexpected development. "We also detected the presence of the mysterious Mun." The technician continued with another update. The mysterious Mun was the nickname the Hero Association had given Chang Wei. Since they couldn't identify him or find any records of his existence, they simply referred to him as such. "Him again?" Shichi sighed. It was a pity they still couldn't recruit him into the Hero Association. No matter how much they advertised, the men seemed completely uninterested. Maybe he just didn't care about the Hero Association at all. Shichi could only feel regret. House of Evolution. Chang Wei returned to the House of Evolution and began studying the ultimate steroid with Genus. "How did you get your hands on this?" Genus asked, surprised. "Found it lying around." Chang Wei grinned. "The materials aren't hard to obtain." Genus adjusted his glasses. He had also collected many monster parts, and even sent out the House of Evolution creatures to hunt for materials. Now he planned to create a prototype based on this ultimate steroid formula. Thanks to this discovery, his mind was flooded with inspiration and wild ideas. Chang Wei observed Genus's thoughts and envied his boundless creativity. "Genus, we don't actually need to buy monster corpses. We can take them openly," he suddenly said. "Take them openly?" Genus was puzzled. Wasn't sending monsters to hunt already considered taking them openly? "Not like that. You have plenty of money, right? We can establish a hero league. Then, we can have heroes hunt monsters for us, and we can collect the corpses legally." Chang Wei chuckled. In the original storyline, a new Hero Association had emerged to compete with the Hero Association. The Hero Association had assumed it was a monopoly, and never cared about maintaining its reputation. They had become complacent. But once the new Hero Association appeared, humanity suddenly had an alternative. Naturally, people started shifting their support. Even many heroes defected, proving that dissatisfaction with the Hero Association had always existed. A Hero League, huh? Genis had no objections. How could he? He was already under Chang Wei's control. So Genis soon invested all his savings into establishing the Hero League. He even hired Metal Knight to construct their headquarters A building as sturdy as the post-destruction Hero Association Tower in City A. Metal Knight only cared about getting paid. He had no interest in what Chang Wei and Genis were planning. The news of the Hero League's founding quickly reached the upper echelons of the Hero Association. However, they weren't too worried. They controlled a vast number of heroes and had strong public support. They didn't see a newly established Hero League as a threat. But they underestimated the Hero League's ability to shake things up, more specifically, Chang Wei's ability. He single-handedly became 1,000 people. 1,000 heroes were suddenly born, all highly disciplined and powerful. Chang Wei gave them independent memories, slightly modified to ensure absolute loyalty to the Hero League. After all, the Hero Association only had a few truly strong heroes. Chang Wei assigned his new heroes martial artist identities, trained them in breathing techniques, and taught them his own original martial arts and swordsmanship. Every single one of them was a warrior, or a swordsman far superior to most heroes in the Hero Association. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 125, Chapter 126, The Hero Association Collapses. 1196 words. Chapter 126, The Hero Association Collapses. The emergence of the Hero League gave humanity a second choice, disrupting the plans of another organization that had been preparing to snatch business from the Hero Association. They couldn't understand how the Hero League had managed to prepare so many heroes. Their own strategy relied on mechanical enhancements and corpse modifications to compete with the Hero Association, yet the Hero League suddenly appeared, fully equipped and ready. As a result, many heroes from the Hero Association found themselves with nothing to do. More importantly, the heroes of the Hero League called themselves superheroes. Wasn't that an outright insult to the heroes of the Hero Association? However, after Chang Wei had a few hackers converted into human memory storage devices, he was able to acquire extensive evidence of the misdeeds of numerous corrupt heroes. Using that invisible killer to record footage, he exposed the disgraceful actions and scandals of the Hero Association's members. For example, the Tank Top Army, led by the S-Class hero Tank Top Master, bullied lower-ranked heroes and engaged in organized thuggery. Then there was the Blizzard Group. Hellish Blizzard, the top B-Class hero, aggressively recruited and gathered other B-Class heroes under her command. Those who refused to join faced suppression, making it nearly impossible for them to continue working as heroes. Unbelievable. I never expected Hellish Blizzard to be so beautiful yet so ruthless. Well, she's not exactly evil. Those heroes were too weak to begin with. If they can't handle a little suppression, maybe they shouldn't be heroes at all. You're only saying that because you think she's attractive. I used to be a victim of the Tank Top Army. They would eat without paying and harass us constantly, especially Tank Top Tiger and Tank Top Black Hole. I can't believe the Hero Association has so many corrupt members. Is this a hero association or a villain association? The evidence was overwhelming. This world had no concept of Photoshop, and Chang Wei had no need for such tricks. His footage was all genuine. That was why the exposure had such a massive impact. Even when some shameless individuals came forward, claiming it was all slander, the public wasn't so easily fooled. The Hero Association's public relations department was overwhelmed. Sweet Mask was furious. He had worked tirelessly to build the concept of heroism and maintain the Hero Association's image, only for it to be completely ruined overnight. This plunged the Hero Association into a crisis of trust. At the same time, a group of handsome, powerful, and charismatic heroes had appeared, heroes who swiftly and efficiently dealt with monsters every time. The choice was obvious: whom would the public support? In less than 2 months, the Hero League had completely replaced the Hero Association. The association's upper management tried everything: slander, attacking Hero League members, even targeting its executives, but none of their schemes succeeded. Meanwhile, the public noticed something: every time a monster appeared, it was eliminated within minutes. The Hero League's reputation skyrocketed, and with it, so did its financial support. Donations poured in at an unprecedented rate. As the Hero Association collapsed, those who had suffered at its hands, whether through direct persecution or as victims of corrupt heroes, finally spoke out, becoming the final straw that broke the association's back. This led some of the Hero Association's executives to withdraw their investments, hoping to cut their losses by investing in the Hero League instead. However, the Hero League no longer needed external funding. Genis was wealthy, and his inventions alone were highly profitable. For instance, his age-reversing technology had led to the development of the Youth Elixir, which could restore a person's youth by a month per dose. Priced at 100 million yen per unit, it quickly gained traction among the ultra-wealthy. After a few successful trials, a flood of orders came in. With this level of financial backing, the Hero League wasn't short on funds. If anything, they were making money faster than they could spend it. Chang Wei was already considering establishing a city entirely owned by the Hero League. At the same time, the Hero League was able to collect large quantities of monster corpses, allowing Genis to successfully develop the first sample of the ultimate steroid formula. Let's see how effective it is. After analyzing its composition, Genis had a cloned Ashura Kabuto consume the formula. Chang Wei stood nearby, arms crossed, watching with anticipation. Moments later, the Ashura Kabuto's body rapidly expanded, growing into a massive 10-meter-tall creature. Incredible! After conducting a few tests, Genis was astonished. Compared to beast soldiers, the Ashura Kabuto is far superior. This confirms that the ultimate steroid formula is a viable path forward. However, while the subject has grown stronger, the drastic change in size isn't ideal. It's not what I envisioned. Genis frowned. He still held on to his dream of evolving all of humanity, not just turning them into oversized monsters. This result was unsatisfactory. He had plenty of failed experiments like this and didn't place much value on them. Tastes good. Chang Wei had already absorbed the enhanced Ashura Kabuto. For reference, the giant brother was worth over 100,000 gene points. His durability was so high that even after taking a punch from Saitama, his skull remained intact. At the very least, he was at the threshold of dragon level or possibly top-tier dragon level. Yet this newly enhanced Ashura Kabuto was worth 180,000 gene points, a significant improvement. Originally, the Ashura Kabuto had only been worth 90,000 gene points, meaning the ultimate steroid formula had roughly doubled its strength. Of course, gene points didn't always directly correlate to combat power, but they were influenced by strength, which had now been confirmed. Keep refining it. Chang Wei instructed Genis. I will do my best. Genis confidently replied, stating that he could further improve the formula, though it would require more test subjects and experiments. Chang Wei was intrigued. If the ultimate steroid formula could be enhanced further, he was willing to try it himself. After all, he had no concerns about side effects. His Divine Light virus had an unparalleled digestion ability. There was no way an ultimate steroid formula could disrupt it. The Hero League received a distress call from civilians, reports of a massive number of monsters appearing along the coastline. Many people had already been attacked. As the chairman and leader of the Hero League, Chang Wei immediately knew the source of these monsters. The Deep Sea Tribe had surfaced. After the underground people had been annihilated by Saitama, the Deep Sea Tribe had finally dared to come ashore. This proved that the underground people weren't as weak as they seemed. They had just encountered Saitama at his peak, which left them no chance to showcase their strength. Similarly, the Sky King had only appeared after both the underground people and the deep sea tribe had been wiped out. Issue an emergency alert and summon all nearby heroes. Chang Wei ordered. Understood, Chairman. The Hero League immediately sprang into action. Loudspeakers installed across the city blared air raid sirens, signaling the crisis. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 126, Chapter 127, Evolution Serum 1207 words. Chapter 127, Evolution Serum, Emergency. Emergency. Until they are neutralized, all residents must evacuate to the shelters immediately. This is not a drill. Please evacuate as soon as possible. Repeating, emergency. Emergency. Attention, residents of J City. Attention, residents of J City. Monsters have appeared on the streets and along the coast of J City. The threat level has been assessed as demon level. The Hero League is currently dispatching heroes to eliminate the monsters. Until they are neutralized, all residents must evacuate to the shelters immediately. This is not a drill. Please evacuate as soon as possible. In the original storyline, before the Deep Sea King appeared, the threat level was naturally Tiger level. Due to the emergence of multiple Tiger level monsters, it was classified as High Tiger. Since Chang Wei knew both the plot and the official guidebook, he naturally designated this as a demon level threat. However, to prevent people from accusing the Hero League of exaggerating, he always had his clones stage dramatic battles with the monsters fighting back and forth before finally taking them down. To further maintain the League's credibility, only demon level and dragon level monsters received this special treatment. All wolf level and tiger level threats were eliminated instantly. Right now, the Hero League's A-class heroes were cutting through the Deep Sea Clan monsters like a hot knife through butter. A defining trait of the Hero League was its abundance of A-class and S-class heroes far more than the Hero Association, leaving the latter wondering where they kept finding so many powerful heroes. Moreover, the Hero League defined hero ranks differently from the Hero Association. In the Hero Association, only those capable of soloing a demon-level monster could qualify as S-class. Those who could take on a demon-level enemy in a group or defeat a Tiger-level one alone were designated as A-class. Chang Wei found that system too complicated. So in his league, things were much simpler. Those who could solo a demon-level monster were A-class. Those who could solo a dragon-level monster were S-class. Those who could solo a tiger-level monster were B-class. Those who could solo a wolf-level monster were C-class. Inside the shelters, televisions broadcasted the ongoing battle between the heroes and the monsters in real time. Unlike the Hero Association, which didn't grasp the importance of publicity, Chang Wei made sure people witnessed these battles firsthand. Only by letting the public see the heroes fight could he minimize the number of detractors. Of course, haters were inevitable, but Chang Wei could ensure they didn't have much of a voice or even a place in this world. Watching the live footage of A-class and B-class heroes effortlessly clearing out the Deep Sea Clan, the people in the shelters were optimistic. They're so strong. Hero League's superheroes are way stronger than the Hero Association's. Yeah, the Hero Association is just too weak in comparison. However, at that moment, a shadowy figure appeared on screen. An A-class hero clashed with it briefly, but was immediately sent flying. As everyone gasped in shock, the figure stepped forward, revealing its true form. It was a massive humanoid sea creature with deep green skin, a white underbelly, and strikingly human-like facial features. Unlike the other Deep Sea Clan monsters, it wore a cape and had a crown on its head, an unmistakable mark of authority. Compared to the grotesque appearances of the other Deep Sea Clan members, this creature exuded an air of power and superiority. A fierce battle erupted. The Deep Sea King first introduced himself, making sure everyone understood he was no ordinary monster, he was a king. Then, under Chang Wei's remote control, the battle escalated dramatically. His clone and the Deep Sea King tore through half the city before the fight finally concluded. The people in the shelter saw nothing strange about this. They marveled at the monster's strength, while also feeling grateful for the Hero League's swift response. The fact that A-class heroes could handle demon-level threats alone further solidified their trust in the League. Compared to the Hero Association, the difference in strength was simply too vast. Chang Wei had little interest in the deep-sea king, whether wet or dry, it made no difference to him. He also ignored the meteor in Z City. Saitama would handle it, and if not, his S-class heroes would take care of it. At the moment, Chang Wei was bored out of his mind, passing the time by playing video games. Fortunately, the One Punch Man world had plenty of games he had never seen before. Given his current body, he didn't need to eat, drink, sleep, or rest, allowing him to blaze through games at an insane pace. Of course, if he didn't deliberately slow down his neural reflexes, the game screen would appear like a still image, like watching a slideshow in ultra-slow motion, making it impossible to enjoy. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Genis completed the improvements and optimizations for the ultimate steroid formula. I've conducted over 100 experiments under near-perfect conditions, yet the success rate is only around 60%, Genis reported. The failed subjects mutated into monsters, with their physical abilities increasing 5-fold. As for the successful ones, their cellular structures underwent changes, but they retained their sanity and gained a 3-fold boost in physical capabilities. Sounds weaker than the giant. Chang Wei mused, twirling a vial of deep purple liquid in his hand. No, this is a perfect enhancement. I call it the evolution serum. It unlocks an organism's latent potential. Even you, boss, would experience evolution if you consumed it. Genis said passionately. So it shifts from mere enhancement to potential development. Chang Wei's eyes lit up, reminded of the various potential unlocking techniques in the Dragon Ball world. Without hesitation, he downed the deep purple liquid. Immediately, the divine light virus began absorbing it. I don't feel anything. The taste wasn't sweet or sour, it had no discernible flavor, but was oddly pleasant to drink. Then, suddenly, he felt it. The divine light virus became active. More than that, even the T-virus, G-virus, vampire progenitor virus, and stand virus all began surging within him. This is some powerful stuff. Chang Wei glanced at Genis. This sensation felt eerily similar to when he used the system's genetic points to evolve. The only difference was that the system had an all-encompassing force behind it, whereas this was purely biological. Now he felt as though every cell in his body was about to rebel. Fortunately, against the already maxed-out divine light virus, there was no real resistance. It was quickly subdued and guided through the evolution process. My strength has increased, feels similar to the ultimate breathing technique, maybe even stronger. Chang Wei clenched his fist, feeling the newfound power coursing through him. At that moment, a massive spaceship suddenly materialized in the sky above a city. The dark matter thieves had arrived. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send power stones. 300 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 127, Chapter 128, Everyone's at demon level. 1142 words. Chapter 128, Everyone's at demon level. Bad news, Chairman Chang Wei. We just got a call from the public. City A has been destroyed. A massive spaceship has appeared. The Hero League's hotline was blowing up early in the morning. Chang Wei felt like time had flown by. So, it was finally happening. The dark matter thieves. Or rather, that Minboras. City A has been destroyed. Chang Wei knew this would be a massive blow to the Hero Association's reputation. Many S-class heroes had already chosen to leave. So, even though that so-called prophet, Shibabawa or whatever, choked to death on a throat lozenge, they were powerless to summon the S-class heroes just because of a prediction on a scrap of paper. In other words, the Hero Association now treated S-class heroes like VIPs, instead of disposable workers, as in the original storyline. Because of this, they were completely unprepared. If not for Metal Knight constructing their headquarters, the Hero Association itself would have been reduced to ashes in the first round of bombardment from the dark matter thieves. What's the situation now? Chang Wei was eager to see how the story had changed. A large number of aliens, or should I say monsters, have come down from the spaceship. The staff member wasn't sure how to describe them. The heroes from the Hero League are fighting back, but there are too many of them. The aliens are already approaching other cities. City A didn't have many heroes stationed there to begin with. Although Tatsumaki was in City A, she happened to be away on a mission. After just one round of bombardment, the heroes in City A suffered heavy casualties. Issue an emergency alert immediately. Since they've already wiped out an entire city, it means these aliens have the potential to destroy human civilization. For now, classify this as a high-level dragon threat. Chang Wei gave the order decisively. Yes, sir. His subordinates quickly sent out emergency alerts to every city. Emergency alert. Emergency alert. Attention, all residents of major cities. A hostile alien force has appeared in City A. City A has been completely destroyed. The threat level has been classified as high-level dragon. The Hero League is deploying heroes to eliminate the monsters. Until the threat is neutralized, all residents must stay away from City A and maintain a safe distance. This is not a drill, please evacuate immediately. Repeating, emergency alert. Emergency alert. Attention, all residents of major cities. A hostile alien force has appeared in City A. City A has been completely destroyed. The threat level has been classified as high-level dragon. The Hero League is deploying heroes to eliminate the monsters. Until the threat is neutralized, all residents must stay away from City A and maintain a safe distance. This is not a drill, please evacuate immediately. A certain bald-headed demon king was watching the news. An alien invasion, huh? There must be some strong opponents this time. Saitama stood up, looking excited. Meanwhile, Chang Wei dispatched numerous drones to capture footage of the battlefield. These so-called drones were actually invisible killers disguised as unmanned aerial vehicles. The Hero League was doing this to let the public see just how powerful these monsters were and to provide real-time updates. Genus, are you ready? We have a ton of tiger-level and demon-level monsters to collect this time. Chang Wei was full of anticipation. The dark matter thieves consisted mostly of warriors recruited from various conquered planets. They had some technicians, but their numbers were small. Even their lowest combatants were at high-tier tiger level. Their three main fighters were firmly in the dragon-level category. It was just that on Earth, dragon-level threats were so common that they didn't seem as impressive. However, considering that two of the three top fighters were eventually killed by Saitama, they were still formidable. Especially that octopus alien, who could create black holes with psychokinesis. He might even be on par with Tatsumaki, the dragon-tier gatekeeper, or perhaps even stronger. Jerry Yugenshub could use his psychokinesis to remove air resistance and accelerate pebbles to near-light speeds. Just one pebble could potentially take down a powerful dragon-level threat. His offensive power was beyond estimation. And in the TV version, the octopus alien could also control gravity, making him an absolute powerhouse. Chang Wei was eager to absorb him. Once the analysis of the divine light virus was complete, would his own psychokinesis become even stronger? I'm ready, boss. Genus's clones were all wearing bulky, odd-looking suits, biological exo-armor that he had developed himself. These suits provided defenses and strength equivalent to a tiger-level monster, making them perfect for handling the cleanup. Genus's main body, of course, would stay in the base to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Then let's move out. At that moment, the Hero League received a message from the Hero Association. They wanted to collaborate against the alien invasion. You're still trying to ride my coattails at a time like this. Naturally, Chang Wei refused outright. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, he teleported to the battlefield. Below him, aliens and humans were locked in combat. The humans were vastly outnumbered. Their life energy levels, they're all at demon level. Chang Wei's divine light virus-enhanced vision, or rather, his life energy sensing ability, allowed him to gauge the strength of these creatures. Demon-level warriors, what a ridiculous situation. So many demon-level threats. In the original story, these warriors hadn't even had a chance to land before Saitama stormed the ship and wiped out a bunch of them. The rest were taken out by the ship's bombardment or when it crashed. Otherwise, this would have been an unprecedented disaster for humanity. Even the weakest demon-level monsters weren't something lower-tier A-class heroes could handle. Ignoring the lesser creatures, Chang Wei rushed toward a particular target, one of the highest-ranking warriors among the dark matter thieves, Melzargard. An alien with 5 heads, each possessing its own consciousness and personality, capable of splitting into independent entities. He could reshape his body in various ways, growing wings, turning his arms into deadly blunt weapons or blades, merging and splitting at will, and extending tentacles to attack. He also had unlimited regeneration. His only weakness was the 5 marble-sized cores hidden inside his body, one corresponding to each head. Destroying a core would kill that respective head. With his flesh-manipulating abilities, he could split into 5 separate bodies, each with 1 head and core, or merge them all while keeping the 5 heads and personalities intact. In the original story, he single-handedly held off 4 S-class heroes, including Silver Fang and Atomic Samurai. This planet really is something else. Melzargard laughed heartily. So many beings here were on par with their pirate warriors. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 128, Chapter 129, Consciousness Crystal 1075 words. Chapter 129, Consciousness Crystal. The dark matter pirates had roamed the vast starry sea for a long time. Although they lacked both warp technology and wormhole technology, it had taken them 20 years just to travel from the so-called center of the universe to this remote place called Earth. Given Boros' energy reserves, he shouldn't have lacked the power to make a warp jump. This meant they had likely traveled at sublight speed instead. Their usual method of planetary conquest followed a set pattern. In past battles, they would first destroy the planet's observation devices. If none were present, they would target its communication systems. Then, Melzargard, who possessed limitless stamina, regeneration abilities, and combat adaptability, making him nearly immortal, would clear the battlefield. In other words, he would exterminate all living creatures within the immediate landing zone. Following this, the ship would bombard areas where life signs were densely concentrated, wiping out massive numbers of organisms. Once information gathering was complete, the main ship would deploy all combatants to eliminate the remaining life forms and strike any designated targets. The higher-ranked combatants and elite combatants were responsible for dealing with the planet's most advanced life forms, its strongest fighters. If even they failed to secure victory, then their ultimate weapon, the all-conquering super life form, Lord Boros, would personally take action. At that point, the decision would be made: would the powerful individual be killed, subdued, or sold? This was how the 3 elite combatants, and even the high-ranking combatants, had been recruited into Boros' forces. However, despite conquering countless planets, this was the first time they had encountered a planet of such high quality. At this moment, all the superheroes from the Hero League had mobilized, launching attacks on the invading dark matter aliens, showcasing terrifying strength. The heroes from the Hero Association coordinated in support. You must be one of the invading aliens. Why do you speak our language? Chang Wei appeared in front of Melzargard, asking curiously. Who are you? It's just a language. Something this simple can be learned in no time, Melzargard sneered. Well, that's actually a pretty reasonable explanation. Chang Wei muttered, slightly amused. The next moment, an invisible pressure engulfed Melzargard. Is telekinesis? Melzargard's pupils shrank in terror. Was it just his imagination, or did this psychic force feel even stronger than Jerryuganship's? Before he could react, he was compressed into a tight sphere, utterly powerless to resist. Chang Wei opened his mouth wide. With a single bite, he swallowed Melzigard whole. Instantly, the divine light virus completed its digestion and analysis, extracting useful genes and structures from Melzigard, incorporating them into Chang Wei's evolution. From Melzigard, Chang Wei found the most valuable trait to be the ability to maintain his body without degradation. As for regeneration and splitting, those were secondary. Looks like I can split off multiple personalities now. With his new evolution, Chang Wei's body reconstruction ability had further strengthened. Additionally, he had gained a new power, the ability to create consciousness crystals. For Melzigard, these crystals were extremely rare, requiring 100 years to form just one, allowing him to grow an additional head. But for Chang Wei, enhanced by the T-virus, a master of telekinesis, telepathy, and mind control, he didn't need 100 years to form one. He could seemingly generate them in a second. These consciousness crystals not only served as extra lives, but also functioned similarly to a lich's phylactery, or perhaps something even more profound. Chang Wei had always worried about whether he would truly die if he were obliterated down to his fundamental particles. Even if his soul remained, souls didn't naturally carry viruses. Though the divine light virus could already affect and devour souls, it couldn't be created from nothing. However, the emergence of these consciousness crystals provided him with a potential solution. If his original body were completely annihilated, he could use these crystals to resurrect himself. The only question was whether this method was reliable. To test it, he condensed a consciousness crystal, and then separated large amounts of divine light virus, T-virus, and G-virus to form a body for it. The result was an identical copy of himself after all. It was a split-off consciousness crystal. From now on, you'll be called Zero. Chang Wei could sense his connection to the clone. Zero responded emotionlessly, merely nodding. A reserved personality. Take care of the monsters here. Extract any special genes for me, Chang Wei instructed, impatient to face the other two elite combatants. To him, Boros had essentially delivered a treasure trove. Understood, Zero replied blankly. Once Chang Wei left, however, Zero immediately shoved his hands into his pockets. Heh. Finally, I can cut loose. Now, how should I make my grand entrance? Inside the spaceship, Chang Wei unleashed the divine light virus, absorbing parts of the vessel. The black light virus had always been able to break down both organic and inorganic matter for energy, including plastic. After multiple evolutions, the divine light virus was even more potent. Chang Wei was particularly curious about the ship's materials. After devouring so many scientists' memories, he had developed a strong interest in materials science and energy research, two pillars of technological advancement. As expected of an interstellar warship, this alloy is far superior to anything on Earth. After analyzing the structure, he integrated the ship's material properties into his own body. Then, locking onto a powerful life form within the ship, he dashed toward it. What kind of life form is this? Not only can it move in a straight line through the ship, but it's also insanely fast. Jerry Yugenshuk sensed Chang Wei's presence via telekinesis, and was stunned. However, seeing that Chang Wei was heading toward Garibas, he relaxed and even notified Garibas to handle the intruder. Brimming with confidence, Garibas assured Jerry Yugenshuk that there would be no problem. Thus, Jerry Yugenshuk ignored the issue, and instead tried to contact Melzigard to reprimand him for allowing a planetary life form inside the ship. But for some reason, Melzigard's signal had vanished. Could it be? Has Melzigard already been eliminated by this planet's inhabitants? Jerry Yugenshuk was in utter disbelief. Could that prophecy? If this planet truly harbored a super life form rivaling Lord Boros, then it made sense that Melzigard would disappear so quickly. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 129, Chapter 130, Infinite Mental Power 1018 Words Chapter 130, Infinite Mental Power. Guribas was still unaware that Melzagard had lost all response. Brimming with confidence, he looked at the intruder before him. So you're the intruder, huh? I didn't expect you to break through Melzagard's blockade, but this is as far as you go. I, the great Guribas, am the strongest among the three top combatants. Standing before Chong Wei, Guribas had green skin, and a featureless head aside from a mouth. His arms lacked fingers, replaced instead by gaping, tooth-filled maws. Compared to his two colleagues, Guribas looked unmistakably like a disposable minion. His special ability was spitting out powerful acid, and before coming to Earth, he had learned over 20 finishing moves. Oh, you seem pretty impressive. I wonder how you taste, Chong Wei said with a grin. Guribas was confused by his words. The next moment, he realized that only his head remained. What just happened? Panic and disbelief overtook Guribas. He had been taken out without a sound. Impossible. He was Guribas. For Chong Wei, the invisible killer had always been his most useful technique. Now that he could reduce its size to the molecular level, it was not only undetectable but also possessed unstoppable destructive power. There was no material it couldn't disassemble unless it had no molecular structure at all. In other words, only conceptual entities, pure energy, or some unscientific sci-fi material could resist Chong Wei's invisible killer. The divine light virus devoured Guribas, analyzing his genes, but to Chong Wei, the results were hardly impressive. What he really wanted was that octopus. Jerry-Yugen-Shup. Guribas, something's wrong. Be careful, Melzagard might have. Jerry-Yugen-Shup was just about to warn Guribas about the intruder. If Melzagard had lost contact, it likely meant he had already been dealt with. But Guribas' silence sent chills down Jerry-Yugen-Shup's spine. Did he take down Guribas too? It was hard to believe. Then, Jerry-Yugen-Shup sensed the intruder approaching. The moment he perceived it, Chong Wei was already right in front of him. You've been messing around on our ship for quite a while now. Do you really not take us seriously? Jerry-Yugen-Shup showed no fear. His psychokinesis lifted debris around him into the air. His ability allowed him to eliminate friction between his controlled objects and the air, enabling them to move at relativistic speeds without being destroyed by friction. Tatsumaki couldn't achieve this level of control. If she attempted to hurl objects at relativistic speeds, they would be incinerated by air friction. One sensei even considered giving Jerry-Yugen-Shup the ability to create black holes, but this idea was seemingly scrapped after all. Creating black holes was beyond what a normal, high-level monster should be capable of. A little disappointing. Can't you sense it? Chong Wei suddenly spoke. Jerry-Yugen-Shup hesitated for a moment before launching the relativistic projectiles at him. So you really can't sense it? My psychokinesis. Chong Wei's pupils shrank. In an instant, Jerry-Yugen-Shup felt an overwhelming force pressing down on him, while his supposed relativistic projectiles were casually swatted away by Chong Wei. Relativistic speed might sound impressive, but technically, speeds hundreds or thousands of times faster than sound still counted as relativistic. Light travels through air at about 300,000 kilometers per second, or 3 billion meters per second, while sound in air moves at about 340 meters per second. That means light speed is around 882,352 times faster than sound. So unless that octopus could launch objects at 880,000 times the speed of sound, Chong Wei wasn't impressed. And that was impossible. Light speed is the ultimate limit for matter. Boros meteoric burst was the real deal. Calculations suggested it reached about one-third the speed of light, or 100,000 kilometers per second. Even Chong Wei wasn't that fast, which was why he wanted meteoric burst so badly. Impossible. This level of psychokinesis. Jerry-Yugen-Shup struggled, but his psychokinetic barrier was effortlessly infiltrated and dismantled by Chong Wei's superior mental force. Perfect for offense, flawless for defense. That's my psychokinesis. Devouring you should make my abilities even stronger. Maybe I'll even reach the atomic level. Chang Wei grinned. Jerry-Yugen let out a final, despairing wail before being ripped apart. Then, Chang Wei absorbed everything. As the divine light virus went to work, the T-virus surged into activity. Chang Wei could feel his psychic power skyrocketing at an insane rate. Before this, his psychokinesis was limited by earthly biology. Without a reference template from a species naturally gifted in psychic abilities, the divine light virus and T-virus had been evolving blindly. But now, things were different. He had obtained the ideal psychic gene template. Of course, Tatsumaki's genes might be just as valuable. He should collect some from her in the future. Now both viruses used Jerry-Yugenshup's genes as a blueprint, optimizing and enhancing them. As a result, Chang Wei's mental power expanded exponentially. Previously, his psychokinesis could cover the entire Earth, his telepathy rivaled Professor X, and his mind control could dominate all of humanity. But now his power extended from Earth's surface to its core, allowing him to sense the planet's movements. Even more terrifyingly, his range began to expand into space, reaching as far as the moon. If he wanted, he could drag the moon down in a cataclysmic attack, lunar drop. The sheer scale of destruction was immense, but Chang Wei wasn't just about spectacle. He was all about having fun. If he didn't get a kick out of showing off, he'd feel uncomfortable. Maybe I should carve something on the moon for fun. Feeling the boundless torrent of psychic energy flooding his mind, Chang Wei smirked. If his psychokinesis had once been like a deep well, constantly bubbling with water, now it felt like the well had burst, and an endless psychic ocean was surging forth. No matter how much power he expended, it didn't decrease. Even if he burned through 8-figure amounts of psychic energy per second, the amount regenerating was in the astronomical range, the kind that involved exponential powers of 10. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 130, Chapter 131, The Universe Overlord Breaks Down. 1113 words. Chapter 131, The Universe Overlord Breaks Down. This terrifying psychic power also caught Boras's attention. He could see telekinesis after all. His eye structure was different from that of humans, and his race had an extraordinary sensitivity to energy. With such a level of psychic power, has Jerry-Yugen already sacrificed himself? Boras felt his fighting spirit surge. He stretched his body and stood up. He could hardly wait any longer. This guy, how dare he pull off such a big spectacle while I was away? Chang Wei, on the other hand, sensed his own consciousness crystal. It appeared dazed in front of him, but who would have thought it was secretly flamboyant? As soon as he left, it went ahead and brought out Guyver, Strike Freedom Gundam, EVA Unit 01, and Ultraman Belial. Of course, all of them were products of the Divine Light virus. Unit 0 had used these creations to torment the aliens, while also making the people of the One Punch Man world realize that the Hero League's power far surpassed that of the Hero Association. I never expected this personality of mine to be so flamboyant. But it's definitely not me. This must be the consciousness crystals doing, Chang Wei mused. This won't do. Looks like I can't make future consciousness crystals look exactly like me. After all, his face handsome beyond words, exuding grace, brilliance, elegance, thick brows, sharp eyes, and an overall dashing demeanor, insert 3,000 more idioms here, must not be sullied. What if a goofy personality emerged? At that thought, Chang Wei frowned. Nice to meet you. Welcome aboard my spaceship. A towering shadow emerged from the hole Chang Wei had just blasted through. As the light illuminated the figure, Chang Wei finally saw its true form. It was a one-eyed alien, resembling a cyclops. He had spiky, pale pink hair with bangs that fell naturally over his face. His sharp fangs and pointed ears were adorned with a row of silver earrings. A massive blue eye dominated his face, and his light blue skin was covered in deep blue, crack-like markings that originated from his eye and spread across most of his body. He wore spiked armor on his shoulders and forearms, along with curved boots to match. His lower body was clad in white, lantern-shaped pants, secured by a magenta belt with a silver-rimmed purple blade attached to it. This was Boros, the leader of the dark matter thieves, the universe overlord. So, you're their boss. Chang Wei hadn't expected Boros to come out personally. That's right. I am the leader of the dark matter thieves, the overlord of the entire universe. Boros. Boros proudly introduced himself. The overlord of the entire universe, huh? Chang Wei's tone carried a hint of mockery. Tell me, universe overlord, do you even know how big the universe is? What does that have to do with anything right now? Boros was puzzled. The universe is infinite, boundless. You call yourself the universe overlord, so tell me, how many intelligent planets do you rule? How many light years does your territory span? Chang Wei couldn't help but continue his ridicule. I have roamed the cosmos for hundreds of years, traversed over 1,000 planets, and even plundered alliances formed by multiple civilizations. To this day, no one has ever defeated me. Boros frowned and then spoke with pride. Only 1,000 planets, and you call yourself the universe overlord? My friend, your claim is seriously inflated. Chang Wei sneered. Boros suddenly found himself at a loss for words. The Milky Way, based on human observations, contains between 100 billion and 400 billion stars. And that's just stars. Each star system has varying numbers of planets, not to mention countless asteroids. In an instant, the number of celestial bodies in the Milky Way alone skyrockets to the trillions. Ignoring Boros's silence, Chang Wei continued his lecture. Your 1,000 planets wouldn't even make a ripple in this vast sea. Even if your spaceship could travel at the speed of light, the Milky Way has a diameter of about 900,000 light-years. It would take you roughly 30,000 years to fly across it at light speed. Universe overlord, does your ship have warp capabilities? Can it exceed light speed? Or are you telling me it can't even reach light speed? Chang Wei pressed on. Boros remained silent, feeling as if he had just been bombarded with incomprehensible facts. Wait, you can't even reach light speed? Then your range of activity is even smaller. How long is your species' lifespan? On Earth, we measure time like this. Chang Wei's tone grew even more disdainful. My species lives for around 400 Earth years. We have experienced countless battles. Boros immediately responded. Seriously? Just 400 years, and you call yourself the universe overlord? Your time in power is ridiculously short. You probably haven't even explored 1% of the Milky Way, maybe not even 0. Without faster-than-light travel, most of your time is wasted in transit. Speaking of which, how long did it take your ship to reach Earth? Chang Wei asked. 20 years. Boros was growing increasingly speechless, but he still answered. 20 years, huh? Even if your ship travels at sublight speed, that means the distance between us isn't that far, well within human observation range. And all those years wasted just on traveling. You don't even have cryosleep technology. Forget leaving the Milky Way, you'd die of old age before you even crossed from one galactic arm to another. Chang Wei continued his verbal beatdown. And this is what you dare to call universe overlord? At the very least, you'd need a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, preferably eternal life plus wormhole jumping technology, faster-than-light propulsion, and an active range spanning hundreds of galaxies to even begin competing for the title of universe overlord. You're nothing more than a regional warlord in some backwater star system. I have never seen someone so shameless. At last, Boros snapped. I didn't come here to argue with you. Boros clenched his fists. None of that matters. Boros lunged forward. TSK, already breaking down. Chang Wei blocked Boros's punch. Both of them were already moving at supersonic speeds, and this was just their base speed. Boros had yet to enter his second stage, and Chong Wei hadn't even begun his warm-up. Seeing his punch blocked, Boros's excitement surged. This was what he had been seeking, not meaningless words. The next moment, Chong Wei struck his punch so fast that Boros could perceive it, but his armor-sealed body couldn't react in time. A direct hit right to the chest. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 131, Chapter 132, Divine Battle. 1224 words. Chapter 132, Divine Battle. Boros was sent flying, crashing through his ship, breaking through countless walls along the way. He only came to a stop after being blasted out of the spaceship. This sudden development caught the attention of the humans watching the live stream. What was that? Something just flew out of that alien spaceship. Is that the enemy's boss? Boros finally managed to steady himself. Chong Wei stepped out as well. That was a powerful punch. Boros stood up. His armor had shattered, its fragments scattered across the ground. The armor I used to seal my own power is broken. His appearance began to change. His muscles swelled, spiked plates grew from his body, and his spine, along with the surrounding tissues, was now exposed. His skin turned deep blue with lighter blue stripes, emanating an immense energy. An additional eye had appeared below his chest, moving in sync with his original eyes. His previously upright hair darkened slightly. Come, bring some excitement into my life. This is why I exist. Boros clenched his fists, his excitement palpable. The markings across his body glowed with energy. Simply getting into a combat stance stirred up a fierce wind. The ground beneath him shattered, and his speed surged instantly. Chong Wei's pupils contracted. His eyes rapidly adjusted to a combat-ready structure, and his body began undergoing changes as well, though he hadn't even entered his warm-up state yet. A cataclysmic punch was blocked. Boros' fist collided with Chong Wei's in a direct clash of raw power. The impact alone was enough to cause City A to collapse. Unlike Boros' spaceship, which had been built to withstand extreme force, the city couldn't endure their strength. The power of both fighters had reached a level capable of shattering mountains and overturning seas, triggering unimaginable physical effects. City A was annihilated in an instant. The ground rippled like ocean waves, a massive earthquake reducing everything to ruin. Get out of here, now. Zero shouted for everyone to evacuate. Even those who had already fled City A weren't safe. After all, his true body was insane enough to fight Boros right on the planet's surface. At this rate, entire landmasses were bound to sink. What incredible reflexes! Boros couldn't help but admire Chong Wei. It had been years since he'd encountered an opponent who could so effortlessly block a punch imbued with his true power. He had roamed the cosmos, conquering countless stars, and had faced many warriors on par with the Great War's elite. However, in his excitement, he had always ended up killing them before he could truly enjoy the battle. If not for that, he would have had a formidable army of powerful subordinates. But in the next instant, Chong Wei accelerated and landed a punch squarely on Boros' face. When did he move? Boros' pupils shrank. He hadn't even registered the attack. Chong Wei's speed had suddenly surged far beyond what it was before. This time, Boros wasn't sent flying to dissipate the force of impact. Instead, it felt as if something had bound him in place, leaving him no choice but to take the full brunt of the punch head-on. His head exploded on the spot. Is it over? The terrifying destruction of City A left humanity in shock. Only when the battle footage was replayed at 100 times slower speed did they manage to make out two blurred figures colliding, followed by an earth-shattering catastrophe. As the two figures slowed down, people could finally see that one was a human, and the other a uniquely shaped monster. The broadcast even had a title overlay for the human figure, Hero League's strongest hero Chong Wei. Then, they saw the moment Chang Wei's punch obliterated his opponent's head. Such a terrifying monster, it was surely classified as above dragon, possibly even god level. Seeing it defeated gave everyone a sense of relief. Unfortunately, Boros was an entity whose energy could not be extinguished, meaning he wouldn't die unless his body was completely reduced to the molecular or even atomic level, leaving him without thought or consciousness. After all, not everyone possessed cellular omnipotence. At the molecular level, cells theoretically shouldn't even exist, except for cases of extreme mutation like the divine light virus. Within a single breath, Boros had already regenerated. Psychokinesis. It feels far stronger than Jiryugenshup's. Boros stretched his limbs, then instantly accelerated to an even greater speed. This time, Chang Wei didn't use psychokinesis to restrain Boros again. He had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Finally, a fight where he could go all out. No unnecessary tricks. Both of them chose to engage in a brutal, head-on clash. No dodging, just raw combat instincts and physical prowess, fist against fist, in a pure test of strength. Each punch was delivered with perfect precision, flawless in both angle and force. They were practically showcasing the absolute limits of power, reaching a level of mastery that defied logic. Yet the sheer speed of their exchanges, numbering in the tens of thousands per instant, obscured these details from ordinary eyes. World-shattering destruction. Though they were merely exchanging blows, every step they took left behind trails of interwoven light and shockwaves that carried the force of billions upon billions of tons. Their movements sundered mountains, cracked open the earth, and sent magma bursting from below. The violent earthquakes began affecting the entire continental plate. You'd better be careful now. I'm about to release a massive surge of energy. Anything that touches it will be reduced to ashes. Boros was beyond exhilarated. After exchanging a final punch with Chang Wei, he used the recoil to propel himself backward. His entire body surged with power, and the singular eye on his chest glowed with terrifying intensity. Then you'd better be careful too. Chang Wei knew exactly what Boros was about to unleash: the collapsing star roaring cannon, his strongest energy attack aside from his ultimate move. Its power was formidable but not overwhelmingly so. A silver vertical line at the center of Chang Wei's forehead lit up. In the next instant, a blue energy beam and a silver energy stream collided. Unlike typical energy clashes, where the energy spheres would gradually expand, this time the two forces reacted immediately, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. Energy duels in anime often made little scientific sense, but one could assume that the ki they used had unique properties that defied conventional energy laws, just like how lightsabers could inexplicably clash rather than passing through each other. However, this explosion was a true, raw energy reaction. The cost of such an event. The landmass that housed humanity's cities was shattered into fragments. The force of the blast triggered continental drift, a process that normally takes billions of years, now occurring within mere seconds. The sheer magnitude of this tectonic shift led to catastrophic human casualties. Boros had been utterly obliterated by the explosion. He hadn't anticipated that Chang Wei's energy attack would be 1.5 to 2 times stronger than his collapsing star roaring cannon, resulting in a completely one-sided clash. However, Chang Wei hadn't even gone full power yet. This attack, Heaven's Might, was merely an intermediate-level output. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 132, Chapter 133, Frenzied Evolution and Overwhelming Defeat. 1159 words. Chapter 133, Frenzied Evolution and Overwhelming Defeat. Boros rapidly regenerated, but his spaceship wasn't as fortunate. The clash of energy between him and Chang Wei had completely devastated it. Only the core of the energy hub remained intact. My ship is gone. Boros' lone eye widened in shock. The spaceship was his only means of interstellar travel. No matter how powerful he was, even Boros needed a ship to traverse the cosmos. Sure, his energy reserves were terrifyingly vast, but so what? Biological beings inherently had flaws compared to machines, at least when it came to fatigue and durability. They weren't even in the same league. Maybe Boros could sustain flight for a while with meteoric burst, but that technique burned through his lifespan. Did he have that much life to spare? In other words, he was now stranded on this primitive planet. As for relying on its inhabitants to build a new spaceship, the energy clash between him and Chang Wei had already wiped out over half of this planet's intelligent life. How long would it take for the survivors to develop the technology he needed? Even if Boros could live for over 400 Earth years, he seriously doubted this primitive world could produce a ship that met his standards. Damn it. Boros came here to fight, not to be trapped on some backwater planet. His fury surged. Meteoric burst. In an instant, his entire body, previously shrouded in black, was bathed in a dazzling white light. His overwhelming energy engulfed him completely. At the same time, he absorbed all the remaining energy from the core of the energy hub. With an opponent as monstrous as Chang Wei, there was a chance the hub would be destroyed. Better to store the energy within himself. Now his terrifying energy fueled his every movement. His limbs no longer obeyed his nerves, they were purely propelled by energy. Chang Wei's pupils contracted, he couldn't see him. For the first time, he lost sight of Boros' movements. Even his psychic sense, which covered the entire planet and could track all physical activity, had lost its grasp on Boros. Chang Wei's body exploded into dust, obliterated by the sheer heat and plasma generated by Boros' motion. Just the impact alone was enough to erase him. You bastard! How could someone this weak ever satisfy me? Boros was seething. I'm here. Chang Wei's voice suddenly rang out, making Boros whip around in disbelief just in time to meet a punch to the face. The force of the punch drove Boros deep into the earth, straight down to the planet's core before he finally stopped. Chang Wei had fully entered his warm-up state after reconstructing his body. His cells operated on a molecular scale, and with the unique properties of the divine light virus, along with his psychokinetic barrier cells, thermal radiation, mere molten temperatures and plasma weren't enough to destroy him. At this point, it seemed like he was becoming harder and harder to kill. And that wasn't even considering the hundreds of resurrection coins stored within the river of death. Light and heat radiated endlessly in all directions. The terrifying thermal and light radiation swept across the entire planet, wave after wave, capable of wiping out all life on land and in the sea. Just by standing still, he could destroy the planet's entire ecosystem, alter its atmosphere, and vaporize all liquids, turning the world into a dead star. It was akin to the planet-annihilating weapon in Ender's Game. However, Chang Wei quickly enveloped the region with his psychokinetic power, restraining his destruction. He was genuinely worried he might accidentally blow up the Earth. Zero had managed to protect most of humanity, but even it wasn't sure how long it could hold out. After all, it was merely a crystallization of Chang Wei's consciousness, nowhere near as powerful as he was. Boros shot out from the planet's core at a staggering speed over 100,000 kilometers per second. Chang Wei showed no fear and charged straight at him. Their speed vastly outpaced sound. In their perception, time itself seemed to halt. Every punch and kick carried the force to rend the heavens and split the earth. But thanks to Chang Wei's psychic field blanketing the region, their devastation was buffered, preventing further harm to the planet. They moved so fast that even without flight, they could step on air as if it were solid ground. Chang Wei was now at a complete disadvantage. Boros' speed was simply too overwhelming. With energy propelling his movements, Boros' speed had reached the reaction time of energy itself, perhaps even exceeding his own thoughts. Chang Wei couldn't fathom how Boros was even processing things at this speed. Unless Boros had light-speed reaction time. But if he did, living at that speed should have made his everyday existence unbearably slow. Boros pummeled Chang Wei with a relentless barrage of punches, each impact accelerating him further. He was sent flying at such a velocity that he escaped Earth's gravitational pull and was flung into space. He was moving so fast that even he couldn't react in time, or rather, even if he did react, there was nothing he could do about it. In an instant, he had already passed the moon's orbit and was hurtling toward Venus' trajectory. Chang Wei opened his mouth in a silent roar. If this continued, he would keep accelerating indefinitely until he finally crashed into something. But behind him, Made in China had appeared. Made in China, world. Time came to a halt. The divine light virus surged with unprecedented activity, or rather, ever since he entered his warm-up state, it had never stopped. It was expanding at an insane rate, forcing Chang Wei to evolve continuously, closing the gap between himself and Boros in both strength and speed. And this was with Chang Wei deliberately suppressing it. He didn't want to end up like the golden-masked monster, dying because his energy supply couldn't keep up with his consumption. Even now, the energy drain nearly depleted his cells completely. The divine light virus was actually trying to evolve him to light speed. That kind of energy demand, even dumping an entire sun into it wouldn't be enough. And that wasn't even factoring in his nuclear fusion state. Light speed movement meant infinite kinetic energy. Chang Wei knew his limits until he reached a single universe scale of power. Pursuing infinity was suicidal. Even in stop time, his body continued accelerating uncontrollably. Forcing himself to halt, he released bursts of energy for counterthrust while his body repeatedly shattered and repaired itself. Made in China cracked apart alongside him, evolving as well. Even time stopping was extending in duration. Now, there was only one way to win: force Boros to use his collapsing star roaring cannon. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 133, Chapter 134, Collapsing Star Roaring Cannon. 1164 words. Chapter 134, Collapsing Star Roaring Cannon. In the original plot, after Boros unleashed the collapsing star roaring cannon, Saitama broke through it with his serious punch, and the resulting shockwave struck Boros. It appeared as though Boros died from the serious punch. In reality, however, it was the depletion of his energy and the destruction of his energy core that left him powerless to recover. Now, with Chang Wei and Boros pummeling each other and destroying the spaceship, the energy core was likely in no better condition. Chang Wei released his telekinetic restraints on his own cells, gathering all the energy radiating from them: light, heat, and everything else. Fortunately, he had mastered and developed the ultimate breathing technique suited to himself, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to concentrate his power so effectively. Top-tier martial artists could focus all their thermal energy into a single strike without their bodies overheating. The surroundings flickered between light and dark. After a brief flash, the light vanished completely. 3 seconds passed. Made in Tianqiao could no longer hold on, shattering and disappearing. However, the next time it manifested, it would be even stronger. At the same time, Chang Wei finished charging up. Through his fiery golden eyes and heavenly eyes, 2 special crystalline structures, he unleashed all his energy. The surrounding space seemed unable to withstand the terrifying energy capable of shattering celestial bodies. It distorted slightly, and distant starlight stretched behind Chang Wei, forming arched rays like the divine halo of an immortal or a deity. A vast energy wave burst forth, reducing cosmic dust and floating debris within hundreds of thousands of kilometers around him to mere particles, then breaking them down further to the molecular level. This was Chang Wei's first time going all out, and it made him realize just how powerful he had become. Heaven's Wrath. With a dramatic roar, Chang Wei named his attack. Although there was no sound in the vacuum of space, he transmitted the name telepathically. A golden, dazzling beam of light erupted, expanding from the size of a fist to a diameter of several kilometers in an instant. The golden brilliance illuminated not only the Earth and Moon but even the vast darkness of deep space. For a fleeting moment, it even outshone the sun, making it appear as though a second, even brighter sun had appeared in Earth's sky. Boros was breathing heavily, gulping in air. His species could adapt to any harsh environment, oxygen, or not, even toxic chemical gases posed no problem. However, meteoric burst put an immense strain on his body, drastically shortening his lifespan. But if he didn't use it, he wasn't confident he could defeat Chang Wei. It's over. What a truly equal battle. But what should I do next? Stay on this primitive planet and rule it. Boros suddenly felt intense radiation and heat scorching his back. The ground below seemed to brighten significantly. As he looked up, he saw an enormous, terrifying light rapidly approaching. Impossible. His single eye contracted sharply as he stared blankly at the overwhelming radiance in the sky. Just then, he received a telepathic message. Heaven's wrath. A divine fire descending from the heavens. This was heaven's wrath. Boros couldn't comprehend the full meaning behind the message, but he knew exactly whose telepathic voice it was. Such incredible power, but speed is my advantage. Boros found it hard to believe that a mere life form could possess such terrifying energy. Even after absorbing all the energy from the spaceship's core, his own energy barely compared. Speed was his forte. He should dodge this attack, let Chang Wei exhaust himself, and then finish him off, securing victory. This was a victory within his grasp, precisely what he had been seeking. Boros closed his single eye, and then snapped it open in the next moment. A dominator of the universe. Perhaps I am not truly the dominator of the universe. But as the leader of the dark matter thieves, how could I possibly flee? Hovering midair, he unleashed all his energy, and his body transformed once again. This time, his form turned pitch black, with only the vein-like patterns across his body glowing with golden light. I shall go all out. Collapsing star roaring cannon. Chang Wei felt it. A powerful energy was surging up from Earth, heading directly toward his heaven's wrath. It wasn't in vain that he had subtly influenced Boros' thoughts through telepathy. Otherwise, Boros might have chosen to dodge rather than retaliate. He wasn't worried about Earth being destroyed. Saitama was still there, and so was Blast. But if Boros had dodged, Chang Wei wouldn't have been able to gather such a massive amount of energy again in a short period of time. And in terms of speed, even a slight edge meant superiority. Boros was significantly faster than him. That meant the difference between overpowering dominance and total annihilation. Because Boros had absorbed all the energy from the spaceship's core, rather than wasting much of it due to energy overload like in the original story, this collapsing star roaring cannon far surpassed the original. It was no longer just an attack capable of scorching the planet's surface. This was a strike that could obliterate a star. The two terrifying energy blasts collided, unleashing an astronomical spectacle akin to a supernova explosion, an event that made the entire solar system the brightest beacon in the Milky Way. The energy tides triggered spatial storms, while momentary gravitational depressions, like miniature black holes, absorbed vast amounts of energy before vanishing. The cosmos fell silent again. After a grand explosion, there was no prolonged energy clash, just instant devastation. Has deviated from its solar orbit. Chang Wei was somewhat surprised by the outcome. Honestly, the absence of a prolonged beam struggle felt a bit off. But this was the logical outcome. Once an energy attack was fired, it was no longer under his control. Now, he was focused on recovering his energy and flying back to Earth. However, Earth itself had been affected by the energy tides, spatial storms, and gravitational distortions, almost drifting out of the solar system. An hour later, Chang Wei finally returned to Earth. He had no idea how far he had traveled, but recovering energy had taken considerable time, and even after that, he had flown at supersonic speeds for a while before arriving. By now, Earth had undergone drastic changes. Its landmasses had fractured into pieces. Even with Zero and the Hero Association's preemptive measures protecting many humans, the planet was still in ruins. Rebuilding would be no easy task. Chang Wei didn't dwell on the devastation. Instead, he rushed toward the last energy signature of Boros. There he found Boros' withered body. This time, Boros had lost even his consciousness. To prevent any unforeseen complications, Chang Wei wasted no time. Without hesitation, he absorbed Boros' corpse. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 134, Chapter 135, Evolution complete. 1149 words. Chapter 135, Evolution complete. 1 month later. Chang Wei was currently adapting to his body after another evolution from the Divine Light virus. The genes of the Boros race, and the meteoric burst ability. I wonder how it compares to Blast's teammates. Among Blast's team, there was a member of the same race as Boros. Their strength was unknown, but considering Boros claimed to be one of the strongest among his kind, they were likely formidable. After this latest evolution, Chang Wei began entertaining the idea of fighting Saitama. Saitama has broken his limiter, and his growth rate is ridiculous. Even if I catch up to his current combat power, in a prolonged battle, he'll just surpass me again. He shook his head. The Murata remake may have introduced that absurd scene, where God Garu injured Saitama, but it still highlighted just how terrifying Saitama's lack of a limiter was. Wasn't this basically Doomsday and Broly? Or maybe even worse, so long as you couldn't kill Saitama in a single strike, he would just grow exponentially stronger. Broly's growth speed was insane. At first, he was weaker than base Vegeta and Goku, but within minutes, he overpowered them, forcing them into Super Saiyan. After being overwhelmed for a few more minutes, he caught up to and even surpassed Super Saiyan. By the end, he was dominating Super Saiyan God Red, and when facing the fused Gogeta, it didn't take long before he caught up again. Super Saiyan Gogeta couldn't suppress Broly for long, and it wasn't until he transformed into Super Saiyan God Blue that he finally overpowered him. Saitama likely had a similar growth speed. God Garu also grew stronger through evolution, but he advanced step by step. Even though his growth was terrifying, it was still nowhere near Saitama's level. I'm really jealous. If I could acquire that trait. Chang Wei looked at his own body. He, too, had a limiter. The Divine Light virus had one as well. His inability to evolve further was his own limiter. If he could break it, he would never have to worry about being outmatched again. Forget it. I should just focus on getting stronger. At the very least, I need to surpass God Garu first, only then will I have a real chance at fighting Saitama, and maybe even acquiring his traits. He hoped to encounter the Garu from the remake rather than the original. That version had far too many abilities that he coveted. The Gamma Ray Burst skill alone was enough to confirm that Garu had reached a cosmic level of power. In reality, a Gamma Ray Burst is the most powerful known explosion in the universe. Theoretically, it occurs when a massive star collapses, or when two dense stellar bodies merge. In just a few seconds, it releases as much energy as hundreds of suns do over their entire lifetimes. Any matter directly hit by it would be reduced to fundamental particles. Because the one taking the hit was Saitama, Chang Wei couldn't accurately gauge its power. The world hadn't been destroyed, and since Chang Wei could reconstruct it, as long as it didn't turn into a molten wasteland, fixing it was actually quite easy. With molecule-level telekinesis, he could manipulate and reshape microscopic particles, reconstructing the continents. He even used his immense telekinetic force to stabilize Earth's trajectory, forcibly pulling it back into its original orbit like a cosmic tether. He no longer knew how strong he had become. If he could accomplish something this absurd, then what were his limits? However, the changes in gravitational forces still impacted Earth's environment. At the very least, it was impossible to restore things to a perfect, identical state. Because of the live stream footage, Chang Wei could record anything he saw as video. Everyone knew he had saved the world. As a result, the Hero League had completely overshadowed the Hero Association, though they had already surpassed them before this. Now, with Chang Wei as the strongest hero, the Hero Association had effectively been consigned to history's trash heap. Fortunately, while the Monster Association had been affected by the global upheaval, only a few insignificant monsters had died. Otherwise, Chong Wei would have had to consider recreating an identical monster association just to maintain the proper pressure for Garu. But was the monster association really a source of pressure for Garu, or was it simply a stepping stone for his evolution? To maintain variables, Chong Wei was extremely meticulous. For instance, he had used molecule-level telekinesis to reconstruct Z-City in its entirety. As for the monster association, they weren't included in that, though that was a minor issue. After all, with telekinetic power strong enough to manipulate the solar system, mind control was trivial. The monster association obediently settled into the Z-City he had rebuilt. He also hadn't let black sperm slip away. Its reproduction and fusion abilities seemed highly valuable. If he could produce and merge billions of clones of himself, could he finally land a decisive blow on Saitama? However, after absorbing black sperm, he realized that, in theory, this was impossible. Black sperm's division required an enormous amount of protein. While Chong Wei could substitute energy for protein, making the process more efficient, there was still a major issue for each split. An exact copy of himself at full power had to be created. Just how much energy would that take? My replication speed isn't as fast as black sperm's, and I can't produce as many clones. Black sperm strength stays constant, but my power keeps increasing. That means even if I replicate, fusion might not make me as strong as I imagined. The consciousness crystal he obtained wasn't nearly as effective as black sperm's natural ability. He also absorbed evil natural water, acquiring its ability to turn its core into liquid. Though not particularly useful, it was still better than nothing. His future enemies would only get stronger, and even turning his cells into gas wouldn't guarantee survival. Most importantly, he had acquired the meteoric burst ability. And he realized his speed was even greater than Boros's. Boros had a movement or propulsion speed of 100,000 kilometers per second. Chong Wei, however, could reach 200,000 kilometers per second. The difference between this and the speed of light, 300,000 kilometers per second, seemed like only 100,000 kilometers, but at this level, even a single kilometer was an astronomical gap. With such extreme mobility, martial arts were almost unnecessary. Every punch and kick carried world-shattering power. Unless the opponent had a special ability to counter him. Next up, I need to find Terrible Tornado. Let's see if her genes can make my telekinesis even stronger. Having adapted to his new body, Chong Wei was ready to take his next step. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 135, Chapter 136, Great Evolution. 1,203 words. Chapter 136, Great Evolution. With the complete collapse of the Hero Association, and its dwindling popularity compared to the Hero League, investors saw no reason to continue pouring money into it. They chose to cut their losses and abandon further investments. As a result, most heroes found themselves unemployed and had no choice but to take the Hero League's entrance exam to become superheroes. However, the Hero League's screening process was far stricter than that of the Hero Association. Because of this, Terrible Tornado found herself with nothing to do, stuck at home with an unexpected amount of free time. For once, she had a rare break from her usual busy schedule. Yet, instead of enjoying it, she had no idea how to spend her time. So annoying. I guess I should just go out and hunt some monsters. Terrible Tornado was uncomfortable with this sense of being unnecessary. However, she also didn't want to lower herself by applying to the Hero League to become a superhero. After all, the Hero Association had sought her out in the first place. If the Hero League wanted her, they should do the same. Meanwhile, Chong Wei's invisible killer carefully landed on Terrible Tornado. From the sheer scale of her psychic power, it seemed like she hadn't developed her abilities on a microscopic level. Or perhaps it was simply too difficult to refine her control at that scale. After all, her current strength already made her an unstoppable force, so she likely never felt the need to. That said, She had once compressed the controller inside Hell Blizzard's body into a fine needle, and forced it out through her flesh, which did injure Blizzard slightly. That level of precision was only passable at best. If it were Chong Wei, he could have compressed the controller into microscopic particles small enough to exit through the pores without causing any harm. He wouldn't even need to remove them himself. Her body's natural metabolism would expel them over time. Still, it was possible that Terrible Tornado maintained a psychic barrier around herself at all times. Her perception was also terrifyingly sharp. She had managed to bypass Psycho's numerous psychic transfer devices and locate her true body underground. It was hard to say whether she would detect the invisible killer. From thousands of miles away, Chong Wei remotely controlled the invisible killer to obtain Terrible Tornado's genetic material. After that, he simply left. He only took the time to interact with characters that interested him, like Sarah's. Otherwise, he couldn't be bothered. Once he got what he wanted, he left without a second thought. In a way, this made him relatively harmless. I wonder how Tornado's genes compare to Jerryuganship, that octopus alien. Chong Wei was intrigued. When the Divine Light virus absorbed Jerryuganship's genes, it pushed the T-virus to unprecedented heights. Then, under the system's power, the Divine Light virus replicated the T-virus principles and structure. It couldn't directly consume the T-virus, but it could recreate it through an entirely different evolutionary path. This utterly mind-boggling mechanism made Chong Wei realize just how terrifying the Divine Light virus was at its core. Given enough time, it could devour and absorb anything. The only difference was that the system could accelerate its evolution, eliminating the need for billions of years. Now that he had acquired Tornado's genes, Chong Wei hesitated briefly before allowing the Divine Light virus to absorb and assimilate all other viruses. The supervirus system had two evolutionary paths, unifying all viruses, dominating them, and becoming the virus king. Focusing on a single virus, constantly integrating others to refine a singular, perfect, ultimate virus. Chong Wei had initially chosen the first path, believing that no single virus could ever be truly perfect. A diverse arsenal of viruses seemed like the best approach. However, the Divine Light virus, after evolving from the Black Light virus, made him reconsider. The system allowed him to freely switch evolutionary paths at any time. Once given permission, the Divine Light virus instantly established absolute dominance within Chong Wei's body, assimilating every other virus in an instant. The evolved T-virus, G-virus, progenitor virus, and even the stand virus were all absorbed. Tornado's genes triggered another wave of evolution in the Divine Light virus, though it wasn't as dramatic as the changes caused by the viruses it consumed. The Resident Evil series viruses had a relatively mild effect on the Divine Light virus. However, the stand virus sent it into a frenzy. This mysterious virus from the JoJo universe was something entirely new to the Divine Light virus, sparking an unprecedented reaction. Chong Wei pondered whether he should let the Divine Light virus assimilate the stand virus. Its potential was absurdly vast. Even its derivatives could affect parallel universes and the entire cosmos. In terms of potential, the stand virus had a floor at planetary destruction and a ceiling at beyond single universe scale. Of course, this referred to its abilities rather than raw destructive power. It was only natural that the Divine Light virus would react this way. At its current stage, it might not even be on par with the stand virus. Even the Genova virus fell short in comparison. Then, Heaven's Forge began to transform. Chong Wei watched closely. Heaven's Forge's body split open, revealing a being inside an angel. A pure energy construct with a radiant glow, it had a halo floating above its head, a pair of luminous wings, and multiple overlapping rings of light behind it. The split-open Heaven's Forge remained connected to the angel, almost as if it had become its arms and legs. This fusion created a bizarre yet holy-looking entity, something that might not even qualify as a stand anymore. After all, the stand virus had already been devoured by the Divine Light virus, which was still digesting it. It was hard to say how long this process would take, and Chong Wei didn't have enough gene points to accelerate it. Still, Tornado's genes gave him a pleasant surprise. They had significantly boosted his psychic power. But now my body's strength can't seem to keep up with my mental strength. Chang Wei reflected on this issue. His physical body was already incredibly strong, but compared to his current psychic and mental power, it was like comparing Yakumo Kurama's psychic abilities to an average Jonin's physical prowess. There was simply no comparison. This was despite the fact that his body had been shaped through ultimate breathing techniques, ultimate life form evolution, the divine light virus, and countless powerful genetic templates from dragon-level monsters. He had even used ultimate steroid evolution elixirs to enhance himself. Not to mention, he had already adapted during his battle with Boros. The sheer scale of his current mental power was evident from that fight alone. Yet, his improvements had only manifested in the macro realm. His micro-level control had barely progressed. Forget it. I've got meteoric burst for close combat, and I can rely on psychic power most of the time. Much more elegant and stylish. Chang Wei had too many trump cards, and some were already becoming obsolete. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 136, Chapter 137, Reward for the Brave. 1227 words. Chapter 137, Reward for the Brave. Monster cells. They have research value but not much. Genus looked at the writhing biomass in front of him and spoke to Chang Wei. It doesn't matter. I just need you to combine them with the evolution elixir and create superhumans, or rather, a new breed of humanity. Chang Wei crossed his arms as he spoke. While monster cells seemed capable of producing dragon-level monsters, their actual combat effectiveness was questionable. Just look at Harajurai. After monsterizing, he was effortlessly sliced apart by Atomic Samurai. Being a member of the Sword Saint Association, Harajurai should have at least been at the demon level, comparable to an average S-class hero. Disciples like Iain and the others, trained by Atomic Samurai, all had combat power at the A-class level. In fact, if they worked together with good synergy, they could even slay demon-level threats. If Bushadrill was strong enough to reach the dragon level, then Harajurai should have been the same. His sword draws in human form were already supersonic. After monsterizing, he should have been even faster. But unfortunately for him, he ran into Atomic Samurai. And given the natural counter between their fighting styles, it was an instant kill. This also indicated that monster cells had a relatively fixed upper limit, and didn't provide a significant boost in power. And before anyone brings up Geketsu, let's be real, Geketsu only made Genos imagine that it would take all S-class heroes, and even Saitama himself, to defeat him. That was just Genos being inexperienced. If he had seen Monster King Orochi or Boros, his overestimations would have been even more exaggerated. Still, the fact that Geketsu exerted such immense pressure on the upgraded Genos meant he was at least stronger than Ashura Kabuto, who was already a high-tier dragon-level threat. After all, Genos had witnessed Ashura Kabuto's Ashura mode firsthand, so this estimation was fairly conservative. Even Jiro lamented that losing Geketsu was a huge loss. And considering that Geketsu was a former champion of the martial arts tournament, it was clear that monster cells did enhance abilities but not by much. Chang Wei wondered, if monster cells were combined with the evolution elixir, could they consistently produce dragon-level threats? Sure, they already had an Ashura Kabuto clone, but as Genus mentioned, there weren't enough materials to mass-produce it. The technology required was simply too advanced, and the materials too costly. That led to this current research project merging monster cells with the evolution elixir. Through Boros, Chang Wei had already confirmed that genetic power was directly linked to combat strength. Vaccine Man's third form had a genetic score of 1 million. 1 billion. Based purely on genetics, Boros was 100 times stronger than Vaccine Man. But in reality, the gap was far greater than just 100-fold. A new breed of humanity, huh? Genus was intrigued. The evolution elixir had already proven capable of significantly enhancing the human body, without causing excessive mutations, still keeping them humanoid, while drastically improving physical abilities. To Genus, this was already the next step in human evolution. The only downside was that intelligence hadn't evolved alongside it. He had been planning to study brain evolution next, but monster cells were an interesting alternative. A few days later, Chong Wei received Genus' latest breakthrough. Supercell solution. Genus, looking like a futuristic Doraemon, proudly displayed the vial in his hand. Through his research on monster cells, he discovered a unique substance within them, something that did not naturally exist on Earth. However, it could be cultivated, though with a low survival rate. After numerous trials, one of which nearly wiped out all his samples and caused the entire experiment to fail, Genus finally succeeded in cultivating and extracting this substance. He even managed to develop a synthesis method. While mass production would be difficult, this breakthrough marked a leap from 0 to 1. Chong Wei couldn't fathom Genus, just think about it, level of scientific prowess. This wasn't just a difference in scientific thinking, this guy was literally powered by sheer will and imagination. Monster cells were originally created through an extreme process. Joro had selected countless subjects, and only Monster King Orochi had successfully evolved by crossing the threshold of life and death, breaking through his limiter. Orochi was then able to mass-produce monster cells. And yet, Genus had cracked the formula just by analyzing them. If this wasn't I think therefore I invent science, what was? But whatever. Chong Wei didn't care about the details. What mattered was whether this stuff actually worked. It can greatly stimulate human potential, Genus explained. But if the subject can't endure the process, they will die. He sounded somewhat regretful. This high mortality rate made it unsuitable for mass distribution as a universal human evolution tool. After handing the formula to Chong Wei, he eagerly returned to his research. Genus had used the evolution elixir on himself and his clones, giving him a body that could work for 10 days and nights without sleep, an absolute dream for a scientist. Scientists are terrifying. Chong Wei shook his head. He couldn't replicate that level of scientific thinking, nor could he cultivate such a mindset. And seeing Genus' obsessive dedication, he felt that not becoming like him was probably for the best. Otherwise, he wouldn't be himself anymore. He had no intention of using this formula on himself. Instead, he had already found the perfect test subject, King. A comedic character in the original storyline, comparable to Mr. Satan or Buggy the Clown. But unlike those two, King had a strong sense of responsibility. Take his legendary solo stand against for dragons, for example. Chong Wei wouldn't shamelessly claim he could do the same. If he were just an ordinary human, he wouldn't have been able to stand his ground. Self-preservation is a natural instinct, but standing up in the face of fear is the true essence of humanity. One isn't necessarily superior to the other. So Chong Wei decided to grant King a fateful opportunity. If it were someone like Mr. Satan or Buggy, he wouldn't have bothered. People with noble spirits are admirable, respectable, and worthy of aspiration. It's as simple as that. At that moment, King was at home, gaming. With the Hero Association gone, he felt much more at ease, no longer constantly worrying about being exposed for his lack of power. He had spent years living in fear. With his savings and the Hero Association's payouts, he had more than enough money to live as a recluse for the rest of his life. He was perfectly content with that. His plan was to stay home and avoid any situation that might force him to be a hero again. Chong Wei stood in front of King, but King couldn't see him. Limited edition figurines. Collector's edition games. Chong Wei curiously examined the surroundings, as well as some ahem questionable treasures. If all of this were suddenly destroyed, even a cowardly shut-in like King would probably explode with unimaginable rage, right? King, feeling thirsty while gaming, reached for his drink. Chong Wei subtly swapped it with the supercell solution. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Wait, this tastes off. King finished the entire bottle in one go, then smacked his lips, trying to place the unfamiliar flavor. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send power stones, 300 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 137, Chapter 138, Acceleration 1125 words. Chapter 138, Acceleration. King collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently and foaming at the mouth. King never imagined he would be poisoned, let alone by a drink. Could it have been expired? But he clearly remembered checking the date before drinking it. Could it be that some unscrupulous manufacturer repackaged expired drinks? The supercell solution. According to Genus, the process of monster cells transforming human cells was crude and violent, causing a massive number of cells to die in the process. That was why the fatality rate was so high. Otherwise, the great Lord Orochi could have simply transformed any random human into a monster instead of specifically choosing martial artists and criminals. The evolution elixir was supposed to save those cells, giving them the ability to withstand the transformation. However, that was only for those who consumed monster cells. What Genus had done was purify and concentrate the monster cells. Of course, this was the inevitable logic of scientific research. Purification and concentration were efficient techniques, and Chong Wei had no interest in using the unprocessed monster cells. As a result, the transformation process became far more intense and brutal, so much so that even the evolution elixir couldn't withstand it. The supercell solution wasn't just a name, it quite literally dissolved all cells. Right now, King looked like he was on the verge of death, with every cell in his body rapidly disintegrating. Meanwhile, Chong Wei had crafted an illusion for him. Inside the illusion, King saw a figure sneakily entering his home, moving like a thief. The intruder froze upon seeing him, collapsed on the floor. "Help me!" King silently cried out for help. But the thief ignored him and instead focused on his treasures. So many figurines and games. These would sell for a fortune. The thief spoke aloud before brazenly starting to pack up King's collectibles, games, and other valuables right in front of him. King's pupils shrank. His heartbeat accelerated. "Damn thief!" Chong Wei raised an eyebrow in surprise. King had only gone through the first phase, the figurines hadn't even been broken yet, and he was already exploding with power. The King engine roared to life. King stood up, his upper body shrouded in darkness, with only the eerie glow of his eyes visible. It was a terrifying sight. A miracle had occurred, his cells had survived the transformation. Not only that, but they were now rapidly replicating. The King engine's pulse grew stronger, its sound shattering the glass in the room. King felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. He had never felt this good before. "Thief!" King roared in fury, only to realize there was no thief. Everything was exactly as it had been before. Could it be? I was so attached to my figurines that, in my final moments, my unwillingness to part with them created an illusion. King quickly rationalized his experience. "No, I have to file a complaint against the drink manufacturer." He grabbed his phone only for it to shatter into dust in his grip. King froze in shock. Meanwhile, Chong Wei. By this time, Chong Wei had already left King's house. He had given King both the key and seed to becoming stronger. In return, he had obtained first-hand data on the effects of the supercell solution in unlocking the limiter. Technically speaking, this process didn't completely remove the limiter, it only raised its threshold to a level comparable to a normal human's. Saitama, on the other hand, had completely shattered his limiter, something that couldn't be replicated. That was why Chong Wei said he had only given King the key and seed. He wasn't going to force King to become a hero, it was entirely up to his own willpower. On the other hand, someone else had caught Chong Wei's attention. Garu had finally started moving. The hero hunt had begun. Initially, Chong Wei was concerned that his battle with Boros might have altered Garu's trajectory. He even considered brainwashing all of humanity just in case. But he had underestimated Garu's obsession. For Garu, becoming the ultimate embodiment of evil had already become an instinct and an obsession. There was no way he would give up so easily. However, unlike in the original timeline where the Hero Association was riddled with unqualified and incompetent heroes, this world had the Hero League. Even though some of the Hero Association's original members had passed the superhero exam, the selection process was far stricter now. As a result, the quality of heroes in the Hero League was incredibly high. Garu was well suited to fighting humans, but he was up against 1,000 superpowered heroes, all of whom were Chong Wei's creation swordsmen, martial artists, and more. Even with his rapid growth, Garu was currently getting his ass handed to him. A resilient cockroach, Chong Wei observed Garu, now covered in injuries. Despite being beaten to a pulp, Garu casually ate a meal at a restaurant without paying, only to recover completely as if protein and calories alone were enough to heal all his wounds. The human body is amazing. At this point, Garu had clearly begun his monsterization. In the world of One Punch Man, monsters were often created through sheer obsession, and Garu was no exception. Perhaps this wasn't monsterization at all. Was he actually unlocking his limiter? Let me accelerate the process for you, Garu. Chong Wei pulled out a vial of supercell solution. Since made in China, could replicate anything he had encountered, Genus only needed to produce a single sample. Mass production wasn't an issue. King didn't need his help. Garu probably didn't need it either. He was simply going to speed up the process. Garu's unfortunate encounter. After finishing his meal and dining and dashing, Garu tried to escape. Only to have Chong Wei punch him in the stomach hard. Garu immediately vomited everything he had just eaten. Already digested 90% of it. The rest is just waste. Your digestion speed isn't normal anymore. Garu collapsed, unconscious. Chong Wei scanned the food residue on the ground and without a second thought, accelerated the molecular movement in the air, incinerating it. Then, he forced 10 liters of supercell solution down Garu's throat. Even in his unconscious state, Garu's brows furrowed deeply. But he still couldn't wake up. More importantly, despite consuming 10 liters of the solution, his stomach didn't bulge at all. Instead, Chong Wei could see Garu's entire body writhing, as if countless rats were crawling beneath his skin. I hope you grow faster, I can't wait any longer. Chong Wei looked at the unconscious Garu with anticipation. Then, he walked away. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 138, Chapter 139, The Terrifying Baldness. 1050 words. Chapter 139, The Terrifying Baldness. I became a bald freak because I lost all my hair. You people with your beautiful hair, I'm going to make every last one of you bald. On the streets, a bizarre-looking bald monster grabbed a passing girl. In an instant, her hair was swept away by the wind. My hair. Tears streamed down the now bald girl's face, but the bald monster had already tossed her aside and was searching for his next target. Seeing the girl's tragic state, the crowd panicked and fled in all directions. Only a single office worker stood frozen in place, allowing the bald monster to grab him. It's your turn. Become bald him. Why isn't anything happening? The bald monster stared in shock at the office worker in his grasp. He had activated his power at full strength, which should have completely killed off the man's hair follicles. And yet, that thick, glossy black hair remained full of life. Because it's a wig. The middle-aged salaryman trembled as he removed his hairpiece. The bald monster fell silent. You can go. He gently set the man down, momentarily forgetting that wigs even existed. Thank you. The salaryman had thought he was doomed after all. Monsters attacking humans was a given. But it seemed this one wasn't as dangerous as he had feared. You over there, Baldy. Just as the bald monster was about to find his next victim, a voice called out to him. He instantly flew into a rage. Who dared to insult him, a being blessed with the power of baldness? But when he turned around and locked eyes with the speaker, he was stunned into silence. You're calling me bald? Look at yourself. You're bald too. The other person's gleaming, polished head was so reflective that the bald monster could see his own twisted expression in it. The baldness was stronger than his own. "You bastard. Who are you calling bald? You're bald. Your whole family is bald." Saitama was very annoyed. "You there. Get away from that monster." A hero from the Hero Association stepped forward. This hero had been unable to join the Hero League after the association dissolved, yet he refused to abandon his identity as a hero. Now, upon seeing a monster, he seized the chance to prove himself once more. Garu groggily awoke in a nearby alley, momentarily suffering from a memory blackout. But it didn't matter, his body felt incredible, as if it had broken free from all restrictions. He felt weightless, and his strikes were swifter than ever. And the moment he heard the word hero, his instincts kicked in. Whatever had happened to him just now was irrelevant. The only thing that mattered was his hero hunt. Saitama had been about to step in, but the hero had already charged ahead. A second later, the bald monster sent the hero flying with a single punch, his hair shedding midair. "You think you can defeat the invincible power of baldness?" the monster sneered. Garu shuddered for reasons he couldn't quite explain. He wasn't particularly attached to his hair, but if he could avoid becoming bald, he would definitely prefer to. Emergency alert. Emergency alert. A confirmed dragon-level monster has appeared in City Z. Citizens, please evacuate immediately. Under Chong Wei's suggestion, Genus had developed a detection device similar to Child Emperor's mask except more efficient, given Genus's expertise in such technology. With this, the Hero League could remotely assess threats, and avoid sending unqualified heroes to their deaths. Of course, Chong Wei had also ensured that his heroes had a burst mode, allowing them to temporarily jump from tiger to demon or demon to dragon. But unnecessary risks should still be avoided. Still, he hadn't expected this goofy-looking bald monster who didn't seem all that impressive to actually rank at dragon level. Maybe it was like that thin, frail dragon-level bean sprout. Garu had adapted to the supercell solution perfectly, exceeding Chong Wei's expectations. Despite being flooded with supercell enhancements, he had fully absorbed them. His current strength had likely been accelerated to dragon level. But facing the bald monster's attack, Garu was visibly annoyed. He wanted to hunt heroes, not fight monsters. That didn't mean he would let this monster go, though. "I'll make you bald too." The bald monster roared as he unleashed a flurry of punches at blinding speed. Garu scoffed. Human-shaped enemies were exactly his specialty. His hands moved like flowing water, redirecting every incoming strike with ease. He effortlessly deflected the bald monster's attacks and closed the distance. With a spiraling waterflow strike, his palm shot forward, aiming to pierce through the bald monster's chest. Yet the bald monster didn't even attempt to defend himself. He simply took the attack head-on and remained completely unharmed. Garu's eyes widened in disbelief. "You can't hurt me. Bald people don't harm each other." The bald monster patted Garu's shoulder. Chong Wei couldn't hold back his laughter. Garu had looked incredibly cool, skillfully deflecting the monster's punches, but the so-called bald power seemed to activate on contact. Now, Garu's two signature horns were gone. Two gleaming bald heads stood side by side. Impossible. Garu touched his head and felt only smooth, bare skin. But he quickly dismissed the thought. He didn't care about something as trivial as hair. He refused to believe in the bald monster's nonsense, and launched another barrage of attacks. Yet just as the monster had said, he couldn't break through its defenses. Bald people must understand and accept one another. That is the essence of bald power. The bald monster declared. Yeah, this bald power was starting to feel a bit sketchy. Chong Wei figured that a monster this powerful had probably been punched to death by Saitama before the Hero Association ever had a chance to record it. This ability was at least a mid-dragon threat, maybe even higher if its defenses held up. But in the world of One Punch Man, bizarre abilities like this were everywhere. It was like Tank Top Master's Tank Top Power, a seemingly absurd ability that could be passed on to others, forming an entire Tank Top army. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 139, Chapter 140, The Monster Association Takes Action. 1153 words. Chapter 140, The Monster Association Takes Action. Garou grew increasingly frustrated as he realized he couldn't do anything to this strange monster. He didn't care about any so-called bald power, it was simply because he wasn't strong enough yet. Just as Garou was about to launch another attack on the bald monster, a deafening explosion rang out. The bald monster exploded into pieces, splattering all over him. You bastard! Turning people bald is unforgivable. Saitama clenched his fist as he spoke. Garou stared blankly at the scene. The bald monster was. How did this guy do it? He was bald too. Are you a hero? Garou furrowed his brows at Saitama and asked. Ah, of course. Even though Mosquito Girl had encountered Genos, Saitama still had no intention of registering as a hero with the Hero Association, let alone joining the Hero League. However, he firmly believed he was a hero. An interest-driven hero was still a hero. Then I'll hunt you down, Garou immediately declared. Saitama blinked in surprise. The next moment, Garou, with his gleaming bald head, launched himself forward, his hands executing the flowing force of the water stream rock-smashing fist. His charge looked imposing and full of pressure. The end result. Garou passed out once again. Saitama found the whole situation baffling. However, since Garou was human, even though he displayed the strength of a dragon-level monster, Saitama still knocked him out effortlessly with a light punch. After Saitama left, Garou quickly regained consciousness, but had no memory of what had happened. He had no idea why he had fainted. This self-preservation mechanism was truly remarkable, avoiding unpleasant realities by simply forgetting them. Meanwhile, over at the Monster Association, things were also changing. Jiro always valued intelligence and staying updated. The Hero Association was gone, the Hero League had risen, and there was now a hero rumored to be the strongest Chang Wei. This is bad. How did so many powerful heroes suddenly appear among humans? The future that Psychos foresaw wasn't like this. It felt as though humans were growing stronger even faster than she was developing monsters. This wouldn't do. The plan had to change. They needed to create more monsters. Evil Natural Water, the martial arts tournament is about to begin. Go and turn those martial artists into monsters. I'll have other monsters attack human cities to distract the Hero League. Be careful, there are too many powerful heroes in their ranks. Jiro spoke to a massive, multi-eyed monster below. The creature wore a black martial arts uniform, had a burly, towering physique, and exuded sheer strength. Yes, Lord Jiro. Evil Natural Water nodded slightly. He was confident but never arrogant. After witnessing the power of dragon-level monsters and the heroes capable of defeating them, he regarded them as the pinnacle of strength. In the original timeline, Jiro and Orochi believed that if multiple S-class heroes arrived, Evil Natural Water would be at a disadvantage and urged him to retreat quickly. Later, when Psychos and Monster King Orochi heard of Evil Natural Water's death, they saw it as an event of great significance, proof that the Hero Association had overpowered individuals among them. Jiro's current plan was extremely cautious. She intended to send the Elder Centipede to stall the strongest warriors, King and Tatsumaki. As for Chang Wei, she planned to send a disposable leader with a group of monsters to wreak havoc in the cities, keeping the heroes overwhelmed. She also ordered Nyan to infiltrate Smelly Lid Prison, where Puri prisoner was stationed, and recruit the dangerous criminals kept there under his watch, turning them into monsters. Meanwhile, Führer Ugly and Evil Natural Water were tasked with recruiting martial artists and swordsmen who showed potential to reach dragon level. Any additional dragon-level monsters would be a great asset to the Monster Association, so Joro didn't hesitate to accept the clearly suspicious Nyan and Machine God G5 into their ranks. What she needed was dragon-level combat power. Has anyone found out who the top leaders of the Hero League are? Joro asked the monsters responsible for intelligence gathering. They've built their own city, and we can't infiltrate it. In the original story, the plan was to send Elder Centipede to attack the Hero Association's high-ranking officials, forcing them to take action. But now, Joro faced a new obstacle: the Hero League's upper ranks were impossible to investigate. Chang Wei had established an entire Hero League city, effectively replacing the government. In the original One Punch Man world, a government and police force existed, as seen in the side stories, with law enforcement not fully recognizing the Hero Association's authority. However, due to the devastating battle between Chang Wei and Boros, many top government officials had died. In the rebuilt world, the Hero League had seized absolute control. They had amassed an overwhelming concentration of power, and had shown humanity true terror, the kind that could sink entire continents. That fear drove countless civilians to take up martial arts and science in pursuit of self-strengthening and survival. Even Chang Wei himself was unaware of the massive impact he had caused. Not even the sewer systems. Joro's giant single eye stared at the monsters. They've installed surveillance cameras everywhere, even in the sewers. The monsters trembled as they answered. So thorough. Joro hadn't expected the Hero League to be far more difficult to deal with than the Hero Association in every way. But if they didn't stir up trouble, they wouldn't be able to recruit new monsters. In the end, Joro decided to take action. Thus on this day, monsters suddenly launched attacks on multiple human cities. The speed of post-disaster city reconstruction had been incredibly fast. However, the new cities were no longer designated by letters but by numbers instead. For example, the city established by the Hero League was called City 0. Currently, there were a total of 12 cities. Z City, having been completely reshaped by Chang Wei, was renamed District 11, a nod to his twisted sense of humor. Chairman. Monsters are attacking all 11 cities. Chang Wei received a report from the monitoring department, which oversaw surveillance across the 11 cities. City 0, being the Hero League's headquarters, required no monitoring. Any monster appearing there would be instantly eliminated. After all, this was the Hero League's main base, unlike the original Hero Association, where even a tiger-level parasite monster could infiltrate their headquarters. A massive monster outbreak. Chang Wei thought for a moment and figured it was probably the Monster Association making a move. That meant Joro would likely soon find Garu and set her sights on him. The Hero League already had over 1,000 heroes, and the numbers allocated across the 11 cities were substantial. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 140, Chapter 141, Soul Empire 1104 words. Chapter 141, Soul Empire. The monsters sent by the Monster Association were quickly suppressed by the superheroes of the Hero League. Damn it, the Hero League is stronger than I expected. Joro couldn't help but reminisce about the old Hero Association. Back then, the Hero Association wasn't this powerful. A mere Tiger-class monster could force several B-class heroes to mobilize just to take it down. But now, under the Hero League, Tiger-class monsters couldn't even cause a stir. Any random superhero sent out could handle them with ease. Only Demon-class monsters could put up a fight, but just for a moment before being taken down. This left Joro with a pile of useless Tiger-class and Wolf-class monsters. There weren't even enough of them to serve as cannon fodder. Yet, she was reluctant to send out Demon-class and Dragon-class monsters since they were her trump cards. Who would start a fight by throwing out their strongest hand? At that moment, Joro sensed a powerful presence approaching. What is that? She immediately sent out her small eyes to investigate. Is anyone here? A massive, humanoid black stag beetle stood outside, shouting. Jiro sent some subordinates to communicate with the mysterious figure that looked just like a monster. My name is Titanium Stag Beetle. I'm a dragon-class monster, and I'm here to join you. Once brought inside, Titanium Stag Beetle spoke directly to Jiro, who was sitting on the ground. Dragon-class monster. Hearing the commotion, the other dragon-class monsters came out to watch the scene unfold. That's right. If you don't believe me, you can test me. Titanium Stag Beetle patted his chest confidently. I can sense it. Not only could she feel it, but Titanium Stag Beetle's aura was extremely strong. Even Monster King Orochi confirmed it. Our organization has developed a type of super monster cell. It can transform those with potential into demon-class or dragon-class monsters, and also enhance the power of existing monsters. Titanium Stag Beetle then threw out several strange-looking objects. Super monster cells. Jiro used her psychokinesis to lift the objects and examine them. She quickly realized they weren't the monster cells she had distributed before. What organization are you from? Now, she was truly interested in the group behind Titanium Stag Beetle. We are the Monster League. Titanium Stag Beetle answered. Monster League. Jiro felt an odd sense of déjà vu. Just as she had founded the Monster Association in response to the Hero Association, was this Monster League created after seeing the Hero League? Our organization wants to cooperate with yours. We will provide you with super monster cells. Aren't you planning to go against the Hero League? With these super monster cells, you'll be able to take them on, right? Titanium Stag Beetle continued. Cooperation, huh? So you're just offering these super monster cells? Jiro wanted more than just the cells, she wanted the entire Monster League. Of course. Titanium Stag Beetle responded righteously. Then I'll just capture you and extract everything about the Monster League from your brain. Suddenly, Monster King Orochi moved. His hair, like tentacles, shot out and wrapped around Titanium Stag Beetle. Caught off guard, Titanium Stag Beetle was instantly devoured by Monster King Orochi. What did you find, Orochi? Jiro asked. It was just a manufactured monster. It has no memories of the Monster League. But outside, it left behind 1,000 super monster cells. Monster King Orochi paused before answering. Jiro was surprised by the outcome. The Monster League had anticipated that she would attack Titanium Stag Beetle. How did they predict that? Her mind was in turmoil. Titanium Stag Beetle was, of course, a creation of Chong Wei. It was incredibly easy for Genus to manufacture a dragon-class monster. As for those super monster cells, they were merely a different form of the supercell solution. Chong Wei wished for all humans in the world to become high-quality monsters. However, being too kind-hearted to do it himself, he found Jiro's willingness to act quite convenient. So why not let Jiro do the work and then eliminate the monsters afterward? In the end, Jiro would still accept the super monster cells because she desperately needed combat power. Meanwhile, Chong Wei's focus wasn't on Jiro anymore. He had found Dr. Beaufoy, the mastermind behind Metal Knight, as well as Drive Knight and Dr. Casino, the scientist who modified Genos. The One Punch Man world had an abundance of brilliant scientists, and Chong Wei had essentially collected them all. In the River of Death, these scientists were gathered together, with their souls preserved for Chong Wei's use. This meant that Chong Wei had an intelligence database at his disposal, even more convenient than advanced AI. With that done, he felt relieved and dumped all the scientific knowledge from his memories onto them for research. He had grown tired of struggling to process the vast amount of knowledge himself. Now that I think about it, my River of Death is way more useful than Alucard's, he mused. In Alucard's River of Death, the souls couldn't retain their consciousness. In Sarah's Victoria's River of Death they could. Chong Wei's version was different. His souls had first been assimilated by the Divine Light virus, and after devouring Alucard, he had regained his River of Death ability. However, perhaps due to the initial assimilation, his River of Death had taken on a unique form. This meant he could turn it into a true soul empire. Finally, he had discovered the best way to use it. He didn't need these souls to fight for him. His own power was already formidable. He was extremely difficult to kill. At minimum, an attack would need to disintegrate him at the molecular level and ensure not a single molecule escaped. Even then, if such an event did occur, his Stand Heaven's creation could pause time and clone his cells. On top of that, the River of Death stored revival coins, granting conceptual resurrection. As long as he didn't encounter an attack with a higher conceptual priority than the River of Death itself, he was essentially immortal. So what did he need? He needed scientists from different worlds to research ways to manipulate atoms at a microscopic level. That was far too difficult for him to achieve on his own. Who knew how long it would take him to break through that barrier? Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 141, Chapter 142, Learning and Growing Stronger. 1195 words. Chapter 142, Learning and Growing Stronger. Calculating the motion and information of every single atom, as well as mastering and influencing them, contained such an overwhelming amount of data that it could very well fry Chang Wei's brain. So what he needed was a more convenient way to manipulate atoms, something he could understand, such as formulas or methods. However, this was extremely difficult because psychokinesis was something that had never been observed, studied, or influenced before. No one knew its underlying principles, why it could affect the 4 fundamental forces, or even isolate light and heat radiation. Psychokinesis was the ability to intervene in the movement of physical systems through thought alone. No matter how one looked at it on a microscopic or macroscopic scale, it was a terrifying force. It could potentially be an unknown form of matter, capable of exerting objective force on physical systems. So far, its influence on the 4 fundamental forces was limited to gravity and magnetism. As for the other 2, Chang Wei had no idea how to manipulate them, nor did the scientists. If they did, the grand unified theory would already be complete. For now, the first step these researchers wanted Chang Wei to take was to use psychokinesis to manipulate gravity, creating mass effects comparable to those of planets. The destructive power of psychokinesis isn't limited to the microscopic scale. Its effects on the macroscopic scale are just as terrifying. Your Majesty, have you ever considered that if you could generate gravitational forces equivalent to those of a black hole or a neutron star with a mere gesture, the damage you could cause on a macroscopic level would far exceed that of microscopic manipulation? And that's not all. Gravity is closely linked to space and time. You could influence them as well. To put it simply, in special relativity, SR, the focus is on uniform linear motion. However, celestial bodies undergo acceleration and changes in direction, which is where general relativity, GR, comes in. This introduces 4-dimensional vectors, with the core concept being the equivalence principle, or the geometrization of the gravitational field, equating inertial mass with gravitational mass, and extending this to non-inertial reference frames. This achieves a fundamental unification of inertia and gravity, breaking free from coordinate system limitations. In summary, GR posits that gravity is a purely geometric effect of curved space-time. It also predicts the existence of gravitational waves, which have since been confirmed. Additionally, concepts in science fiction such as wormholes and warp drives stem from GR theory, relying on the idea of space-time curvature. These theories require exotic matter with negative energy, a subject of cutting-edge research today. Note, phenomena such as gravity, static fields, and quantum entanglement all exhibit superluminal characteristics, though their underlying mechanisms remain unknown. Still don't get it, Your Majesty? Just think of space as a smooth, flat net. Chang Wei found himself in agony. In the end, he still had to learn, but now, under the spiritual guidance of the River of Death Empire's team of researchers. He had to develop his computational capacity. Since he wasn't interested in scientific thinking, he would focus on enhancing his brain's processing power, squeezing out every last bit of it. Simply put, he was training his brain to operate on conditioned reflexes. His mind was already highly active, practically a superbrain, but most of its processing power remained unused. To these scientists, this was an absolute waste and unforgivable squandering of potential. By leveraging his subconscious computational ability, Chang Wei could avoid becoming a purely rational being, one devoid of emotion. The best approach was to train his brain to make such calculations instinctively so that with a mere snap of his fingers, he could execute tens of millions of calculations and applications. Human consciousness alone was insufficient to fully control the body, but Chang Wei was an exception. As a new human formed by the fusion of the black light virus, his biology allowed his consciousness to function as a viral hive mind. This meant he could consciously control bodily functions like fingernail growth and prevent muscle cramps. Now he needed to tap into his subconscious, enabling himself to collect information and regulate his body at will. However, the body's fundamental operations relied on the subconscious. If he took direct control, he'd have to manually handle digestion, breathing, and other autonomic functions. While Chang Wei was dedicating his free time to learning, elsewhere, Garu was discovered by Joro during the Monster Association's mobilization. Joro noticed that Garu had been knocked down, but then stood back up, seemingly recovering to full strength. In that instant, Joro realized she had encountered someone with potential comparable to Monster King Orochi. And judging from the circumstances, Garu might even surpass Orochi in potential. He was someone worth cultivating, someone she absolutely could not afford to let go. Without hesitation, she dispatched several dragon-level subordinates to capture Garu. In the original timeline, she had only sent a few demon-level monsters, but now, influenced by the world changes, Joro had become more cautious. Meanwhile, she ordered Geketsu to bring back the super monster cells. She wouldn't let any opportunity to strengthen her subordinates slip through her fingers. Even though she suspected something was off about the super monster cells, she still used them. As a result, Chang Wei obtained a vast amount of data. Every martial artist who consumed the cells had reached demon-level strength, and Chose, the body modification specialist, had even skyrocketed to dragon level. We hit the jackpot. Geketsu stared at Chose in astonishment. A dragon-level monster and one capable of launching energy attacks. This put him above most purely physical dragon-level monsters. Chose, too, felt the immense power coursing through his body. Brimming with confidence, he challenged Geketsu. Unfortunately for him, if it had been the original Geketsu, he might have had a chance. But this Geketsu had also consumed a super monster cell. After confirming that the super monster cells effectively strengthened monsters, Joro had the Monster Association's members consume them. Some monsters dissolved and died, but those who survived became terrifyingly powerful. After much consideration, she decided to have Geketsu consume a super monster cell as well. Since he was one of her trusted subordinates, she didn't want to risk losing him, but making him even stronger was an opportunity she couldn't pass up. Geketsu survived the cellular restructuring. His new form was even more monstrous, with 4 arms like the transformed elder centipede. However, his overall size had actually shrunk, perhaps proving that concentrated power is essence. Now his strength was solidly in the upper dragon tier. Meanwhile, Chose, who had only gone from upper demon to lower dragon, was naturally no match for Geketsu. He was obliterated in a single punch. Geketsu then extended an invitation to him. If you don't want to die, come with me to the Monster Association. Otherwise, if you run into an S-class hero from the Hero Association, you'll be dead for sure. Geketsu folded all 4 of his arms and looked down at Chose. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 142, Chapter 143, Continuing the Chaos. 1130 words. Chapter 143, Continuing the Chaos. Of course, what Geketsu was more interested in was the battle happening nearby. Suiryu was being besieged by the 3 demon-level Crow brothers. Despite facing their joint assault, Suiryu not only managed to gain the upper hand, but even took down all three of them. This made Geketsu feel like he had struck gold. However, Suiryu remained unyielding, refusing to transform into a monster no matter what. At that moment Bakuzen, who had been silently observing the situation from the sidelines, could no longer hold back. He picked up all the remaining super monster cells from the ground and swallowed them in one go. "Hey, eating more of that stuff doesn't make it more effective," Geketsu said disapprovingly when he saw this. He knew that these were far more valuable than regular monster cells. One was already enough. "Once I gain power, I'll be the strongest." Bakuzen's motivation was twofold. He wanted to become stronger, but he also wanted to eliminate the possibility of Suiryu transforming into a monster. However, after gulping down all the super monster cells in one bite, he felt his stomach dissolving. The excruciating pain made Bakuzen writhe on the ground. Did he fail? "What an idiot," Geketsu scoffed, shaking his head. There had been a chance for success, but Bakuzen had basically dug his own grave by overindulging. Suiryu, on the other hand, remained defiant. Since that was the case, there was no point in waiting any longer. Wasting too much time would only allow the superheroes of the Hero Association to catch up. "Stay here or leave with me, it's up to you." With that, Geketsu turned to leave. Naturally, Chose intended to follow. All the other monsters had been taken down by Suiryu, and Suiryu himself had been defeated by Geketsu. Chose was smart enough to realize that if even Geketsu, who had effortlessly beaten him, was wary of the Hero Association and the superheroes, then he had no delusions about standing a chance against them. Wait. A sudden voice made Geketsu pause in surprise. He turned back to see Bakuzen struggling to stand. However, Bakuzen's appearance had undergone a drastic transformation. Geketsu was genuinely surprised. He had won big twice in a row. Was this sheer luck, or was it the power of the super monster cells? Wait right there. Even standing up seemed difficult for Bakuzen at first, but soon, his restructured cells filled his body with unprecedented strength. "So you've become a dragon-level monster as well? Then come with me." Geketsu nodded approvingly. "Are you kidding me? I'm Bakuzen. I don't take orders from anyone." With a sinister grin, Bakuzen lunged at Geketsu. "They're all like this, huh? But it doesn't matter, this is just how fighters are." Geketsu shook his head and casually threw a punch. Bakuzen's pupils shrank, and he dodged with lightning speed. Behind him, the entire arena disappeared. Unlike in the original timeline, where Geketsu's attack had merely carved an unfathomably deep trench, this time, his punch obliterated everything behind Bakuzen. The sheer force of the shockwave annihilated the entire arena, much like how Saitama's punch had once wiped out a whole valley while sparring with Genos. Has he become that much stronger? Chong Wei, observing through his psychic senses, was taken aback. Then again, the difference between high dragon and mid-dragon levels was indeed immense. Just because Geketsu could replicate something Saitama had done didn't mean he possessed Saitama's strength. It just meant that he had a better grasp of force application. Meanwhile, Saitama's ability to control the shockwave and avoid harming Genos demonstrated his own level of skill. Bakuzen was completely intimidated by Geketsu's punch and no longer dared to act recklessly. Geketsu took Chose and left. Bakuzen, on the other hand, turned his aggression toward Suiryu. His nature was that of a bully. He reveled in dominating those who had once suppressed him. Still, he didn't intend to stay in one place for too long. He planned to follow Geketsu's trail, but before that, he had to eliminate Suiryu. "I almost forgot, Saitama never encountered Silver Fang." A voice suddenly spoke behind him. Bakuzen was startled. Who had managed to evade his senses? Spinning around, he saw an unremarkable-looking man. However, the man's expression as he looked at him was, "So there's no way I'll get to see Saitama fight the enhanced Geketsu. What a disappointment." This was a clone of Chong Wei, created using the Divine Light virus as a structural framework. It wasn't like Black Sperm's duplication ability, which required massive amounts of energy that Chang Wei currently didn't have access to. That said, he had already discovered new powers, manipulating gravity to affect space, essentially becoming a master of spatial jumps and gravitational forces. Even as a clone, his strength was beyond anything Bakuzen could handle. Normal punch. The clone lazily threw a punch. Bakuzen's head vanished. The terrifying shockwave tore through the clouds above, leaving a massive hole in the sky, turning it into a vast, cloudless expanse. Suiryu was dumbfounded. Who was this man? Only 800 times the speed of sound, and he couldn't withstand it. His body is way too fragile. Chang Wei dispersed his clone. A punch at 800 times the speed of sound carried unimaginable destructive power. Human electromagnetic railguns, which accelerated projectiles to mere tens of times the speed of sound, could already penetrate 7 buildings in a row. Let alone 800 times that speed. The dispersed divine light virus dissolved Bakuzen's corpse, reclaiming his soul and genetic data. This scene was happening everywhere. The unseen, omnipresent assassin, combined with psychic perception as eyes, was collecting the corpses of fallen Monster Association members. The numbers were substantial. 1,000 super monster cells still aren't enough for the Monster Association. So Chang Wei sent another titanium alloy stag beetle to deliver more supplies to them. This time, he even included a delivery for Monster King Orochi. Orochi had always harbored ambitions of exploiting Datacoro, so he naturally wouldn't refuse the gift of super monster cells. Seeing that most monsters could withstand the transformation, there was no reason he couldn't. After all, he intended to become a god. All dragon-level monsters were merely sacrifices for his ascension. Chang Wei was also curious if Orochi consumed the super monster cells, could he reach the level of God Orochi? God Orochi had only attained that power because he was granted divine abilities. However, the super monster cells, or rather, the supercell solution, was designed to break through biological limits. The greater the potential, the more power it could unlock. How much latent potential did Orochi still have left? Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 143, Chapter 144, Disaster Beyond Dragon 1208 words. Chapter 144, Disaster Beyond Dragon Level. What is this? The Monster King, Orochi, sensed changes within his body. He had believed he had reached his limit, that his potential was exhausted, and that breaking past his limiter was impossible. But now his cells were undergoing transformation once more. By repeatedly approaching death and then surpassing it, one could break their limiter and push their limits further. This was the method of breaking the limiter in One Punch Man. Of course, such a thing didn't exist in reality. It was somewhat similar to unlocking the genetic lock, but far superior. The genetic lock couldn't be opened indefinitely, whereas this ability allowed one to adapt until it became a permanent state. The most representative examples were Phoenix Man and Garou. In the One Punch Man remake, Phoenix Man demonstrated an ability to resurrect himself repeatedly, evolving each time he was reborn. He even showed the power to revive the corpses of others, though Chang Wei didn't consider that true resurrection. Aside from Garou, Phoenix Man was also one of Chang Wei's targets. Even if this form of immortality had its flaws, the possibility that the divine light virus could absorb and evolve it was intriguing. Now that Orochi realized he had the potential to evolve, he immediately devoured a massive amount of super monster cells. With no immediate threat of death, and his power reaching the peak of dragon level, possibly beyond, Orochi could no longer find a sufficient danger to push himself further. Thus, he had initially planned to halt his evolution. If not for Joro's intervention, he might have launched a direct assault on the Hero Association headquarters. Joro suggested arranging a battle for him against the Earth's strongest man, King. A duel with no interference from other heroes or monsters. Only through such a battle could he take another step forward. Now, feeling the possibility of further evolution, the threat of death once more, Orochi plunged headfirst into the process. He had been through it countless times before, so he was well versed in the experience. After 3 days, Orochi completed his evolution, his body shrinking considerably. However, he didn't immediately turn against Psychos to seize her power. Instead, he chose to remain hidden. The presence of the superheroes from the Hero League pressured him. Moreover, the battle between the strongest hero, Chong Wei, and the cosmic monster Boros made Orochi aware that he couldn't act recklessly. Thus, he now craved a fight against Chong Wei. Chong Wei had become his new target. So, you've gotten stronger. The question is, how much stronger? Keeping a close eye on Orochi, Chong Wei observed him retreat, and conceal himself within a pile of flesh. Throughout the entire process, Joro remained oblivious. She was too arrogant, believing herself to be Orochi's master, and that he was merely a tool. What she failed to realize was that Orochi was only using her. Seeing this, Chong Wei decided it was time to act. He ordered the Hero League to declare war on the Monster Association, and to encircle its headquarters. Emergency alert. Emergency alert. A massive number of monsters have been discovered underground in District 11. According to our investigation, they identify themselves as the Monster Association. Their ranks include multiple dragon-level and demon-level monsters, as well as an overwhelming number of tiger-level and wolf-level threats. The disaster level has been classified as Beyond Dragon. Citizens are urged to evacuate District 11 immediately. Repeating, emergency alert. Emergency alert. A massive number of monsters have been discovered underground in District 11. According to our investigation, they identify themselves as the Monster Association. Their ranks include multiple dragon-level and demon-level monsters, as well as an overwhelming number of tiger-level and wolf-level threats. The disaster level has been classified as Beyond Dragon. Citizens are urged to evacuate District 11 immediately. The Hero League's announcement sent shockwaves through the populace. The Monster Association. Monsters are actually forming an organization. Multiple dragon-level and demon-level threats. That's terrifying. I remember that dragon-level monsters can destroy entire cities, and demon-level ones can annihilate them. Humanity only has 11 cities left excluding District 0. Doesn't this mean the Monster Association has the potential to wipe out human civilization? No wonder it's classified Beyond Dragon. This might even be a god-level disaster. Can the Hero League handle this? Panic spread as people saw the news. A disaster beyond dragon level, huh? So this is the Monster Association Harajurai mentioned. Atomic Samurai gazed at the severed corpse of a monster before him. Harajurai had arrived a few days later than in the original story. After consuming super monster cells, he displayed incredible strength. Unfortunately, he encountered the worst possible opponent, Atomic Samurai. As long as an enemy wasn't truly immortal, Atomic Samurai had the ability to one-shot dragon-level threats. Despite Harajurai's transformation and his newfound power, which placed him at mid to high dragon level, he was instantly cut down. Master, what should we do? Ian asked. They had passed the Hero League's evaluation and officially become superheroes. He hadn't joined the Hero League as a superhero, but that didn't mean he wouldn't deal with monsters. In truth, he was just waiting for an invitation from the Hero League, but to his frustration, it never came. Damn Hero League. Then again, he had heard they weren't lacking in powerful members. This battle definitely needs me. After all, this is a disaster beyond dragon level. Tornado of Terror, after seeing the news, immediately flew out of her villa. Without me, those Hero League guys don't stand a chance. They'll be wiped out for sure. This is bad. I never thought monsters could unite like this. One by one, the former S-Class heroes began heading toward District 11, the location of the Monster Association's headquarters, formerly known as City Z. Even Watchdogman, who had lost his home city of Q, made a rare move. With no city left to protect, he finally took action. This S-class hero, whose art style was eerily similar to Saitama's, had long been suspected of being a monster himself, perhaps a canine-headed humanoid monster. Rumors even suggested that he had the ability to instantly eliminate dragon-level threats. After all, any monsters that appeared in City Q never even had a chance to report back before they were obliterated, making City Q one of the safest places in existence. The level of protection Watchdogman provided for City Q was absolute. No monster could cause any meaningful destruction within his territory. The only other figures who could maintain such a vast area's safety were Metal Knight, using a massive automated army, or Tornado, using wide-range psychic barriers. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 144, Chapter 145, Space Jump. 1089 words. Chapter 145, Space Jump. Before the establishment of S-class heroes in the Hero Association, he was one of the rare individuals capable of taking on demon-level threats alone. He single-handedly transformed crime-ridden Q City into a safe haven, attracting refugees from neighboring cities. During the Monster Association's large-scale assault, he effortlessly defended Q City by himself. When Garou attacked, he defeated him without breaking a sweat. However, considering Watchdogman's natural advantage against Garou, and the fact that Watchdogman had never fought top-tier monsters in the manga, his true strength remains uncertain. A threat above dragon level. In other words, a disaster on the same scale as that alien spaceship invasion. The classification of above dragon level only emerged after the Hero League fought against the extraterrestrial invader Boros. Chang Wei believed that Boros' invasion should have been classified as a god-level threat due to its potential to endanger all of humanity. However, since it was ultimately resolved, it was categorized as above dragon level instead. With multiple dragon-level monsters, numerous demon-level threats, and an overwhelming number of tiger-level and dragon-level creatures, classifying this as above dragon level was only natural. Keeping it as merely dragon level wouldn't make sense. The credibility of this classification was high, causing widespread anxiety. Despite having the strongest hero, Chang Wei, and despite the Hero League proving far more effective than the Hero Association having already repelled one above dragon level disaster, there was no guarantee they could succeed again. As a result, most people fled from District 11, and even those in neighboring areas chose to leave, heading toward District 0 for safety. How did this happen? Jiro stared at the news broadcast in shock. She always kept up with current events. Staying informed was crucial, so naturally, she was watching this report. Unbeknownst to her, the Hero League had already sealed off the Monster Association. Their speed and efficiency were astonishing. They had even constructed a deep underground alloy wall to prevent monsters from escaping. Even creatures adept at burrowing couldn't get through. In other words, they were trapped. A massive number of Hero League superheroes were converging from all directions, assembling to annihilate the Monster Association. By the time the Hero Association's S-class heroes arrived, they were met with a chaotic yet coordinated scene: fully armed soldiers and a swarm of costumed superheroes. Now this is a spectacle. I missed out on the spaceship battle, so I have to make my mark this time. Super Alloy Darkshine spoke excitedly. Unlike most S-class heroes, he didn't care for glory or applause. After the dissolution of the Hero Association, he joined the Hero League, passing the evaluation to become an S-class superhero. Chang Wei knew Super Alloy Darkshine's strength well. There was no need for any tests. His issue had always been mindset rather than power. In terms of pure combat ability, he was solidly at the high dragon level. If he overcame his mental barriers, he could reach peak dragon level. Of course, that still wouldn't compare to Tornado at her peak dragon level. To pressure Jiro and give Garou time for training, Chang Wei deliberately held back his attack, telling the heroes they weren't fully prepared yet. Why prepare? Just charge in and wipe them out. Tornado of Terror had no patience for such things. Hold on, Tornado. You're no longer a hero. You're now a civilian in need of protection. Please leave. Chang Wei had lost all interest in Tornado, and dismissed her without hesitation. You're that so-called strongest hero, Chang Wei. Tornado's curiosity was piqued. She had heard of Chang Wei. His battle with Boras was proof he wasn't ordinary. If I had been there back then, the Earth wouldn't have suffered so much damage. She spoke with an almost absurd level of confidence. But she had to be. This confident blast had told her that people could only rely on themselves. She even forced this belief onto Hellish Blizzard, trying to instill the same mindset in her. No matter how powerful the enemy, no matter how impossible the odds, Tornado could never admit inferiority. Her only response was always, I can do better. You're all useless. Is that so? Then I'll just restrain you for 3 days. Chang Wei's expression remained neutral as his telekinesis instantly sealed Tornado's movements. Tornado felt an overwhelming force, vast and deep as an ocean. He's a psychic too. She struggled to resist, unleashing her full power, but it was futile. Against Chang Wei's psychic energy, she was utterly powerless. Worse still, he deliberately restrained her at an agonizingly slow pace, as if mocking her. His telekinetic power had reached absurd levels. After obtaining Jerry Yugenshup's genes and Tornado's own genetic data, the Divine Light virus had evolved once again. Both in quality and quantity, his telekinesis completely eclipsed Tornado's. He could now manipulate gravitational forces at a scale capable of affecting celestial bodies. Damn it! Tornado's psychic power was sealed, reducing her to an ordinary person. She stared at Chang Wei in disbelief. How did you do this? Shouldn't you already know the answer? Because I'm stronger than you. Much, much stronger. Chang Wei smirked at Tornado before vanishing from sight. Tornado's eyes widened as she scanned the surroundings, but Chang Wei was nowhere to be seen. Using telekinesis to manipulate gravity, then using gravity to distort space, finally, achieving space jump. It worked. Chang Wei reappeared in a different location, but only as a floating head. The space jump had succeeded, but not entirely successfully. The sheer power of space itself filled him with both awe and fascination. He uploaded the data to the researchers in River of Death. There was no better test subject than himself, and his superhuman senses recorded far more detailed information than the most advanced instruments available to humanity. Thanks to him, those scientists could now observe space and gravity from a super-life form's perspective. That said, pulling off a flashy move just to look cool. Losing 90% of my body tissue isn't exactly a great trade-off. Chang Wei mocked his own recklessness. With Tornado effortlessly subdued, the other strong-willed heroes naturally had no reason to rebel. After all, he had only said they weren't fully ready. He never said they wouldn't let them participate. What was the big deal about waiting a few days? Damn it, I don't know what the Hero League is planning, but I need to speed up Garu's training. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 145, Chapter 146, Electromagnetism, and then what? 1170 words. Chapter 146, Electromagnetism, and then what? Joro sensed a wave of panic. Meanwhile, Chang Wei also witnessed Garu being severely injured and knocked down by the Monster King, Orochi. However, because Chang Wei had accelerated Garu's evolution, he was able to showcase rapid adaptation and evolution during the battle against Orochi, so much so that Orochi nearly couldn't resist devouring him on the spot. The primary reason was that Garu's evolution speed was even greater than Orochi's own. If Orochi were to consume him and absorb this ability, he would undoubtedly become even stronger. Joro was utterly amazed and gave Garu's performance a perfect score. She hurriedly healed Garu, intending to make him repeatedly experience life and death situations within a short period, allowing him to surpass death itself. It seems like Garu is already at a high demon level, but he still hasn't reached dragon level. Is the pressure not great enough? Chang Wei pondered. Garu seemed to be stuck at a bottleneck. He wasn't sure if it was due to his interference accelerating Garu's growth, causing his obsession to weaken. If Garu were truly stuck at this stage, Chang Wei would be devastated. Garu was an essential evolutionary factor for Chang Wei. Saitama, on the other hand, was completely unpredictable in existence that depended on luck and circumstances. I can't afford to wait. I'll have the Hero Association go to war with the Monster Association. Perhaps the concept of heroes can stimulate Garu's evolution. Chang Wei made his decision. Then, the roof of his house was suddenly torn open. Chang Wei, last time, I wasn't prepared. But this time, Tatsumaki, the tornado of terror, floated in, her psychic powers finally unshackled. Oh, you've improved. You broke free from the restraints I placed on you. So you've unlocked your limiter. Chang Wei remained motionless as he examined Tatsumaki. The psychic seal he had placed on her wasn't particularly strong, at most, twice her usual psychic power. Normally, no matter what she did, it would have been impossible for her to break free. Yet she had done it. This surprised and amused Chang Wei. I don't understand a word you're saying, you bastard. Now try being restrained yourself. Tatsumaki had no patience for his nonsense. She could feel that her psychic power had grown immensely, but the experience of being powerless, being reduced to an ordinary person, was absolutely unbearable. Even Fubuki had been able to bully her. This infuriated Tatsumaki to no end. If she had the Sharingan, she probably would have unlocked the Mangekyo by now. So she had broken through the restraint that was theoretically impossible to overcome. This world's people sure unlock their limiters easily. Chang Wei found it absurd. For example, the countless monsters roaming around were classic examples of breaking their limiters. This just proved that getting stronger in the One Punch Man world was absurdly easy as long as one was extreme enough or had an unwavering obsession. If this were another world, say Resident Evil, and Alice were placed under his psychic restraint, she wouldn't be able to break free even if she died trying. But in this world, unexpected yet reasonable things happened all the time. As Tatsumaki unleashed her psychic power in full force, Chang Wei remained expressionless. Psychic power, huh? That's outdated. Chang Wei's cells began to rub against each other, generating electromagnetic force. How is cellular magnetism formed? Biomagnetism refers to the magnetic phenomena exhibited by living organisms. Each biological cell can be considered a miniature battery or even a tiny magnetic dipole. Precise studies of human magnetic activity suggest that biomagnetism may originate from the following sources. The magnetic field generated by the movement of bioelectric charges. Induced magnetic fields produced by biomagnetic materials within living tissues. These materials exhibit certain magnetic properties and generate an induced magnetic field under the influence of Earth's geomagnetic field or external magnetic fields. The magnetic field produced by strong magnetic substances within an organism. For Chang Wei, the divine light virus could evolve these three possibilities at any moment or even something superior. His decision to generate electromagnetic force through cellular friction was a result of his own calculations. Of course, aside from his own logical reasoning, the divine light virus had also followed scientific theories proposed by researchers to produce this electromagnetic force. If I use the planet's entire magnetic field to suppress you, Tatsumaki, unless you learn to manipulate fundamental forces beyond psychic power. If you can still break free, then I'll concede defeat. What the hell is this? Tatsumaki immediately sensed something was wrong, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. A strange feeling swept over her. The air itself felt different. Are you trying to trick me? Tatsumaki unleashed her full psychic power. No matter what it was, there was no way it could break through her psychic barrier. Chang Wei looked at her like a top student watching a struggling underachiever. Although, among the souls of the River of Death, He was also known as His Majesty the Academic Failure, that didn't matter. Chang Wei could still relish the joy of using intelligence to bully others. In the next instant, Tatsumaki felt an invisible force restraining her. Her once mighty psychic power now resembled an ant trying to hold up the sky. Blood trickled from Tatsumaki's nose and mouth. She exerted her full power, but against this terrifying celestial force, she simply couldn't withstand it. If Chang Wei were to fully unleash his own psychic power, his sheer mass alone would create a gravitational force comparable to a small celestial body. However, he wasn't that reckless. If he actually let loose, that gravitational force would instantly annihilate the entire continent. Alternatively, he might become the core of a miniature Chibaku Tensei, accumulating matter until he transformed into a peaceful little asteroid orbiting Earth. Right now, Chang Wei had altered the Earth's entire magnetic field, condensing the originally dispersed electromagnetic waves and concentrating them all on Tatsumaki. Even if her psychic power had doubled in strength, she couldn't possibly resist the force of a celestial body. Not even Boros could do that, let alone Tatsumaki. Tatsumaki struggled desperately. She refused to believe that, after all her growth, she could still fail. I don't have time to waste on you. Just stay put. Chang Wei bound Tatsumaki with his magnetic field and ignored her. She wouldn't die, but she wouldn't be able to move either. The superhero assault on the Monster Association begins. He wouldn't allow any mishaps in this battle. To ensure this, he had stacked Saitama's doorstep and room full of discount coupons from today's Zone Zero supermarket sale. Right now, Saitama should be on his way to Zone Zero. What surprised Chang Wei, though, was that King had also arrived. Interesting. He's a lot stronger than before. Has he made up his mind at last? Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 146, Chapter 147, King 1163 words. Chapter 147, King-style fighting techniques for King. Chang Wei had simply given him an opportunity, and then left him alone. Now, it seemed that King had come to his own realization. Compared to when they had last parted, King was now about 1.2 times stronger. At this moment, King gazed indifferently, with his signature dead fish expression, at the scene before him. Is that the strongest man on the surface, King? Several former Hero Association members recognized King. Isn't the strongest man on the surface supposed to be Chang Wei? That's now. Before, it was King. I thought he had disappeared without a trace, but now he's shown up again. Is it because he couldn't ignore the Monster Association any longer? The heroes started discussing. Regardless, with the former strongest man on the surface and the current strongest hero, Chang Wei, our chances of winning just got a lot better. Superalloy Darkshine flexed his muscles confidently as he spoke. He had always found King and Little Tornado incredibly terrifying, and now there was Chang Wei on top of that. Aside from those three, he considered everyone else beneath him. We've finally completed the lockdown. Now, all that's left is to deal with the Monster Association. Chang Wei spoke to the group in a deliberately dramatic manner. Lockdown. But I don't see any changes. Child Emperor, chewing on a lollipop, voiced his doubts. He needed to replenish his sugar levels constantly, otherwise, his brain wouldn't function at peak efficiency. It's already in place, just invisible to the naked eye. Like this, Chang Wei casually threw the drink in his hand. It moved at incredible speed, appearing like a meteor streaking across the sky. Then, suddenly, the air crackled with bursts of electricity. That's a barrier? Child Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the invisible screen. This is the lockdown barrier, developed by our Hero League to prevent monsters from escaping. It can withstand dragon-level attacks. Chang Wei spouted nonsense with a straight face. In reality, It was simply a special barrier formed by his psychokinesis mixed with an electromagnetic field. Dragon-level attacks truly couldn't break through so long as he didn't allow it. So that's what you've been working on these past few days. Child Emperor suddenly understood. Now we don't have to worry about the monsters running away. Atomic Samurai stroked his chin, expressing his approval. What are we waiting for? Let's go in and crush those monsters. Metal Bat was getting impatient. His sister's concert was coming up, and he had sneaked out without telling her. Watchdogman let out a single bark. Wait, everyone. Just as Child Emperor was about to say something, Chong Wei pulled out a silver briefcase with an air of sophistication. What's this? When he opened the case, inside were neatly arranged compartments, each holding a small device. These are communicators and trackers. Please carry them with you at all times. If anything happens, you can contact others for assistance. Our Hero League support team will also track our positions to ensure no accidents occur. We have something like this. The heroes had no objections to wearing the devices. Child Emperor was momentarily stunned but said nothing. He had once been a high-ranking member of the Hero Association, where all operations were planned with his input. But now, the Hero League had everything covered without consulting him. It seemed they had thought things through even more thoroughly than he had. With that, the heroes entered the underground base of the Monster Association through the access tunnel. We have mapped out a general layout of the Monster Association's headquarters. There are hundreds of passageways inside, and we don't know how many monsters lurk within. It would be best if you all moved as a group. Their communicators suddenly transmitted a voice message. Hundreds of entrances, huh? Then I'll just pick one at random. Let's go, Ian. Atomic Samurai called his disciple and took the lead, stepping inside. Since Atomic Samurai chose the path, I'll take this one, then. Bang had also arrived. The hero hunting incident hadn't escalated too much thanks to Chong Wei's intervention. Bang wasn't aware that his disciple, Garu, was inside. He was simply here out of a hero's sense of duty. Technically, he was no longer an official hero, but he believed that being a hero wasn't just about a job title. Besides, this was a good opportunity to promote Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist. Although they had been advised to stick together, most heroes were confident in their abilities and preferred to act alone. Meanwhile, the weaker ones were asked to stay above ground, ready to provide support. King, despite being stronger, still seemed rather cowardly. But no one dared to team up with him, so in the end, he had no choice but to pick a path by himself. How did it come to this? I finally decided to face everyone with my true self, but I was too nervous to speak up. Now everyone mistakenly thinks I want to go solo. King's expression twisted in distress, torn between frustration and despair. Chong Wei, trailing behind him, found the situation highly amusing. Ignoring everyone else to specifically follow King had been the right choice. After watching King's mental turmoil, Chong Wei had a good grasp of what had happened to him. There was no enlightenment at all. King had simply been gaming as usual when a monster had barged into his home and destroyed his collection. In his rage, King had exploded. By the time he snapped back to reality, the monster was already in pieces. That was when he realized he had somehow become stronger. Extremely strong. From then on, King started attempting to exterminate monsters. Perhaps due to this inexplicable power-up, he lacked any formal martial arts skills. So he began incorporating fighting techniques and character movesets from his video games into his own fighting style. Over time, King became more proficient. He could even predict his opponent's next move, preemptively interrupt them, and juggle them in midair, leading to infinite air combos. King-style fighting techniques had now evolved into a collection of hundreds of combat moves, including things like the Shoryuken and Tenchi Bahuken. The only regret was that he still couldn't fly or shoot energy waves. But that was fine. King felt like he was constantly growing stronger, and energy waves should be within reach soon. More importantly, he had burst mode, also known as the King engine. Something about the King engine had changed whenever it activated. King's attack speed and power increased dramatically, just like characters entering burst mode in fighting games. So he possesses the God's Eye, which allows him to see through all techniques, along with an incredibly diverse and complex skill set. Chong Wei clicked his tongue in amazement. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 147, Chapter 148, King, and Garu 1194 words. Chapter 148, King, and Garu. King was treating reality like a game now. And if that were the case, then King was practically invincible. After all, there had been theories, or rather, memes about this before. If someone connected a controller to Genos and let King control him, he could probably defeat numerous dragon-level monsters despite the power gap. Some argued that King's reaction speed wouldn't be fast enough for high-speed combat, making it impossible for him to control a dragon-level battle. But in reality, King's neural reflexes were extraordinarily fast and humanly so. If he played League of Legends, he might just surpass the peak Demon King and become the legendary King God. Chong Wei was curious about what King could truly accomplish. From his memories, he knew that ever since King had become a genuine hero, he had never been injured. That was an incredibly powerful concept. Maybe King's path to power wasn't blocked by a lack of ability, but rather by a missing obsession, something other than the supercell solution Chong Wei had given him. If King found his obsession and his defining trait, he could become stronger instantly. Wasn't that similar to how monsters evolved? At that moment, a monster suddenly jumped out. Hero, die. Take this sneak attack. The monster bizarrely shouted and yelled while launching its so-called ambush. King indifferently lifted his gaze, and in the next instant, his body vanished from sight. A moment later, the monster's body exploded into pieces. Cosmic Phantom. Incredible. He opened with a mini finisher. But damn, so cautious. Chong Wei clicked his tongue. On the surface, King appeared insignificant and calm. But inside, he was extremely anxious. What do I do? What do I do? A monster just appeared. No idea what level it is. Whatever, I'll start with Cosmic Phantom first. If it doesn't die, I'll follow up with Megaton Air Strike and Supreme Heaven-Shattering Fist. Wait, I need to prepare for aerial counterattacks and hidden enemies too. Should I chain into Lunar Crescent Slash after Cosmic Phantom? But in reality, his first punch had already obliterated the monster. No unexpected developments, no sudden twists. That's it. King breathed a sigh of relief. Even though Cosmic Phantom drained quite a bit of stamina, it was, after all, his mini finisher. He felt an inexplicable surge of energy, instantly replenishing the stamina he had just used. I don't know what level that monster was, but if it was killed by Cosmic Phantom in one hit, it probably wasn't a demon-level threat. King never considered himself strong. He always avoided demon-level monsters. Aside from training at the gym, his only means of improving were playing games and fighting monsters. In fact, he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt like playing games made him stronger at an even faster rate. And also, my eyes seem to be acting weird. King frowned. When the monster exploded just now, the flying chunks of flesh seemed oddly slow, like they were moving in 10 times slow motion. But that was probably just his imagination. As King continued forward, he encountered several more monsters, one of which was a demon-level threat that forced him into a tough battle. Titanic Crush. King's right arm became engorged with blood, the terrifying pressure concentrating in his fist, turning it a blood-red hue. The sheer heat distorted the air itself. Then, with lightning speed, his punch struck the demon-level monster's abdomen, defying the usual order of action and reaction. Bastard, this is Urk. The demon-level monster was exhilarated. It had consumed a super monster cell and evolved beyond the rabble, transcending its previous limits. Yet, why had it encountered such a powerful enemy so soon? With its lower body obliterated, it collapsed, unable to support itself. The impact sent a shockwave that blew King's hat off, revealing his fearsome face. The 3 scars across his eyes made him look even more menacing. So I ran into the strongest man on the surface, King. The demon-level monster closed its eyes in satisfaction. Dying at King's hands was that a privilege reserved for dragon-level threats. That was close. Almost got hit there. King took a deep breath. The titanic crush put immense strain on his arm, akin to compressing a ton of water into a single plastic bottle. Naturally, the resulting explosion was terrifying. By accelerating his blood flow, King achieved this power. But the pressure his arm had just endured was insane. If he had slipped up, his arm might have exploded first. Still, he had succeeded. The titanic crush worked, but my ultimate finisher hasn't been perfected yet. I still need to play more games to refine the mechanics. How exactly does it work? Can humans fly too? Or do I need to find the 3 sacred artifacts to unlock Earth's will or something? King's mind wandered into wild theories. Chong Wei kept a close eye on King, this unexpected rare beast. At this rate, King might just become another Garu. But for now, the most important thing was Garu. He had woken up. Defeated multiple times by Monster King Orochi, Garu had eventually lost consciousness. After being treated by evil natural water, he was thrown into a room to recover. Then, Garu had a nightmare returning to his childhood, where he had suffered under oppression. That resentment surged within him once more, pushing him beyond the boundary of life and death. Lying on the ground, Garu suddenly sat up without support, his back arched, head tilted up as he exhaled a long breath. The airflow blasted the dust off the ceiling, filling the room with swirling debris. Garu looked around in confusion before quickly recalling his last memory. He had encountered the Monster Association's leader and been defeated. Did I escape? Or was I captured? As he pondered, he realized something was off with his body. The overwhelming strength he felt, it was just like that time before when he had mysteriously blacked out and awakened stronger. I've grown even stronger. Yes, this is it. Evil will never lose to justice. Monsters won't lose to heroes. I am the one who executes evil. The so-called Monster King. He's no match for me. Garu burst into laughter, oblivious to the eerie sight. His tattered clothes floated around him without wind, as if they were alive. His flesh even seemed to merge with the fabric, connecting at an unnatural level. How interesting. I used to wonder if this was because he wrapped himself in Hundred Eyes Octopus's bandages and mutated. But now it seems he had the potential to mutate all along. Chong Wei sighed in relief. He had worried that Garu might hit a bottleneck and stop evolving. He had even considered killing Hundred Eyes Octopus and wrapping Garu in its bandages. After all, some theories suggested that Garu's monsterization came from using Hundred Eyes Octopus's bandages, which infected him with monster cells, explaining why his clothes seemed to come alive. But now it's time to take down the Monster King. There's only room for one monster me. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 148, Chapter 149, Infinite Evolution. 1164 words. Chapter 149, Infinite Evolution. Under Chong Wei's guidance, Child Emperor confronted Phoenixman, a demon-level monster. Looks pretty troublesome. Child Emperor observed Phoenixman carefully before adding, and that looks like the discontinued costume of Slowpoke Bird, doesn't it? Hey, you must be Child Emperor, right? A former S-Class hero. But you're not a hero anymore, so why are you getting involved? Phoenixman felt a thrill upon seeing Child Emperor. There was a vast gap between his dream of becoming a world-renowned protagonist and the reality of being unable to even land a job as a costumed actor. This obsession fueled his belief that he could rise from the ashes and evolve endlessly like a true protagonist. From Joro, he had learned about the method used to cultivate Monster King Orochi, and the possibility of becoming stronger. Previously, Phoenix Man had speculated that Monster King Orochi might be an ancient creature, but Joro had revealed the truth. Orochi was once a human, just like Garu. After countless failures and sacrifices, he had finally evolved into the ultimate being. This revelation sparked a great ambition within Phoenix Man. What he didn't realize was that Joro had deliberately planted this idea. In his normal state, Phoenix Man was weak. Joro knew he had potential but couldn't nurture him in the same way Orochi had been cultivated. After all, Orochi had evolved through a brutal process of internal slaughter, while Phoenix Man's evolution required him to discover his own path. So Joro intentionally told Phoenix Man about Orochi's creation, essentially, how to break the limiter. Harness the potential of death to achieve explosive growth. And Phoenix Man did not disappoint. Firstly, he had the ability to absorb energy, and his mass resurrection skill functioned like a healer's support ability. Secondly, as long as he didn't tear apart his costume, he could theoretically evolve infinitely. Reaching a dragon-level threat was inevitable. You're here just for fun, aren't you? Playing with these childish toys. Phoenix Man smirked. Fighting Child Emperor was perfect. He hoped this S-class hero would live up to his reputation, strong enough to pressure him to death, but not so strong that he'd be obliterated outright. If he had encountered more formidable heroes, like Changwei, Tatsumaki, or any of the four ultimate powerhouses of the Hero Association and Hero League that Joro had mentioned, he would have run as far as possible. He wanted the pressure of death, not actual death. Don't worry, I'll minimize your pain by instantly killing you. Phoenix Man spread his wings and launched his attack, using his beak as a weapon. Bird Beak Strike. Child Emperor didn't have many gadgets on him, but dealing with a demon-level monster shouldn't have been an issue. However, he had underestimated Phoenix Man. This wasn't an ordinary demon-level threat. After exhausting his arsenal, Child Emperor was stunned. This is impossible. No matter how many times he knocked Phoenix Man down, the monster would get back up as if nothing had happened. This doesn't make any sense. I get it now. To defeat you, I need an attack that can completely destroy you in one go. Child Emperor's face darkened. Damn it, what kind of monster was this? But so what if you know? You don't have any attack that can one-shot me. Ha 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 ha. Phoenix Man finally understood what Joro had told him. Surpassing death wasn't a lie. He had already reached dragon-level strength, perhaps even beyond. And he had chosen the right opponent. If he had fought anyone else, he might have been outright killed, never getting the chance to evolve. Infinite evolution, is it? A voice suddenly interrupted. Both Child Emperor and Phoenix Man turned to look. Changwei strolled over casually, looking completely at ease. The strongest hero, Changwei. Phoenix Man's pupils shrank. His first instinct was to flee, but he forcibly suppressed that urge. He had become stronger. The pressure from Child Emperor was already decreasing, and now he had encountered the strongest hero. Perhaps he could use this as a chance to evolve to the next level. Amazing. That makes 3 beings with Dragon Plus potential. Changwei thought for a moment. Including the recently ascended Hellstorm Tatsumaki, that made 4, right? Oh well, it didn't matter. They all belonged to him anyway. Phoenix Man truly didn't seem to have any bottlenecks. The key was that ridiculous costume of his, likely a byproduct of a joke character from a comedy show. The mascot of a controversial comedy program that got cancelled due to excessive dark humor. The character, known for being slow-witted, frequently died getting electrocuted and turning into roast chicken, for example, only to revive as if nothing had happened in the next episode. So, was the special trait in the costume rather than Phoenix Man himself? Or was it Phoenix Man's belief in and activation of the costume's powers? Changwei noticed that Phoenix Man's evolution had begun to slow down. Not because he lacked potential, but because Child Emperor wasn't putting enough pressure on him. In that case, it was time for him to step in. Chong Wei, be careful. This monster can't be killed unless you completely destroy its body in one hit. Child Emperor hadn't yet thought of throwing a toy robot into Phoenix Man's costume, so he was still struggling to find a way to deal with him. He took the opportunity to warn Chong Wei. You should leave, Child Emperor. Chong Wei replied calmly. I can help you. Child Emperor hesitated. I'm going to use a very powerful attack, it might hurt you. Chong Wei shook his head. All right then. Child Emperor saw the logic in that and didn't insist. He quickly turned and left. Phoenixman, wary of Chong Wei, did not pursue him. Now then. Let's continue your evolution, Phoenixman. Chong Wei's gaze locked onto him. Evolution? Phoenixman looked at him in surprise. Did he know what he was thinking? Let's start by testing how much force you can endure in your evolution. Chong Wei threw a punch. Phoenixman instantly felt as if he had been crushed by an enormous hydraulic press, his body shattering as he slammed into a wall. As long as your costume remains intact, you can keep evolving, right? I'm curious, can you reach God level? Chong Wei said with interest. Phoenix Man's shattered body began to stir. His broken form reassembled, and the costume, once appearing cheap and flimsy, now gleamed with a golden radiance. Phoenix King, brilliant eagle mode. His entire body shimmered with golden light, his costume taking on a metallic sheen, making it appear incredibly sturdy. I've grown so much stronger in just one revival. Phoenixman looked at his hands in excitement. This is only your second rebirth. Let's go again. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 149, Chapter 150, Rebirth Without End. 1227 words. Chapter 150, Rebirth Without End. Chong Wei threw another punch. So fast. Phoenix Man's pupils shrank. He had already transformed and undergone explosive growth, yet he still couldn't see Chong Wei's punch. In the next instant, he was shattered into pieces once more, just like before. Gritting his teeth, Phoenixman climbed back up. Your recovery speed has increased this time. Chong Wei looked a little surprised. Wasn't this just like fighting the undying bird from card battle? Except, Phoenixman seemed even stronger. Phoenixman evolved again. His body cracked apart as if it were splitting open, fractures forming across his entire form like cracks in a gemstone. From those fissures, countless dazzling rays of light burst forth, making his entire body glow golden. This doesn't look like overload mode. So is this a new evolution? Chong Wei wasn't sure whether Phoenix Man's overload mode had triggered because of Child Emperor ripping off his clothes, or if it had emerged after he evolved to his limit. But now, it seemed like this was a different evolutionary path. Was it because of the difference in pressure? In One Punch Dragon and One Punch Dragon, Uprising, I've basically become the guy sensei of the One Punch Man world. With his heightened perception, Chong Wei could easily assess Phoenix Man's current strength. His power mainly came from his enhanced physical abilities, making it easy to gauge. In contrast, martial artists and psychics were much harder to evaluate, not to mention those from the supernatural side. Phoenix, Shining Diamond Eagle Mode. Brimming with confidence, Phoenixman launched his attack, leaving behind golden streaks of light as he moved at high speed only to be slapped into the wall by Chong Wei. Chong Wei had already covered the wall with psychokinesis, ensuring Phoenixman wouldn't get smacked straight through the Monster Association's base. That would be too much trouble. This was simpler. Phoenixman collapsed onto the ground. He couldn't comprehend it. The strongest hero, Chong Wei, but isn't this way too strong? His confidence wavered. He had grown so much stronger, yet he was still no match. Maybe he should run. He could find someone else to help him evolve. What's wrong? Are you giving up already? So fragile. Chang Wei's voice was calm. How could I? Phoenix Moon was furious. Chang Wei's dismissive attitude enraged him. I am the immortal Phoenix Moon. You bastard, don't underestimate me. And don't underestimate Turbulent Bird either. Watching Phoenix Moon ignite with passion, Chang Wei couldn't help but wonder how did this guy manage to say such cringeworthy lines without a hint of awkwardness. At least in his own world, he had to fake being a deity in a magicless world to pull that off. Then, Phoenix Man's entire body cracked apart once more. This time, he shattered completely, transforming into a fully radiant, glowing form. Phoenix, radiant eagle form. I have become light. Can you keep up with the speed of light? Phoenix Man vanished into a stream of light particles, appearing before Chang Wei in an instant and launching a punch straight at his face. His fist stopped right in front of Chang Wei. You're not at light speed. At most, you're a little over 1,000 times the speed of sound. So you can temporarily convert into energy. Chang Wei didn't even flinch. His psychokinesis had blocked the punch effortlessly. Had Phoenix Man just turned into an elemental state? This was similar to Kizaru, except Phoenix Man was clearly stronger. If Kizaru could move at over 1,000 times the speed of sound, he'd have wiped out the entire One Piece world by now. That so-called light particle form wasn't true light, it was more like some kind of energy particles. Plasma, maybe. Light, come forth. Phoenix Man shouted, and the entire area was instantly plunged into darkness as he absorbed a massive amount of light. He ran away. Humph, can you catch up to me in this form? He wasn't an idiot. He had already grown this powerful, there was no need to fight Chang Wei to the death. Think you can escape? Chang Wei extended his hand. Universal pull. Of course, that was just an internal thought. He wasn't shameless enough to yell out attack names unless it was absolutely necessary, and looked really cool. Phoenix Man was shocked to find himself unable to move. Since you've transformed into this form, I don't need to worry about damaging that silly costume of yours. You don't have it anymore anyway. Let's see what happens if I kill you again. Chang Wei was intrigued. He intensified his gravitational pull, crushing Phoenix Man's particles. Phoenix Man quickly begged for mercy, but Chang Wei still crushed most of his form. Phoenix Man rematerialized, though only partially. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Just now, he had truly thought he was going to die. And now, for the first time, he truly felt the shadow of death looming over him. Chang Wei was like the embodiment of death itself, always right behind him. He had no idea if he could transcend death again. Come on, surprise me. Your potential isn't limited to this. Think about Turbulent Bird. Would it be satisfied with this? Seeing Phoenix Man's spirit wane, Chang Wei had to resort to a talk no jutsu to motivate him. Why are you doing this? Phoenix Man asked in confusion. Chang Wei was speechless. You're seriously worrying about that right now? Bro, you're about to die. And your body still isn't reacting. Did I overdo it? He had already reached One Punch Dragon, uprising levels, maybe even approaching One Punch Dragon, Platinum. He was about on par with Platinum Sperm. And this was his limit. Where was his obsession? His attachment to that ridiculous costume. You're carrying the will of two people. Is it loneliness? Phoenix Man suddenly said. Chang Wei was caught off guard. Then, after using his telepathy to read Phoenix Man's thoughts, he was utterly exasperated. After that great battle, you lost your only equal rival. The Earth no longer has anyone who can challenge you. So, because you're too strong, you've become lonely. That's why you want to cultivate an opponent for yourself. That's why you've taken an interest in my potential. As Phoenix Man spoke, he became more convinced of his own theory. How else could he explain why Chang Wei, the strongest hero, hadn't just killed him outright but had instead helped him evolve repeatedly. If I wasn't unsure whether telepathic manipulation or hypnotic suggestion would interfere with your evolution, I'd have just mind-controlled you into a muscle-brained berserker like Xingjia. Chang Wei silently watched Phoenix Man. The latter, however, took his silence as confirmation. In that case, let me show you our will, mine and turbulent birds. Phoenix Man reignited once more. The aura of a hot-blooded idiot. Chang Wei watched as Phoenix Man stood up again. This time, he no longer gleamed with radiant light but instead became shrouded in darkness. Phoenix, Dark Eagle mode. So this is my new power. You're finished, hero. Phoenix Man declared confidently. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 150, Chapter 151. The Gods Intervene. Chapter 151. The Gods Intervene. However, Chang Wei frowned. Did you accept someone's help? He questioned Phoenix Man. Phoenix Man was confused. Never mind. Whether the gods got involved or not, the fact that you're still getting stronger is a good thing for me. Chang Wei threw another punch, but this time, Phoenix Man only staggered back 2 meters before stabilizing himself. What terrifying power! Every time, you easily crush my evolution. But this time, it's different. Phoenix Man clutched his abdomen, an involuntary reflex from taking such a devastating punch. However, instead of dying and evolving through death, this time, he absorbed Chang Wei's power and evolved. Everything is my nourishment. Phoenix Man sneered. So, due to insufficient evolutionary resources, you evolved into a form that absorbs energy instead. Chang Wei analyzed Phoenix Man's new state. Within this space, he could perceive every molecular detail with perfect clarity, so he instantly understood what had happened. Phoenix Man had absorbed his power. Not just his strength, but also the ambient energy in the air and even his psychic force. Phoenix Man thought he was countering Chang Wei by evolving, but in Chang Wei's eyes, it was more like his obsession or whatever was driving him could no longer sustain his current consumption, forcing him to seek external energy. The only question was whether the gods had played a role in this transformation. Well then, this punch will be twice as strong as the last one. Don't die. Chang Wei increased his strength slightly, causing Phoenix Man's pupils to contract. He was confident in his ability to absorb it, but after being instantly killed so many times, he couldn't be sure if he could really take it. The air exploded instantly, but the punch moved even faster, landing on Phoenix Man's body. Even with psychic energy coating the area, the force of the punch created a pressure shockwave, compressing millions of tons of force into the now sealed chamber. This time, Phoenix Man didn't budge an inch. Not only that, but he also absorbed all of the pressure. I've become this strong. Phoenix Man was ecstatic. He had completely absorbed a punch twice as strong as the last one. Surely, he could defeat Chang Wei now. Getting this strong all of a sudden. Something's not right. Chang Wei shook his head. Alright then, this next punch will be 4 times as strong as the last one. Before Phoenix Man could react, Chang Wei threw another punch. Phoenix Man wasn't just going to take hits without fighting back, so he punched as well. He had reinforced the chamber with even more psychic energy, preventing it from shattering. The immense pressure crushed everything inside, reducing it to dust, which Phoenix Man promptly absorbed. Phoenix Man remained completely unmoved, like an immovable object. Impressive. Chang Wei's interest was piqued. This next punch will be 8 times stronger. Let's see how you handle it. This time, Phoenix Man was sent flying. After all, Chang Wei had increased his power exponentially. No matter how much Phoenix Man could absorb, he had a limit and needed time to digest it. How is this possible? I've already reached this level, yet you're still getting stronger. Phoenix Man was in disbelief. Did you ever consider that I haven't even been serious yet? Chang Wei said, looking slightly disappointed. Was this all there was? At best, Phoenix Men had reached dragon-level strength, perhaps even better at taking hits than other dragon-level beings. Above dragon level. Don't underestimate me. I've absorbed your power, I've caught up to you. Phoenix Man refused to believe Chang Wei's words. If he hadn't even been serious yet, then didn't that mean the Monster Association and himself had been doomed from the start? Roaring, Phoenix Man lunged at Chang Wei with a punch. You really have gotten stronger. Chang Wei nodded, then clenched his fist. Seeing this motion, Phoenix Man immediately became hyper-alert, staring intently at Chang Wei's fist. This punch will be 10 times stronger than the last one. You should be able to take it, right? Chang Wei waited for Phoenix Man to attack first. Yet somehow, his own punch landed first, striking Phoenix Man's body. The dark, lightless tight suit he wore was torn apart. Damn, did I overdo it? Chang Wei thought as Phoenix Man was once again sent flying, crashing into his own psychic barrier before collapsing to the ground. Cracks spread all over Phoenix Man's body, making him look like he was about to shatter completely. Don't die. Chang Wei crouched beside him, encouraging him with words and even using telepathy to cheer him on. Being the strongest hero meant nothing. If Phoenix Man could stand up once more, he could surpass him. The meaning of life is to burn brightly. Do you want to be a coward or a real man, even if only for 5 seconds? But Phoenix Man remained motionless, lifeless. His consciousness had faded to zero. Did I really kill him? Chang Wei sighed in disappointment. Was this really it? He had just touched the threshold of being above dragon level, and now it was over. What a waste. In that case, I might as well eat him. Meanwhile, Phoenix Man found himself reliving his past. Back when he wore the birdbrain costume, when the TV station constantly set him up for comedic skits. No one had cared about the bruises and injuries he suffered beneath the costume from all the pranks and gags. If someone had cared back then, maybe he wouldn't have become a monster. If he hadn't become a monster, he wouldn't have encountered this monstrous hero. Chang Wei's overwhelming power had driven him into complete despair. Stand up. A figure appeared before him, extending a hand. Phoenix Man's eyes widened. That shadowy figure, whose face was obscured, was someone he knew well, the TV host he had secretly admired. Forgetting everything else, he reached out and grasped that hand. The next moment, his body moved. He's alive. Chang Wei quickly returned to his stance, striking a heroic pose as he looked down at Phoenix Man. Phoenix Man stood up. The torn remnants of his costume fell away, revealing his grotesque, tumor-covered body. So the gods really did intervene. Seeing the hideous, tumor-like growths, Chang Wei immediately understood this was divine power at work. So that God had indeed stepped in. Phoenix Man rose again, now half shrouded in darkness, half covered in pulsating tumors. He possessed all of his previous abilities, as well as a new power, divine authority. A barrage of energy blasts erupted from his body, flooding the entire space. You've grown a lot stronger. Chang Wei ignored the onslaught of energy blasts. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.